Hello, everyone. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Um, I apologize for the late notification that I was going to do a stream this morning. I mean, I told you guys emphatically last night that I was going to do it, but when I closed down the stream last night, I disconnected entirely. So, created the stream this morning for day 3 of the Blaise Taylor trial happening in Nashville, Tennessee. We had a wild day yesterday. We had amateur detectives. We had fake tears. We had possibly live tears. We had scared tears. We had so much. And today we are starting off, I believe, with the medical examiner's testimony. That is something that I know because one of my mods is connected to this case, or rather has connections, and has been able to provide me with witness information right before the public gets it. So we are lucky over here. If you are new, welcome. Lacey, what's your name? Let me know in the chat. I am so thankful that you are here and joining the criminally confident family for yet another humble and wholesome and everything you need in a YouTube presentation sort of stream. We are things are going off the rails, and I think I crashed out yesterday, and I have it pulled up the moment that I absolutely lose my mind. If you guys would like to see it in preparation for trial to start. But before we do that, but first, if you could please double tap your screen if you are watching on a phone. If not, if you're on your computer, just hit that thumbs up button. That would help me tremendously. And make sure that you are subscribed because we do all the things and the stuff every day here. And I think that you would like it. And just comment. That's such a help. And if you are on replay crew, please make sure to hype the video when you are finished watching. That's just for the replay people. So I would greatly appreciate that. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? I'm so happy to see you back this morning. You were witness to my crash out yesterday. I've never had a day like that. I've never experienced anything like that while covering trials. That was bananas. Bananas. So it'll be interesting because I did plan this last minute. That's the first thing. But I used a different method for my video description. And I don't know if the algorithm is going to like it. I don't know, but I figured I'd take a risk because why not? So I will show you guys the moment when the crash out happened. But first, let me write, please double tap your phone screens to give this stream a like. And don't forget to sub up. If you don't know this already, I live in this area that is all caps. Some people find it offensive. It's like a way of life for me. That's the way it's always going in my head. So for that reason and that reason only, I type in all caps. It's not to be noticed. It's not to draw attention to myself, even though, yeah, uh, after it was brought to my attention quite rudely, that I was doing that and it seemed like I was grabbing for attention. I was like, oh, wow, you have me gravely misunderstood. Okay. So here I'm going to show you what's going on in terms of yesterday. And just watch me doing my thing. Stream was like lagging, and by lagging I mean it was getting boring, and I was feeling tired, and then this happened. That's really sad. Let me speed it up. I bet jurors are crying right now.
How long did you stay in Nashville?
I thought I had it all.
Answers.
Thank you.
To just see what in the world was happening, try to make sense of something. So
My friend told me I needed to do that more, so thank you for asking.
And the decision made, at least between the two of you, at least, that you would go to the apartment.
Yes, that be her eyes and ears
I didn't hear this.
Did you get keys to the apartment?
from Bridget.
Had you ever been there before?
No.
I'd asked if you ever been in Nashville, but so,
No,
were you given directions or?
I was given the address, GPS.
Who, if anyone, went with you?
My daughter Lindsay.
So here I
Dana,
come back, and I'm just
Southern.
like, okay,
and Nigeria.
let's get back to stream. I don't know what I was doing over here, but I clearly didn't listen to that.
Jade Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Did you know her prior to this incident?
When I say girls, she's included in that group.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Going back to
Sleepovers, celebrations, cheer.
So
All the
that
things.
is not Najaya. That's not her mom. We messed that up. We made that assumption. That is not her mom. Hi, operator. This is a murder trial that is taking place today. We are going to be starting day 3 here shortly. Please feel free to talk in the chat, give the stream a thumbs up, and subscribe. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. This is a video of me yesterday crashing out, though.
What, if anything, did you do to prepare for going there?
Yada, yada, yada. She went into the apartment. She grabbed some
My
stuff,
son is a police officer.
and then I lose it.
Throw up or vomit.
Right here.
Looking at it,
Sorry.
right
Right here. Is that a hair? No.
Again, having talked to your son and preparing for this, what, if anything, did you do with comfort with this object?
I took it. I decided to take it, but I didn't.
What? What? No.
I decided to take it.
Oh my God, you guys can't see this?
This is, next picture is a more close up. And were these pictures taken prior to you touching this item?
Yes.
I am dead.
Did you touch it for any other purpose than to remove it?
No.
To preserve it?
No.
And what, if anything, were you able to put it in?
A trash bag.
I
I told him to get a trash bag.
done.
It was already there.
Nope.
Mhm.
Nope. I quit.
This next photograph of the vehicle with license plate.
Oh my God.
Excuse me, with that vehicle.
Yeah.
And whose vehicle?
We have
sorry,
CSI
Bridget.
Appalachia on our hands here, y'all.
We talked about you removing the comforter. You recall whether or not there was any other item that you took along with it?
No, I just
And how did you go about?
folded it within itself and stuffed it in the bag with my gloved hand. And
Here I am writing a
Yeah.
very mean message.
Yes. I'm a trash bag. And,
That's it.
you know,
That's, yes, yes, sir.
so you're there.
I still can't wrap my head around this. Do you guys
Check
realize?
out anything else as far as the windows were locked or
What did Bridget say?
anything to do with
Do you guys realize how incredibly irresponsible, that's the word that just keeps coming to mind, how horrible it was to do what she did. She tampered with one of the most important pieces of evidence. Why, do you ask? Because she didn't think on day 3 that the police were moving fast enough and they needed answers. So she calls up her little boy who works for Little Rock PD in Arkansas, and she says, I am making the decision to go into the apartment and try to figure out what's going on, try to make some sense of all this. And her son proceeds to tell her to record, take photos, wear gloves, don't touch. First of all, we need this guy's phone number, because he obviously does not understand chain of custody. Oh, shoot. They're coming on live. I thought I had some more time. This is day 3 of the Blaise Taylor trial. Oh, you can't see me. Oh, no, it's a cop, not the medical examiner. I can't believe that woman did that. She's lucky court started. I didn't get to give her the full roast. I can't even. Man, my numbers are really off this morning. If you are watching and would share the stream, that would help me tremendously. I don't know. There's no way the description is that bad. We just usually have more people. Once again, I scheduled late. I keep forgetting that. But I appreciate everyone who is here. And I hate my hair in this thing. Bubbles said she was gobsmacked by what she was hearing. I mean, thank God I was not in that courtroom. I would not have been able to keep my brash opinions to myself in terms of my facial expressions. I mean, the chain of custody has just been completely thrown out the window. I can't believe we're here. Surely the defense had to have had a pre-trial meeting this morning, or before they started, and requested a mistrial, because this transcends law, common law. Bring in the jurors. Yeah. What is taking this person so long?
Good morning to you.
Oh, it's jurors.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning, Sergeant Feeney. Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Certainly, it's Colin, Colin, Feeney, Feeney.
Like Mr.
And where are you employed?
I'm currently on an injury on duty pension. Had a few shoulder surgeries. I should be returning to work soon, though.
Okay, and where does that work?
The Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with Metro Nashville Police Department?
15 years.
And what was your assignment prior to going on leave?
I was a overnight supervisor for the Hermitage Sea Detail Patrol shift.
Okay, and can you walk the jury through a little bit of your background with Metro Nashville Police Department?
Certainly, I spent 10 years as an officer before I got promoted. Some of that time was spent on a flex
Dang.
team in South Nashville on midnights. And then I went to a burglary unit for about 5 years where we investigated residential burglaries. And then I got promoted to sergeant. And as a sergeant, I was on the sea detail shift of Hermitage.
And were you on duty on February 27th of 23?
I was.
Okay, in what capacity were you working on that day?
I was the senior sergeant working, so I was the
Let's be real. This guy deserves to be an undercover agent. Let's just say it. Balls and strikes, right?
acting lieutenant for the evening.
Okay, were you on sea detail?
I was.
And what are the hours for sea detail?
9 to 7:30.
7:30 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And on the 27th, can you walk the jury through what you did when your shift initially began?
Certainly, when I came in, I had a message from the previous shift that we had request to speak with the supervisor from the homicide division. I made the phone call to the number provided. It was, I believe at the time, Sergeant Chris Dickerson. He has since been promoted a few times. He advised me that they had an individual in the hospital and they need to execute a search warrant at her residence off of Lebanon Road near Spence Lane, and was asking for assistance from patrol. So we had marked patrol cars and uniformed officers present. I immediately sent 2 patrol officers to the scene, and I advised them to wait until supervisors arrived before they conducted any further police activities.
And on the 27th, did you respond to 1522 Lebanon Pike,
I did.
apartment 107?
I did.
And is that here in Davidson County?
It is.
Okay. And would it have been customary for the domestic violence team to have already held that scene?
Yes.
Okay. And for whatever reason, that was not done, but once it was determined a homicide, were you called out and did you follow protocol?
We did.
Okay, can you walk the jury through what protocol you followed once you got to that apartment?
Sent 2 uniformed officers to immediately secure the outside of the location, the residence in this instance. Then we waited for the homicide detectives to arrive with a signed search warrant from a judge. We require a search warrant at that point because there's no one there to give us permission to access the property. So we have to get a search warrant from a judge to legally and lawfully search it. Once we had the search warrant in hand and we had the investigators from the homicide division and our technical investigative services, or now CSI, on scene, we knocked on the door. We had after receiving no answer, we had a key to the residence. We made entry, cleared the residence, and allowed them to continue their investigation.
Hi guys,
And
welcome.
we're on the 27th, were you wearing body cam?
I was.
I always forget my chair has heating.
Have you reviewed your body cam?
I have.
And if we used it for the jury? Have we used it for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to mark Sergeant Finney's body cam with the state exhibit number 15 and publish it for the jury.
Oh, ooh. Do we get an actual video or just audio? Ooh. The little things.
Sergeant Finney, does this look like your body cam?
It does.
Okay.
as we play it, I want you to walk the jury through what you were doing, why you were doing it, who was there, things like that.
Certainly. So the gentleman who's speaking right now is Lieutenant Gibson over the Homicide Division. I had also spoken with him a little bit about the situation of what was going on that evening and how we were conducting a search warrant for an ongoing investigation. He'd advised us that there was an individual that was at the hospital that that had a case that was being investigated as a homicide. We did not know the method of the homicide. All we knew is that it was a homicide investigation. The other sergeant present is Josh Hargrave, who worked with me on Hermitage Midnights, and then the two uniformed officers present are Eric Ziegler and Philip Parker. Both of them are relatively new. I gave them instructions that once we went in, that they were just simply there to help us clear the residence, make sure that there's no one inside that could be a threat to any investigators. So our
Like
primary goal
random
at this
ass
point
ladies
is this is
deciding
not-
to do your job
this
for
would not
you?
be considered a very hostile environment to our knowledge, but we still take the precautions necessary. So we're just going to go in and make sure that there's no one inside the building
Novel
at this
concept.
point. Lieutenant Gibson has a key to the residence. At this point, he is announcing inside the residence, to making our presence known that we are the Metro Nashville Police. We're here to conduct a search warrant. That way, if there is anyone inside the house, there is, I'm documenting the time with my watch, audibly speak it into the body camera as well. That this time we've made entry to it. And we're giving anyone that could be inside the residence after multiple announcements that we are the police and we're there with a search warrant to make themselves known before we enter, just in case there is someone in there. We don't run into a situation that could turn into a use of force situation or be a surprise to anyone. We want everyone to know who we are and what we are doing.
Sergeant Finney, up there at the top.
Get out of the way, Chelsea.
It is.
It's the February 27th, around 2 a.m. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. So we're giving an ample amount of time to anyone inside the residence because of the time of night that it is. If there were someone, say they're in bed, giving them an opportunity to get dressed and let them know that we're coming in, and if they want to come speak with us, they can. As you see, there's no sense of urgency at this point, so we don't need to rush in there like we're going after an actual individual because we don't believe anyone to be in the residence. Once an ample amount of time is given, we'll go into the residence. We're looking around just for any sort of weapons that could be present. We'll document that. We'll audibly tell the other officers that are going in there. So if we see knives in the kitchen, is obviously a place that there would be weapons. We're looking through, making sure there's no one inside any of the rooms. At one point, as we're walking through here, I do observe a handgun. Again, we were not told the method of the homicide. We just knew that it was a homicide investigation. So whether or not it's evidentiary, it's good to announce that, but it's also to let the other officers inside know that there is a weapon present in a certain location. So we're just doing a very precursory search of the residence to make sure that there's not an individual in there. Our role in this is to do just that and to have uniformed officers present. So it's obvious that the police are inside. So we're going to take the precautions that we can to make sure that everyone remains safe. Once we've completed our search, that's when the homicide detectives who are in plain clothes and our CSI unit comes in and does their investigation. So once we've completed the search, I instructed the two officers present to stay on the outside of the perimeter and just.
I do need to stop. Just remember, you just heard that officer say that he saw a handgun sitting out, and BFF on the stand last night said that she didn't see a gun while she was searching the house with Carmen Sandiego that night.
limit who has access to and from the apartment. Make sure that it's someone that has business being in there with law enforcement or law enforcement adjacent with our crime scene detectives, because not all of them are sworn personnel. So you can see we searched the residence. We didn't find anyone inside. So we're turning the scene over to Lieutenant Gibson of the homicide unit at this point.
Sergeant Penny, you did not collect any evidence, is that correct?
I did not.
Okay, can you walk the jury through, how you would collect evidence when you're executing a search warrant, what precautions you take, things like that?
So anything that we're going to touch, we're going to want to have gloves on, first of all, to rule out any DNA that could be left by the officers that are responding. And in this situation, we're not collecting any evidence because there's no one inside. It's a secure scene, and we can hand that over to the our CSI unit to do all the evidence collection. But depending on what kind of evidence it is, depends on how it's packaged, and we'll leave that to those guys as they process it in the lab as well.
Okay, and do you photograph anything and document it if you were to collect evidence?
We would.
I wonder if you'll give me 1 minute.
Lacey Jane.
Thank you.
I'm creating a poll for you.
Did I understand you say you did see a gun in the apartment?
Yes.
And where was that?
I believe it was in the bedroom,
You know where in the bedroom?
maybe next to the nightstand. I don't recall.
So on the body camera with audio on it, can you hear you announcing that there's a gun?
Yes.
Is that something that other officers note also?
I would imagine they took a mental note of it, but I can't tell you what exactly they did.
So you're the only officer on the audio of that body cam that says something about the gun?
Yes, because I was the only officer that went into the room when I was clearing it that saw it.
Okay, so you're the only officer that goes in the room. And
What are we doing here?
At that point in the search warrant, yes.
And that's actually on the audio of the body cam?
Correct.
Which we can't hear on this one.
Correct.
Which is a good thing.
Were you present for the rest of the search of the apartment?
I was not inside, no.
Where were you positioned for the rest of the search?
Out in the parking lot.
What was your role during the rest of the search?
I still had to supervise a patrol shift, so the rest of the search, I was outside. I had nothing to do with the interior of the residence.
Did you leave before it was completed?
I did.
So you were essentially assigned to the entry team, and then once that was done, your duties were completed.
Yes, I left the two uniformed patrol officers on the scene, so if the plainclothes officers and the investigators needed any assistance from a marked uniformed patrol, that they would be present. But I also instructed them that if they had to do anything else to notify me.
So you were available if they needed help,
Yes,
but your recollection is there was no help needed for the rest of the search.
correct. We had 94 square miles of coverage that we're responsible for, so I can't sit on one scene all night.
And this seems like an obvious question, but of
Mhm.
course your body cam doesn't show the rest of the search.
Correct.
Are you aware if there is any body cam that shows the rest of the search?
I am not.
Are you aware if there is policy related to body cam footage?
For those of you just tuning in, we are watching the Blaise Taylor trial, day 3. First person on the stand is a investigator who entered the apartment and immediately saw a weapon for which was not seen by her BFF when she testified last night.
During the search of that apartment?
At that time, there was none.
There was no policy or there is no body cam?
At that time, there was no policy that required you to keep a body camera on while you're conducting a search for residents. Typically, your crime scene investigators do all of that with a digital camera.
Okay. That might,
Please make sure to like and subscribe. Thanks.
Yes, but as to whether or not that exists, that's not in my scope of the investigation. That's not my role.
are you aware if there's currently a policy related to body cams during searches?
I'm not up to date on our current policy. I've been on IOD for 2 years.
Oh, wow.
So
You're probably ready to get back, huh?
Oh,
should be starting
yeah,
back
I'm
soon.
sure he's just
Well, congratulations.
ecstatic about going back to work.
Were you provided any information And related to
Nashville, Tennessee.
sort of what the nature of this entry was or this search was related to before starting the search.
I was given information by the homicide unit that this was something that should have been done the previous day by the domestic violence division, and they failed to do so. So now they were having to come in later than they would have liked to conduct the search warrant, which is why I instructed my 2 officers who are relatively new to not touch anything and not get overly involved, because this would be going to trial in a few years. And it was less than ideal circumstances for them.
What part of it was less than ideal?
Well, when you're a new officer and you don't know what you don't know, so you don't know what you need to be looking for, you don't know what you need to announce, you don't know what you need to pay attention for, because whether or not you can recall something, 3, 4, 5 years later, is when you're brand new, those are things that you don't understand what to look for and what to do. So that's why I made sure that myself and another sergeant came out and were present at the execution of the search warrant.
You're a very experienced officer.
Mhm.
Why was it that it was your understanding that this search should have been done the day before?
I can't speak to why the domestic violence division failed to follow policy and protocol, but I just know that they did,
You think?
but I can't speak for the actions of another person.
You had indicated, I think on direct, that something about that scene not being secured. Did you have some understanding related to that?
It was locked when we got there. We were there to secure the scene with our 2 officers present. That as far as the outside of the perimeter being secured, it's an apartment complex. It was, as soon as we were made aware of it, we sent 2 officers there to make sure that no one entered or exited the residence. So, but from the time that we sent 2 officers there to whenever the incident originally occurred, I can't speak.
Did you have information about whether anybody else had actually been to the apartment?
No, not at that time.
You didn't actually have that information?
No, not at that time.
Or
Did you have
just,
any information about whether anything had been removed from the apartment?
random little
Not at all.
women stealing things in the middle of the night.
Like I said, we were given very limited information, and I would prefer to have kept it that way. So I could tell that there was an issue somewhere, and I would let them work that up amongst themselves.
Generally, the information was that it should have been done the day before, but it wasn't.
Correct.
Thank you.
I'm just,
Yes, sir.
what singer does he look like?
Lacey Terry.
The guy from, oh my God. Like country, but metal or rock. No, is it Leonard Skinner? Let me know in chat.
I do.
Who is you? Welcome, officer. If you are just now coming to us, we are live from Nashville, Tennessee, watching the Blaise Taylor murder trial of his pregnant girlfriend. It is quite a nail biter. Make sure you like and subscribe. Thank you.
Jason Terry, Jasonterry.
And Mr. Terry, what is the current state of your employment?
I'm a retired Metro Nashville police officer.
And when did you enter into the retirement stage?
Approximately 3 years ago, it'll be 3 years in July.
How long were you with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department?
23 years.
And without me doing the math, when did you start?
I started in 2000.
When you started in 2000, what were your duties, responsibilities with the police department?
I initially started out as well. I worked patrol for approximately 5 years before becoming a detective in the sex crimes unit. I was there 4.5 years before transferring to the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force. From there, I was a detective in the auto theft unit for almost 5 years before completing my last almost 6 years in the crime scene unit.
And in February of 2023, what branch of the police department or what unit were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the crime scene unit.
Oh, so you're
And
to blame. Got
How
it.
long would that have been that you had been in the crime scene unit at that time?
At that time, about 5.5 years.
During those 5.5 years, had you responded to few or many crime scenes?
Quite a few.
Now, what does the crime scene unit do?
What we do is when we get called to the scene, and here in Nashville, most everything we can, if we're requested, will come out unless we find a reason not to. But generally what we do, we'll come out, we'll assist detectives or patrolmen, help identify possible evidence. That will then document the evidence. We'll collect it and then help preserve it by the way we package it and by the way we take it down to our property room for storage.
And to work in the crime scene unit or CSI unit of the police department, do you undergo any specialized training?
Yes, initially the training is for the ones like me that were sworn officers. We have both sworn and civilian crime scene technicians. With the sworn officers, it's pretty much initially on the job training because we have to have a minimum 3 years of service before we can even apply. But once we're in there, we get sent to the National Forensics Academy, which is a 10-week intensive course in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It's held by the University of Tennessee. There's 10 weeks of crime scene investigation training, everything from different ways of fingerprinting to evidence collection.
Not the
to
body
photography.
farm.
We also are required, I believe it's within 2 years of being assigned to the crime scene unit, we have to become certified by the International Association of Identification. We are tested, we have to apply, and we have to pass in order to be certified as crime scene technicians.
And did you accomplish all that?
I did, yes.
Now, as part of that, are there certain protocols, rules, for lack of a better term, that you would follow in entering and processing a crime scene?
There are. It's dependent on the scene, but there are some protocols. We have certain standard operating procedures depending on what kind of scene it is, things we do.
Now, do you as a crime scene investigator always know the facts of what caused it to be a crime scene?
We do not. Generally, we depend a lot on the information the detectives give us. Unlike what you might see on television shows, we're not the ones sitting down interviewing witnesses and victims and suspects. And we get our information from the detective. We go through the scene. Now, as we do that, we're still open-minded. If we see something can be helpful. But at the end, that scene belongs to that
Not
detective.
Skinner.
We're there to assist, and we're more supplemental.
And are there some crime scenes that you respond to where it's obvious that an item might have evidentiary value?
Yes, it is.
A shooting scene and there's a weapon.
Yes, sir.
It might be something to collect, right?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me.
On the other hand, respond to a shooting scene, there may be an item that's totally irrelevant.
Quite a bit, yes, sir.
And would you collect something that you've already realized is totally irrelevant to that crime scene?
No.
And is that a judgment call that you make in consultation with the lead detective?
Right. Generally, the way it goes, the detectives, since they've done the talking to everybody involved, there's a search warrant involved. They're the ones that developed enough probable cause for the search warrant. They know all the context of what's going on. I get called in code for a scene, help identify certain things. They help put that, whatever you see, into possible context.
Now, as a crime scene investigator in 2023, were you wearing body-worn camera?
We were assigned them because, like I said, we're a sworn officer, but the basic function of the body-worn camera is your interaction with the public. So we weren't required on scenes or in that because we dealt with officers 99% of the time. So we had body worn cameras, but we weren't required to have them on at a scene because we weren't interacting with the public.
And therefore, you be filming, you're collecting evidence or packaging it,
No,
doing anything like that.
we would not. No.
However, when you do go to a crime scene, is it recorded in another method? Photographs.
Yeah, that's one of the means we document it. There's several different tools we can use, but the one in almost every crime scene I've ever worked, we photograph the scene. That's our main way we document a scene for future reference.
And when you go to a crime scene, would the detectives and or other officers normally be there ahead of you?
Yes, of course.
And as the crime scene investigator, you have a protocol or standard operating procedure of how you view and assess the scene on a step-by-step process.
Everybody, it probably varies slightly, but yes, I had my own unique process. Like the way I'd write my reports, I'd speak with the detectives, see what they had, see what they required of me. I would then usually maybe walk the scene with them or go through the scene and initially take photographs because that's how the scene was when I arrived. And then after that, I would go back through, depending on what kind of scene it was, and collect any evidence that was observed.
Now, are you initially the one who would enter the apartment or the scene first?
No.
When you were working as a crime scene investigator at the Nashville Police Department in February of 2023, were you requested to come to a location at 1522 Lebanon Pike, apartment 107?
I was.
And you recall approximately when and where you were when you received the request?
When I received the initial request, I was on as a death scene in South Nashville because I wasn't off that scene yet. We were running short that night. I believe I talked with Sergeant Chris Dickerson from the homicide unit who was requesting us. Spoke with him just about what they had, what they were needing from us, because if it meant we needed certain equipment that we use, which is only kept at the office, I would have to go from South Nashville to Madison, where our office was, and then go back to Harness or there on Lebanon Pike address.
And referencing crime scenes, does the nature of the crime scene and or the request for assistance determine on how many crime scene investigators might go?
It can. There are certain specific crime scenes which require a supervisor. Even if they're not working, we have to page them out. It's always, I work the midnight shift, 10:30 at night to 7 in the morning. And if you had one of those types of crime scenes, say an officer involved shooting, aggravated assault on an officer, a homicide, which was known to be a homicide at that time, we'd have to do, there's certain protocols we have, and you would have more than one, hopefully, that would come out because there's several different things that you would do more administratively with regards to that scene.
And because of the nature of this incident and call, how many individuals from the crime scene unit responded?
One, me.
And when you left the other South Nashville scene, was there still work going on that?
I don't recall. I believe usually when it's a death scene, non-suspicious death, once the medical examiner who usually calls us out there, I'll clear with them. You don't need anything else from me. Once they say they don't need anything else, I'll leave.
And did you go directly from that scene to the
I did.
Lebanon Road?
I did.
And you recall approximately what time you arrived at 1522 Lebanon Pike?
I believe I originally had the call at 1:35 in the morning, and I arrived there a little after 2 a.m.
And were you familiar with that location?
Oh.
Have you been there previously?
Familiar with the location, and I'd actually grown up probably less than 1/10 of a mile down the road from that location.
So when you arrived, describe what you observed with respect to law enforcement presence.
Right. There was multiple law enforcement there, police, different bosses within the homicide unit were there. I said the main point of contact I had was with Chris Dickerson. I arrived on the scene. They identified Detective Reese has been the lead detective. Initial thing I'll do, I'll get out and immediately write down on what we call an ID work form. It just denotes the date, time. It's usually the initial photograph you were taking, the series of photographs for that scene. I fill that out, and before I even get in, I meet with Detective Reese meets me, take possession of a comforter and a washcloth that were in a double bag trash bag. Note the date and time that I accepted that property, placed it in my van and secured it. Then I've gone into the scene. Once I go into the scene, there's several detectives in the scene. I talk to them, find out again, confirm what exactly they need from me. What exact steps are they looking for? In this case, it was to collect certain items that they identified and to photograph the apartment, which is what I did.
Now, I'll ask more about this perhaps later on, get to the actual physical items, but with respect to receiving that comforter in the plastic trash bag, where did that transfer from Detective Reese to you take place?
It was in the parking lot before I walked in.
And was Detective Reese therefore already out in the parking lot with the bag?
It was, yes.
And Lee, you said you took it and secured it.
Yeah, I did.
And did you have a vehicle crime scene investigation?
I did. It was a marked Metro Police Department suicide crime scene van. I think they were Chevy 1500s.
And did the item or items remain in the vehicle, locked in the vehicle, while you processed the apartment?
Yes.
No. What did you do initially upon going to apartment 107?
Initially, like I do always, I go in, confirm the information from the detectives in there, what they wanted from me. They pointed out the items that they wanted collected. I then took the camera and began my process of photographing the apartment as requested. Usually I'll start right through the front door and just try to tell a story, taking photographs of the entire scene and walking through, taking overall photos, generally at first, and then going back through and taking mid-range and close-up photographs of whatever evidence there is. But that's my initial step, is to photograph the scene as I find it.
Had you ever been inside apartment 107 prior to that early morning hour?
No, sir.
And upon stepping across the threshold or looking
What in the tarnation of Tennessee? Ruh-roh. All right. Let me find Court TV stream just in case. Or was that Court TV or was that all right, Court TV. Yep. Let me put it up here. We got it.
Yes, these were the photographs I took that night.
Thankfully request they be introduced to the next number exhibit and the rest is published.
Okay.
Terry, you referenced a few minutes ago about there being, the first photograph would be usually the work order. Is that what we're seeing here?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And what is the information contained on that document?
What it contains is the date and the time the series of photographs begins, the complaint number for that particular incident that I'm out on. What type of call, the 10 code for that victim, I didn't have the Ms. Denning's information at that time, so UAT means unknown. The address where we're at, the scene, and who requested us, along with my name.
Now, with respect to the complaint number, I'm sure you may have heard a little about that before, but is that a unique identifying number?
It is. A complaint number is specific to each individual incident that the police department gets called to, or they do a report on, or most everything they have to do with. The 23 just denotes the year, and the rest of it, like in this case, 120532, it's the 120,000 plus complaint number issued so far that year.
And what, if any, significance does that have with respect to your work as a crime
And it was
scene
only
investigator?
February.
Everything I do, all the paperwork I submit, including the evidence that I collect, it's all packaged and stored at the property room under that complaint number. All the paperwork is associated with that complaint number.
Now, I believe you said earlier that one of the things you do is to speak with the detectives to have an idea of what might be relevant in the nature of the call. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's definitely the complaint number. We always want to make sure we're on the same page, the complaint number they have, because everything they do gets tied into that complaint number too. Just make sure we have the same complaint number.
And based on.
I actually thought it was okay.
Were there items that you were looking for based upon what the detectives had advised you?
Yeah, correct, yes.
And on the next photograph, what are we seeing here?
This is just the initial external photograph of Ms. Denning of the building. Just a close-up of the sign denoting the building and what apartments are in that building.
And if we were standing looking at that 1540 in the apartment, where would the person be who's taking that photograph?
Allergies are real today.
As the parking lot?
Yes, correct.
If you guys are just tuning in, this is the
That's
trial
just a
of
close-up, still outside of
Blaise
the
Taylor.
apartment number.
Now, do you recall, was 107 on the first or second?
It'd be on the first level, first floor. Just a photograph of the external door going into the apartment 107.
This is the trial of Blaise Taylor. He is accused of unaliving his girlfriend who was pregnant with his child, and he is a former scout for the NFL Titans there in Tennessee. So crazy testimony yesterday, and it seems like the state is trying to put on as many police witnesses who will make it seem like what that lady did yesterday by entering an apartment and stealing evidence wasn't that big of a deal. So I hope you're enjoying this. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Thanks.
I think we've already covered this, but was the door open or closed when you first walked up to it?
When I walked up to it, it was unlocked. Yes.
Okay. And so did you pull it back to take this photograph?
That I don't recall if the door was propped open. I believe it was shut when I first arrived and took the photograph. I don't recall.
And the reason I ask that is once you entered, were there officers inside as you were taking your photographs?
There were, I think a couple of homicide unit detectives were in there.
Right, now, moving on to the next photograph. What are we seeing and where are we in the apartment?
Yeah, this is immediately as you come in the door, the first photograph. Captures part of the kitchen because the apartment, the way it's set up, you walk directly into the kitchen, the door. So that's the first photograph I take, as if you're walking into the door, this is what I see. Again, with a little better flash Just kind of working my way around the room, same location, just shifted a little bit more to the right.
Here.
And with respect to the counter or the island area there, were there items of interest to you?
There were, yes.
And what were the,
The items of interest that have been identified to me by the homicide unit were the 2 bottles, the Minute Maid and the V8 splash bottle there in middle.
I love the 8
The
splash.
glass, which was half filled with clear liquid, and this glass, which was empty.
with respect to where that Minute Maid and the other bottle had been before you entered, were you aware of where they were located?
I was advised that those bottles had been placed on the counter by the homicide unit who had removed them from the refrigerator.
Oh, okay. Thought Carmen San Diego moved them.
Oh, good.
Oh.
And go to the,
This is just a photograph of the island at the center of everything.
and when I asked a few minutes ago if there were homicide detectives inside
Yes.
while you were working,
There's one of them there to the right.
at that time, based upon the information you had, did the paintings, like a better term there on the island, have any significance to you?
No.
Did you consider them?
All right. Hopefully, I won't cough anymore now.
evidentiary matters to be collected?
Not from the information I had at that time, or just from looking at it, I didn't see anything of value.
Move on. And in this, again, you're saying you're panning or taking views from different angles, is that correct?
Yeah, it's just where I stand in the same spot initially, and I'll just kind of slice the room up like a pie and just go around from one corner to the other.
Like a pie.
And made pie, that might have said the word pie, that made me think, did you see any food?
There was on top of the stove and the pan, there were cookies, baked cookies.
Did you notice any security camera surveillance inside the apartment? I would direct your attention to where Detective Mathis.
Yeah, I had to think that for the second. Just, right there in the corner, right there. Right next to Detective Mathis's right elbow.
Could you circle that?
Sure.
Did that appear to be activated or?
No, from what I recall, no.
Reference the cookies?
Yes.
Are they in this photograph? And you could circle.
Sure.
Sure. The magic
And
cookies,
to
like
the
the
right
magic
of the
Alfredo.
Cookies, did that also appear to be food items?
It did. I don't recall looking inside. They're right there, the Tupperware containers.
And again, with the same sort of question, did those have any evidentiary value with respect to anything that you knew about this case?
No, sir.
And
Does pot? You guys are probably gonna think I'm super dumb for asking this, but I have no shame. Does pot impact the development of a fetus? Does anyone definitively know that? I mean, we all know that alcohol does, but I'm just curious if that has actually been scientifically proven.
close-up view of what previously looked at, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall whether there were any dirty?
You in the cauldron.
I don't recall any, no.
And again, more of a close-up of what we've already discussed.
Mine are better.
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, in looking at the cookies. There appear to be one missing.
Appears to be two missing.
Two.
Cookie Monster.
And where is this? And is this still Detective Mathis in the background?
It is. This just shows
Yeah, it is.
just down from there, the position of where the trash can was in relation to the rest of the kitchen. It just shows a more complete photograph of the kitchen.
Just such a crazy guy. Hey guys, don't forget to like the
Photograph
stream,
of the
please.
kitchen island just from the opposite side. Close up of the glass that was identified to me by the homicide unit and the clear liquid inside.
And was that one of the items that were later collected?
It was, yes. This photograph of the Minute Maid bottle and the V8 splash bottle, again, that had been identified by the homicide unit as things they wish collected. Close up of those same two bottles. That's a close up of the empty drinking glass that was also identified by the homicide unit as something they wanted collected.
Other than what we're seeing here on the island, do you recall whether there were any other drinking glasses on any other counter or elsewhere?
I'm sure there was. I don't recall seeing any that homicide believed warranted my attention, or I didn't see any that had any liquids in it or looked to be recently used. Just a close up of the same glass.
Now, to the left of the, as we're looking at it, the
Mhm.
glass, there appear to be a piece of paper.
Right there, looks like it's instructions for the card game Uno.
Do you need instructions for real?
It's just an overall shot of the living room area.
It's fancy. I have that pregnancy
This
pillow.
is a shot from the living room, looking into the bedroom.
Do you recall how many bedrooms there were in this apartment?
There's two. Two bed, two bath.
This is actually, I'm glad to say this. If you ever have to have abdominal surgery, I highly recommend buying a pregnancy pillow on Amazon. That makes it so much more comfortable to sit up and sleep. I just had my 7th abdominal surgery last month. I had to do with my heart, and all the world of difference. 100% recommend.
And which one are we looking into now?
It's the only one that had a bed in it. I assume that was Miss Denning's room. It's the one, if you're facing, it's on the right of the living room if you're facing the living room. This was the initial view. As you walk through the door, you're right in the door frame.
Where's the pillow and the comforter?
And again, like before, this is to my immediate left, and I will rotate around with the photographs, just basically corner to corner.
Now, with respect to the blinds, were they in that condition as in?
There's no camera.
Pulled down and closed
There's no camera.
when you entered?
Yes, what you're seeing in these photographs is how it was when I first witnessed it, when I first saw it. Again, just the opposite corner, showing part of the bed and the window. Again, just rotating around a shot of the bed. Rotating around to the opposite corner and showing the door to the walk-in closet.
With respect to the glass, the drinking utensil there on the end table, did that have any significance?
No.
And in fact, did you collect anything from the bedroom?
No, the only thing I collected was there on the island, per what homicide instructed and what they wanted.
I want to ask before we leave the nightstand, in any area of the bedroom, did you see a weapon?
There is one. This shot doesn't show it. I think one of the shots me coming out of the closet will show it. But
That
there is one.
perjuring.
Like I said, you can't see it, but you'll see
Woman.
the different photographs right in there. It's a pistol in the holster. You'll see the top end of it.
I believe we will, as you say, get to it in a moment.
Yes, I think it's the series after I photograph in the closet, turn back around and take more photographs. It's just the door to the walk-in closet. Just from the door, a view of the walk-in closet.
And did you, like a term, search that to any extent?
I visually searched it. No, I visually searched it, looked through it. Again, the homicide unit detectives were the one executing the search warrant and it signed off. So,
Were you directed to collect anything from there?
no, sir. It's just the closet floor. Just working my way up to the what's on the hangers in the closet and the tops of the closet. It's just me coming back out of the closet facing the bedroom. And again, just a photograph of the nightstand.
And
Should be the next one.
yes,
And there is just an overall of the nightstand and what's around, and just what we was talking about earlier.
did you, excuse me, circle that? Did that have any evidentiary value as far as you were concerned?
No, it wasn't a shooting scene. There was no allegation that anyone had been shot or any gun had been used. Someone's private weapon. Didn't make any sense. There was no reason to collect it.
Was anything illegal about it?
No.
Now, the item, see an item, is it the photograph down,
Mhm.
white straps?
Mm-hmm.
What was that? You know?
I believe it was a Apple or is an Apple
I don't
Watch
know.
or an Apple-esque type watch.
And again, at that time,
Why is
based
my
on
stomach hurting?
information, did it have any evidentiary value as far as being collected?
No, nothing was said to me. No.
Now, the
Welcome.
bottle with the yellow top,
Mm-hmm.
you recall what that was?
It was a supplement. I don't remember exactly what the supplement was off the top of my head.
And the item to the right of the yellow top bottle,
Looks to be a candle next to a half-eaten package of peanut butter M&Ms, Sharpie pen, and an adapter.
and now you walking out of the closet, correct?
Correct.
Hi, best friend. You want to sit with me?
Again, just a different series of photographs there, just from a different angle. Again, that was at the door, bedroom door facing out. Just to the left before you walk out, there's a door on the left.
She was a
that's-
really
goes
clean
from the
person.
bathroom in the bedroom. That's what this is.
Recall how many bathrooms there were?
2.
So this is the one off the,
One off the, what they would call the master bedroom, yes. Just as you walk through the door, just a photograph of the tub and initial photographs of the bathroom.
and appeared to be anything out of the ordinary in the bathroom.
No, not at all. Again, just same series, just different angle. Same bathroom, different angle.
Yes. Mr. Terry, when Detective Reese gave you the plastic bag
Mhm.
comforter. Did you open it up and look at it
I did.
right then?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, was within the white bag, trash bags?
It was a blue comforter and a yellow washcloth.
Good morning.
I'll say, did you, in looking through the apartment, see anything similar to the washcloth that was in the bag?
Yeah, it looked similar to those up there.
Move on.
Just close up with the sink in that same bathroom.
Did anything strike you as being unusual or
No, just
evidence?
it's spotless, but very clean. That's the only thing. This is from the door of the
Yes.
Miss Denning's bedroom facing the other bedroom through the living room.
Well, thank you. You too. Feel free to stop by anytime. Please make sure to
Just the other
hit the like
bedroom
button.
from the door looking in. Again, just rotating around the room. This is a corner of that same room. Again, just rotating to the right, different, covers the right corner of the room.
Did you go
Thank
through
you.
any of the, like that hamper or look at the magazine that was there?
Just cursory glance. I know that one had something to do with pregnancy and becoming pregnant.
Babies.
Was there a, you may have already answered this or said this, but was there a bed in that second bedroom?
No, there was not.
I'd
Two
love that.
chairs,
Please do.
like some baby clothes in the opposite, which we'll see here in a second.
And are we still in that second bedroom?
Now, I think we skipped some photographs there. Because this is facing the bedroom from inside the walk-in closet attached to the second bedroom.
So did you spend any great significant amount of time in that second?
Yeah, photographed it from a couple of different angles, yes. There we go. Photograph from inside the closet or from the door leading into the attached walk-in closet.
Let's go back there for a second. Did you see in that bedroom or that closet any items that would be associated with a baby?
Oh, yes. You have a couple of baby odors. I think that was a walker. When you'll see on additional photographs over here on the side, show some boxes with diapers and some formula.
It's just the,
The bathroom attached to the second bedroom and the second walk-in closet. Same, just a toilet, counter. The walk-in closet, again, just showing what's on the top shelf.
I believe you reference Pampers or those.
Yeah, there's some Pampers over here. It shows the far corner from the bedroom looking into the walk-in closet. This was on that shelf that I just took. You got some wipes, some formula, diapers, different items relating to child care, infant care.
Bitsy.
Again, just some items on the floor. Looks like something else from Pampers down in the box below. This is the walk-in closet from the bathroom facing back into the bedroom. That same corner just shows what's on the shelf and what shows below. It's like that was a walker / car seat for an infant. Just more of a close-up view of those same two walkers and baby carrier seat.
Did you look in any of those tubs or the ice chest?
I did not know.
So, finish the photography part.
Yes, sir.
What comes next?
What comes next is to do the evidence collection.
And are there any procedures or protocols that you adhere to in collecting items of evidence?
Yeah, you always want to take whatever precautions you can. Such
I
as wearing
literally was
protective
just about to say
gloves,
something about you. How are you?
making sure they're separated, having whatever mode whatever you're putting it in. In our case, depending on what it is, it's usually a paper sack. So have that available.
And did you follow that process and procedure in this case?
I did. This was a little unique in that you had fluids. Normally, when it comes to any kind of fluids, we'll just do a swab of it. In this case, I thought it was more important to get a larger sample of it. So the clear liquid in the drinking glass, I put like in a little plastic vial that we have. That's specific for liquid collections. I did that, then I collected everything else as a whole, but I mean, it was in separate bags. You denote the time and the date that you actually take possession of it, that you take custody of it. You make sure that's marked down also.
And is that actually placed on the bag or the
It-
whatever the evidence is placed in?
It is, along with the complaint number,
It
where it
is.
was obtained from, what exactly is in that individual sack, and date time.
Council has seen these items before, but I can bring the box over if I want to look again. Okay, thank you. I apologize if this may take a minute, but if I could have these items passed up to Mr. Terry on your time. And actually, let me pull it over here this way. I can't show you which one. Particular order.
I'm currently trying to pull up stuff for lunch. Oh, hell yeah. I apologize if I'm not seeing a comment right now.
This, I don't make
Give me a moment.
anyway, so. Mr. Terry, you're being handed
Thank you.
an item package in a paper bag. Can you look at that and tell us about the markings, the identification, whether or not you recognize that?
Yes, this was the packaging for clear drinking glass, and I have it denoted on the bottom inside the box. That wasn't recovered at the scene. That was just the means of safely packaging it within here to make sure it didn't break.
So it was a glass.
Yes, yes, sir.
No, no, no,
Yes.
this that they introduced.
Yes, it is.
So,
This is the glass that previously held the liquid. The reason I know that is because I put that on the bag just to differentiate the other one that was empty when we found it. One thing I didn't talk about earlier is the way we know is, again, complaint number, type of call them out on, the address where it's recovered,
Funny.
date, time it's recovered, and exactly what's inside the box. This tape is done by the lab, so is that the initial tape is called integrity tape to make sure no one has opened this after I sealed it. The way you know that is from the integrity tape, plus I put my initials and the date that I sealed this.
that'd be exhibit 18.
God, that's loud.
This looks to be the Minute Maid, pink lemonade bottle, which at this point was empty, and the V8 Splash fruit medley bottle that are in here, and they would have been put in separate sacks within this sack.
You would cover something that has liquids in it.
Mhm.
What is done with,
The liquid, it's once it's packaged like everything else, packaged and put in the property room, because the detective decide what testing is needed, what they want to be looked for. Because this is, at the time, we didn't know exactly, or I wasn't aware what drug or if a drug had been involved. This packaged in the way that we would normally package any type of drug, which is in a clear bag, and it's double bagged for safety.
leave it as would be test these three and do it individually, but save you. Mr. Terry, you're being handed three packages. I want to deal with them individually.
Sure.
So necessary sequence with me, take a look at those and see if you recognize.
Yes, these are the vials of the various liquids that I recovered.
Let's start with the one in your left hand.
Sure.
What does that contain?
This is a sample of the liquid from the water glass, the clear liquid from the water glass.
All right, ask that be introduced as exhibit 20. Okay. Now, we can go ahead and get it, just so that they don't get it. And the next one.
This is the sample I collected from the V8 Splash bottle.
Does it contain the appropriate markings and identification?
It does, like the other bags. These bags are specific where they
Yesterday-
basically, you open one of
Hold on.
these, you basically have to disintegrate it. I mean, it rips open. It's not a clean rip. So when we seal it, we still put our initial.
First and foremost, this is a real thing in the comment. Court ASMR, like I fall asleep to court all the time. Second of all, yesterday was just so like blah 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 blah, and then it just like blew up. So I am trying to and I know that there's some stuff coming up. I'm sure Josh can attest to that. So I think it'll be worth it. They proved that to me yesterday.
Was on the back just to show that when it was sealed.
Now is a good time to remind new viewers this is the Blaise Taylor trial taking place out of Nashville, Tennessee. He is accused of unaliving his girlfriend, who was pregnant at the time with his child. He was a former NFL scout for the Tennessee Titans. And yesterday, as I was alluding to before, very, very wild bombshell evidence came in through testimony. If you missed it, I highly recommend you go back to yesterday. It was an 11-hour stream. There's a lady with red hair. Halfway through her stream, just click play, 1.5 times speed, and you're set. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, ask that be introduced as exhibit 21.
Okay.
And then the third.
Third one is a sample of the liquid collected from the Minute Maid bottle.
Same identification, same complaint number.
Same identification, same complaint number, same information. My name's on it. It's definitely my handwriting and initials on it.
Okay.
Wait, why is that making you hungry?
Item you received from Detective Reese.
Yes.
Did you process that, or you said you looked at it, saw it had a comforter and a washcloth? Did you process it with respect to packaging, repackaging there at the scene?
At the scene, no. It was transported as is to our office, Yeah, CSI office on Mott Drive in Madison.
And what, if anything, did you do with those items there?
With those items, we call them drying cabinets. They're just the big cabinets that you put things in that has air that circulates around that helps dry wet items. Because from my understanding, there had been substance on the comforter. Placed it inside the drying cabinet to ensure it was dry, because if you turn in articles of cloth or most anything and you package it wet, it can mildew and mold over time, which can compromise and contaminate evidence.
And with respect to the trash bags,
So what he's saying is that if a random woman were to enter the apartment of a woman on life support because she felt like the police were not moving at a quick enough pace on day 3, is that she shouldn't put cloth objects in a plastic garbage bag. I'm just trying to clarify. If I'm wrong, just let me know. Okay? Okay.
Those are packaged separately. They came with the comforter and are packaged separately.
I would ask this item.
This contained the yellow washcloth and the white trash bags, and they were packaged in here separately. It's just not everything's free flowing, contacting each other. They're packaged separately within this one package.
All right, ask that be introduced. Page 23. Okay. And work my way around with this item.
Sorry.
Of my approach one. Okay. Okay. Now, does the big box have anything really to do with it other than?
No, the big box doesn't. Inside is the bag. We have gloves. I'll pick it up, pull it out. I don't have any.
You wanting to?
Do you need me to
Well, I
lift
think
it
the
up?
paper bag, not, but I'm gonna ask you to open it and get down to the actual comforter.
You want gloves for the bag?
Yes, sir. So it's like I left it out.
What is the significance of any of the red?
These bags are used to package things which might contain a biohazard, blood, semen, anything, any bodily type fluid or anything of an unknown, that's what that's for, because they're labeled on here, biohazard on that side. This is the bag and where we place the comforter for packaging, just do that size. On here is the same information as the other bags, complaint number, type of call, location, date, time collected, and what's exactly in here. Also have the complaint number written on there. No, you can't see it on here. My name is on the integrity tape and initialed also.
That be introduced as the next one, exhibit 24. And council has no objection, is that the outside box has no relevance, but might leave it in that for the sake of. Thank you. First. application passed, that this small cracks being passed. Okay, if you just take a look at those and see if those correspond to the markings and labels on the comforter and trash bag exhibit, which you previously discussed.
It is.
Or if I could just,
You need the hard copy.
yes, just to put these on,
Okay.
if I could publish these.
All right, guys. Flash goal. What's the stream worth? If you literally think it's absolute crap. I think the minimum amount you can give is like $3.
It's a photograph of that same bag I just showed you, containing the blue comforter.
Of the markings on the bag.
Yes.
And this,
Yeah, that's just something placed on there by our property room. Basically, the information provided on here is the same thing that I place on that entered into the property sheet that accompanies the property.
I'm creating a new goal.
Can I ask you about that? The property room, you talked about a drying cabinet at the Myatt Drive, your office.
Yes.
What is and where is the property room?
Property is behind the East Precinct off Trinity Lane, huge building behind there.
And is it what
It is what it says. It's not manned 24 hours, and on our shift, working midnight, they have an officer's, what they call an officer's workroom that contains various and numerous lockers of various sizes that we can store the recovered property in and lock it up, and they're the only ones that have keys to the locks.
And is the property then remain there until it's needed, either to be sent for examination or court?
Yes, that is where it stays.
It's just photographed again, the labeling
Mhm.
of the comforter. And does that show the date and time you received it from Detective Reese?
Yes, it's worded the exact same as I listed this item, the blue comforter on my property sheet.
Okay.
And
Started off
the
really
outside, the
ugly.
trash bag that's previously been introduced, is that correct?
That is correct.
Oh.
Yes.
Here, I'll make myself tiny for this.
Here you can see perhaps a little
Yeah.
close-up of the labeling for that bag, is that correct?
Just the property label is placed on it as the property room, containing the same information, containing the washcloth collected from Detective Reese at 02/19 hours on the 27th of February.
Or if I could return these to clerk. As the next time exhibit 25. Collection, packaging, processing. Is that your responsibilities in this case?
Collecting and packaging, yes, I do not. The only, if you want to use terms such as photographing, the actual processing, I do not do.
So after your job is done, it goes to someone else.
That's correct. Whatever requests are made from the homicide detectives, it'll follow the property to the lab, and that's where the testing is completed. At this point, once I have everything turned in, packaged, paperwork complete, my involvement in the case ends until usually I don't hear anything about it. I don't get notified of results. Usually the only time I know that a case has come through fruition is when I get notified 3-4 years later for court. And that's where I learn the result of the testing and anything like that. But as soon as this part of it is done for me, that's my involvement is over.
Your you're on to the next call.
Yes, sir.
One thing I wanted to ask about, we went through a lot of photographs of that apartment.
Mhm.
2-bedroom, 2-bath. Throughout looking and photographing that apartment, did you see any alcoholic beverage
I did not know.
or any alcoholic beverage containers?
No, sir.
Did you see anything of drugs, any?
I don't recall. There, I can't remember if there was no, I don't believe so. No, I was fixing to say, I can't remember if there was a pill bottle on the nightstand or not.
Supplement?
Yes,
Okay. But with respect to, have you worked scenes where there have been drugs?
I have, yes.
And have you worked scenes
No.
that really didn't involve drugs, but there were drugs there?
Yes,
Is that something you would notice and document?
yes.
And as far as any drug paraphernalia, right, pipe, blunts, whatever, did you see anything like that there?
I did not.
What do we think? I really, this witness didn't do much for me, except for the fact, except for the garbage bag thing.
EpiPen or anything
No, I did
like
not.
that
No, sir.
there at all? And we've already asked about lighting camera and videoing
Yes, sir.
while you're there, but do you do that while you're packaging the evidence?
No. Again, the purpose of body worn camera is your interaction with the public. It would only be on if I'm actually out performing police duties, a traffic stop, or I decide because I'm a sworn officer, I would answer a call, back up another officer, then it would go on like normal, but not there. No.
Welcome. Good morning. Good afternoon. Man, I need to fill up the humidifier.
16 and exhibit 25.
When you become a member of this channel, you get all of your, well, you get your comments on screen.
Mr. Terry, Jason, either one's fine.
So, I'm going to say Officer Terry, because it feels appropriate here in this
Yes, sir.
setting.
Yes, sir.
Officer Terry, you clearly have a lot of experience as a trained officer doing these kind of investigations. Part of your training and experience, you're trained for thoroughness in these kind of investigations. Is that fair?
Yeah, based upon the information that's provided to me, yes.
Sure, you're provided information and then you're trained to execute on that information in as thorough a manner as possible, right?
I try, yes.
And part of that is to gather anything that might be potential evidence, right?
Based on the information we have, yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
And this is particularly true when we know it's a very serious case, right?
Potentially, yes.
And at this point in time, in this case, you had been communicating with Detective Reese, who's a homicide detective, right?
Yeah, and I talked with Sergeant Dickerson from homicide.
Who's also from homicide.
Yes.
So you knew that this was potentially a homicide investigation.
Potentially, yes. Just due to the, yes,
They were treating it as if it might be a homicide investigation. Is that fair?
yes.
Usually homicide doesn't get involved if this is something that might not be treated as a homicide investigation. Is that fair?
Not necessarily. If it's something of importance, of something they need, the homicide guys are generally considered the best detectives around. They will, something an unknown such as this initially, it can go to them, yes.
But the information you have is that they were concerned about it being a poisoning. Is that
Possible ingestion of poison or in this case, a drug.
that might have been something like a homicide, right?
It could have been, yes.
So in that situation, everybody's kind of trying to do their absolute best job, right?
Yes.
Preserve the most evidence possible.
Preserve what we can, yes.
And so that information that you had was, we look for anything that could be related to potential poisoning, right?
Based on, yes, what homicide detectives have told me.
And of course, you're taking directive from Detective Reese. Is it Sergeant or Lieutenant Dickerson?
I don't know what his rank is now.
Chris Dickerson,
Thank
right?
you. Yes.
Okay. So you're taking directive from those two in terms of what you should be focusing on.
Right. Correct.
And obviously, if you see something that sticks out to you, you're going to collect that as well.
Yes, I'm gonna ask about it. If it fits in with the information they have, it's a relative, I'll ask them.
And you have some, in particular, since you're a very experienced officer, you have some leeway to collect additional things that maybe appear important to the case, right?
Oh, yeah, I would definitely talk to them about it because they're the one executing the search warrant. But yes, of course, I would talk to them about it.
So your kind of limitations are you don't collect anything without their approval.
No, I don't need their approval, but like I said earlier, it's their scene. It's their responsibility regarding, because they're in charge of the investigation. And I would talk to them about it. Let them know we have this might be something we need to collect or we don't. I would talk to them about it if there was any kind of conflict. That's a really good team over there on the homicide unit. I've worked with them several times. So that wouldn't be an issue communicating, but I would definitely want them to know I'm just not going to arbitrarily start grabbing stuff. So yeah, it would be discussed with them.
But ultimately, they give the yay or nay on what you're collecting.
They can. I mean, I can collect it anyway, but yeah, they can give the yay or nay because, like I said, they're the ones that have all the available knowledge that you can at that time because they talk to everyone involved. So, I trust what they're saying.
So the information that you had is potential poisoning, potentially drugs were involved, and we need to collect things that could be related to that information.
Right, and potentially a pink liquid.
Pink liquid.
Yes.
And you knew you were directed to collect the clear glasses, right?
Yes.
And the pink liquids.
Yes.
Before we get into the specific things that you collected, I'm going to put a kind of pin in that.
Yeah.
Did you have information that people had already been to that apartment before you had been there?
Yes.
What information did you have about that?
That just, I think family and friends had gone in previously, documented what they saw inside and collected a comforter and packaged that comforter.
Do you
Said
understand
so
that that was kind of
nonchalantly.
in coordination with law enforcement?
No, not with us, no.
Tell us more.
In your experience in working homicide cases, serious cases, is that kind of what you want in a scene?
No, it's not preferred.
What would you prefer in a scene?
I would prefer that we have the initial access, just if for nothing else, how things are collected, packaging, the ordering, which is done. That's much more preferred. It's much more way to keep everything secure.
What concerns does that raise for you?
Several different concerns, but just generally the security of the crime scene.
When you say security, what does that mean? 'Cause that sounds like
Evidence.
No, security of the crime scene just means that the crime scene itself remains as pristine as possible.
pristine, like nothing's been moved, nothing's been touched inadvertently.
Correct, yes.
Because you want to see an exact snapshot of how something that's supposedly a crime scene was at the time, right?
As close as you can.
That makes your job, your ability to collect and preserve evidence, you can do it exactly how it was at the time.
Yes, as close as possible.
As
Yes,
close as possible.
yes, sir.
Sure. Did you have access to any videos or anything of what happened when people were at the apartment before you went?
No,
Were you given a description of what occurred when the people went to the apartment?
just a brief description regarding, what exactly they did, yes.
Were you told how many times people went to the apartment?
No, I was just told that once, but I don't know if there was other times.
If you were processing the comforter, which we know was removed prior to your presence, how would you have handled the comforter?
After photographing it and doing the same sequence I would do with everything else, it would be placed probably at that point leaving the scene, just because comforters are somewhat difficult to package, and even the oversized bags, that wouldn't be done on scene.
Sir, are you saying that you would or would not put it in a clean plastic garbage bag? Is that official protocol? Standard operating procedure? Please let us know.
More likely it would be packaged on scene in a biohazard, one of those big red biohazard bags, and put in that and secured for transportation.
And are biohazard bags specialized?
Yeah, there's just, like I said, the big red bags that have biohazard on it.
So does that mean nothing can get in or out?
That's a trash bag, yeah. I mean, it still has to be secured, but yes.
Is it different from like a store trash bag?
I'm not sure of the quality of it. To me, they
Stop
might
and shop
feel
bag
sturdier, but I really don't
to
know.
put taillight pieces in?
Is it closed fully, like you tie it fully off?
You have to tie it fully off, yes.
And that's your protocol?
Yes. Well, yeah, that's what I would do.
You then put it inside of like a paper bag that's sealed?
Well, no, not for transport. I would just put it inside there, and generally, depending on the possible biohazard, and if there's a lot of liquid, if not, I will place it on some butcher paper that I kept inside the van, or absent the butcher paper, use some of those, the evidence bags, lay that down and set it on top of there.
If there was any kind of biological material like chunks of vomit, to be blunt,
Yeah.
is that something you would collect independently?
No.
That you just leave that on the comforter?
I would leave that. At best, I might do a swab, just to be on the safe side, but that would lay us down the comforter.
I want to talk about, Your Honor, permission to publish photographs from Exhibit 16 to the release. I want to ask you a few questions about some of the photographs that you took.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't know which letter this is, but this is a photograph of Detective Mathis in the island, it appears.
I believe so, yes.
Are you aware if those bottles were already on the island when police officers arrived at the scene?
Way it's described to me, and as I indicate in my crime scene report, they were placed there by the homicide detectives.
So potentially homicide detective, Detective Reese, and whoever he was working
Whoever
with,
was there.
went into the somewhere and took them out.
Yes.
You know where they took them out from?
I believe it was the refrigerator, from what I was told.
You didn't actually witness that.
No.
You don't know where.
I pointed that out as well.
No.
You don't know. Do you know when they took them out?
No, not exactly, no.
Not exactly.
You indicated you did not take samples of any of these food items. Is that right?
No, I did not.
So we didn't take samples of these cookies. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir, that's correct.
Do we know what's inside this bowl right here? And this is a close-up photograph of the food.
Yeah, I believe from looking on the outside, it was gravy. I think the other one had some noodle-ish type thing in it, I believe, if I remember correctly.
If we had information in this trial that this was a chicken Alfredo dinner, is it possible that was Alfredo sauce?
Yeah, it was possible, yes.
But you did not take a sample of the Alfredo sauce.
I did not know.
And you did not take a sample of what looks like it could be spaghetti in here?
No, I did not.
And do you know what's inside these foil packs?
I don't recall. I'm thinking breadsticks, but I can't specifically recall.
So in a case that is potentially a poisoning case, none of the food items were collected.
No.
That means, so far as you know, none of the food items were tested today.
They were not, no.
And that was a decision that Detective Reese made?
Collectively, they said, based on the information, the pink liquid being talked about, that they identified these liquids as what they want to collect.
At any point in time, did you have a discussion with Detective Reese and say, out of an abundance of caution, maybe we should collect a little bit of this?
I don't recall having that conversation.
Just to orient everybody in the court reporter here, this is a picture of the island facing the sink.
Yes.
And next to the sink, do you see a sort of a pink cup with a top on it?
Yeah.
Yes, circled right there. Thank you. Do you recall ever looking inside that pink cup?
I don't recall. That would be something I would have done, but I don't recall that. No.
And my understanding is you did not collect that pink cup.
I did not know.
Do you recall ever having a conversation with Detective Reese about collecting that pink cup?
No.
Do you recall attempting to take any kind of swab or anything out of that pink cup?
No.
And just because we're talking about swabs a little bit, it is potentially possible at crime scenes to get very, very trace amounts of evidence from surfaces, from cups, from other places. Is that right?
Yes.
Sometimes, especially in drug cases, I mean, drugs can leave like very, very small amounts can be found places, right?
Correct.
And so that was not something that was ever collected or tested. So far as you know.
No.
And this, to orient everybody, this is the picture kind of a bed and the nightstand. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir.
And on the nightstand, that I think was mentioned earlier, there is another cup, right?
That's correct.
Do you remember ever looking or investigating the cup specifically?
Yeah, I don't believe there was anything inside.
Do you remember if you took a swab of the cup?
Did not.
Do you remember having a discussion with Detective Reese at any point in time about whether that cup should be collected?
No.
And so that was never an item that was collected or preserved or tested so far as you're aware?
No.
Similarly, this is we noted some kind of supplement or something on the bedstand.
Mhm.
Do you remember looking inside the supplement bottle?
I did. I do remember looking inside. I don't remember it seeing anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, and there's no pictures in there, right?
No, there's not.
Do you know down in this nightstand, there is a green item?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that green item is?
I don't recall. No.
Next to the bed, there's a backpack.
Yes,
At any point in time, did you look inside the backpack?
I did.
Okay, and there's no pictures inside the backpack?
No.
So that's not something that was necessarily preserved.
Hot take. I think women need to be detectives and not men. Women are just 10 times more nosy and like crazy. I think we could help elevate this profession. Just saying.
The backpack?
Yeah,
No.
based on your investigation.
No.
This window, and this is in the bedroom picture of the window. You indicated that the shades were down. That's exactly how it was when you got there.
Yes.
Do you know, when you look out that window, what you're looking at?
I believe it's the balcony based upon a floor plan I've seen of those apartments over there. I believe it's the balcony.
Do you know what is behind the apartment complex?
That I do not. I'm trying to remember which side that was on. It could be, depending on which way it's facing. I don't know.
Is it a business?
Oh no, I have to
If
get
it
up.
could be, if it's on, if you're looking at the front of the building from the parking lot, it's to the left. There are businesses through there.
1 second.
this photograph of the closet, I understand when you testified earlier, you looked inside the closet, but you did not do a thorough search of the closet.
No, I did not.
So here we have some little sort of like a jewelry box kind of thing with drawers. Is that right?
Appears to be, excuse me.
You didn't look inside the jewelry box drawers at all.
I did not. No.
We have sort of several clothing drawers that are maybe closed. It's hard to tell if they're closed or open. You didn't look inside any of those.
I did not.
Up top here, it appears that there are several boxes stacked up, maybe shoe boxes, kind of 2 rows deep at least. Is that correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Did you look inside any of those boxes?
I did not know.
Here there are like sort of cloth tubs almost. Did you pull any of those down and look inside any of those?
I did not.
I know that you've done a lot of investigations and probably some drug investigations. Are there a plethora of places inside this closet where drugs could be hidden?
Could be, yes.
So there was a question about, well, you didn't find any drugs in this house, but is it common for people to leave all of their drugs just sitting out every time?
No.
And this is a better picture of all the boxes that are up there, shoe boxes and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Just to confirm, you didn't pull down and look at any of those, right?
I did not.
This bathroom, there's a number of drawers and cabinets in here. Is that right?
Yes,
I didn't notice any pictures inside any of the drawers or cabinets. Did you look inside there?
yes. That would be normal. Open the drawer or open the bottom. Yes.
Was there anything like a medicine cabinet or anywhere inside there?
No,
So even like things like Tylenol or Band-Aids or first aid kind of stuff, that wasn't in any of there?
I didn't notice any. They didn't have the traditional cabinet that you open from the mirror, that type of thing. No.
Did you find any spot in this apartment where that stuff was kept?
No, I don't recall it. No.
And here, and I think this is just a different angle, here we have like a cooler and some tubs,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't look at any of those, did you?
No, so, I mean, the one on top, it was open, but other than that, no.
There was one thing at the beginning.
Did he say he only has one more? Oh.
I've got my exhibit pictures on flip around. This is the picture in the kitchen facing Detective Mathis.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there was a question here about this surveillance camera.
Yes, sir.
You did not collect that surveillance camera, did you?
No, I did not.
Were you provided any information prior to doing your work here that there was some concern about the surveillance camera?
No.
As part of your job as a crime scene investigator, do you occasionally have an opportunity to take fingerprint samples?
Yes.
And what does that process kind of entail?
Fingerprint samples involve just, like I said, it's fingerprint powder on the surface, depending on the surface. Seeing if there's any ridges and details, and lifting them with lift tape.
And you can't always get fingerprints from every surface, right?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir.
So, I mean, it looks like that in TV shows a lot, but it's often very tough, isn't it?
Correct, yes, sir.
But potentially, if there was an allegation that an item was moved by somebody, that could be a candidate for.
Talk about it.
Couldn't it have been?
Could it be, based on your question? Yes.
But at no point in time were you asked to collect that security camera, were you?
I was not, no.
And so far as you're aware, that was not collected or processed.
Not by me. I don't know if it ever was, but not by me, no, sir.
You guys straighten out our. One second, I have another couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 25C.
This is absolutely an accurate statement.
Label
Yes, sir.
from the property.
Okay.
In the bottom left corner, it indicates that it was received on 2/25/9/30.
That's the date of incident as listed on the 110 form is the property sheet. Because you have to list the date collected and the date of the incident. And that initial complaint number was for that date and time. I don't know why it's listed that way in the system.
Right. Yeah, that's not what it says, though, right? It says received on.
Yes, correct.
And you don't know why it says that?
No, sir, I do not.
And I don't want to give the impression that I'm anti-police because that could be nothing could be further from the truth. But what a cluster. My local department really messed up a case. They admit to it. Hi, Kevin. And it's just like, it's a statement of fact. You've probably heard me, if you're a regular, you've heard me talk about it before, the Emily Noble case.
When you received the comforter, was the washcloth in the same bag as the comforter?
I believe it was, yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can you read the records?
I think this guy attorney is much, the prosecuting attorney with white hair, I think he's much better than the chick on his, co-counsel. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but he seems to ask good questions for the state.
Like the same Officer Terry then, but
Yes, sir.
Mr. Terry, with respect to was the washcloth then tucked in with the comforter?
I believe so. I mean, I could see it in there, so I knew it was in there.
Counsel asked about the collection of evidence and you try to do your best job, correct?
Yes, sir.
And wearing gloves is one of the main things, correct?
Yes, sir.
In collecting evidence.
Yes, sir.
I asked about drugs and scenes of homicide. I believe you said was previous call you'd been on was drug related?
It was a death scene, and one of the things I recovered was, I believe it was a mirror that had some white powder on it.
Oh,
And have you worked overdose deaths?
I
I
have.
turned on my humidifier.
And at those scenes, do you see paraphernalia and drugs?
Yes, if it's an overdose scene, generally the last drug they took or a portion of it or the packaging of it is going to be right there.
Even though they had friends in the apartment cleaning up,
In this scene?
No, sir.
poking around.
The counsel asked about the backpack that you looked in.
Mhm.
Do you remember recall what was in it? Was anything?
I don't recall. It was nothing that stood out of being of value, so I don't recall what was in there.
Now, one thing as well, that goes back to kind of doing the best job with gloves. Unlike TV, perhaps, but do you wear like biohazard suits?
No, I mean, there are certain criteria and protocol where we would, but 99.9% of the time, no, we do not.
Okay. And were you wearing one of those suits, biohazard suits at the previous incident that you went to?
I was not, no.
All right. And at this scene?
No,
I don't
sir.
have any pictures of you.
No, sir.
Okay. And did you change clothes from one scene to another?
No, sir.
Yeah.
One of the things about wearing gloves, would that be to try as much as possible to avoid contamination?
Yes.
Can that possibility be 100% humanly eliminated from any scene?
No, we can try our best to make it as unlikely as possible, but I cannot make it where it's impossible.
Like you said, folding the comforter into a bag is one of the difficult things.
Very difficult, yes.
And as you're doing that, do you have to?
You try your best not to make any direct contact with the comforter for a lot of different reasons. One, you don't want to contaminate it, anything on it. So it's one reason the more things are
So
handled.
do I, Steve.
I think, I don't want to mess anything up. And two, in a situation like that, I believe when I folded that up and put it in, I needed assistance from one of the other crime scene investigators to fold it up. Generally, you're holding it outside your body, trying to fold it up, roll it up in a correct way, in a tight enough way to make sure you can get it in the mouth of that sack.
Should have asked
If
this
not,
girl's
there are tools there we
friend
have to actually build our own bags for these comforters.
for help.
Going back to do the best you can.
Yes, sir.
That's my question.
Any other questions?
I know that this is not like everyone's wearing a biohazard suit for your part of this, but you were aware the scene was contaminated before you even got there, right?
Well, it depends. What's your definition of contaminated?
Well, it was in one of the detective's reports. I think that's his word. That
It's which detective, and that's a term. Somebody just being inside to collect an article does not automatically mean contaminated scene. You look up any definition of crime scene contamination, if you can find one, and most everything in there has to deal with unintended transferring of physical or biological to a scene, or the unintended alteration of a scene. Their act was purposeful. It was as the best way they knew how because they thought it was their only option.
you don't know if contamination occurred, do you?
I do not know, but you can't, that in of itself does not automatically, somebody's presence there does not automatically go, that's contamination.
Gotcha. But it could have been.
Could have, yes.
And the chances increase when there's civilians coming around the scene, right?
Civilians, first responders, basically medical examiners, anybody who goes in that scene has a potential, yes.
And this was not a case where we believe that someone was shooting up, we had information someone was shooting up drugs and there were needles and a bunch of drugs laying out. That wasn't the allegations, right?
No.
So you would have expected to find a bunch of needles and drugs laying around on the floor, right?
Well, if it was drug related or drug poisoning, I would expect, if it was self-administered, I would expect some paraphernalia, a baggie or something to be there.
That's not what you were investigating at that time.
No, at that time, there were a lot of unknowns, suspicious. I believe all I knew at that time was pinkish liquid, the phone conversation that was had between Miss Denny and her friend, and that she was transported on life support. Believed it was poison, in this case a drug. That's why I labeled it as a possible unknown drug on the vials I collected. That was the extent.
And despite all those unknowns, there were still at least 2 cups you didn't collect, right?
Yes,
And several items of food that you didn't collect, right?
but collects some samples. They will, yeah. And the only reason I correct that, our partner will not accept food products in that sense. But yes, you're correct.
Despite those
Yes, sir.
unknowns,
Yes,
there
sir.
were at
It's
least
actually
some
Coke,
incidents.
but
Sure, yes, sir.
cheers, mate.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you'll step down the hallway, we'll take a short break.
Why? Why are we taking a short break, Your Honor? Daylight is. I can't think of a funny thing to say. Okay, so
Next witness, please.
Nicole Dowell,
Who is it?
Nicole Dowell, Your Honor, with the Metro National Crime Lab.
Okay.
oh my God, kill me. Nope, sorry, didn't mean it.
And you're requesting her introduce what?
I'm sorry.
You're requesting that she introduce what?
She's gonna look at states exhibit 17 through 24.
Okay. All right, we'll be in 15 minutes.
Closing at 15-minute recess.
How long? Did he say 15 minutes? I feel like he probably said 15 minutes. Okay. Let's finish showing you what I was going to show you this morning. Who's the USA playing tonight? This is the mind of someone with severe ADD. Not ADHD, just ADD.
Or touching anything in the apartment.
No, other than, there was discussion on whether to leave the blinds up in the bedroom and the camera location being weird, because, Jade,
Oh my God. No wonder the
Just-
defense took this case.
we talked about that and whether or not we should close the blinds.
And you recall whether or not you did or didn't close the blinds.
They were closed when we left.
And how about the camera? Was it left in the same location or moved back to the kitchen?
No, Jade was adamant about moving it back to the kitchen where it's supposed
Rose,
to be.
go back. I can't.
I
Trying to-
moved it. I folded it up within itself and put it in the back.
Whatever was in the bag, stay in that.
Yes,
That's all.
Is that how you were directed to package up evidence by your son?
no one directed me the way to package.
No, nothing else.
Okay. All right, thank you. You can step down and have a seat.
Okay,
Girl
what's
bar.
going on right now?
Just kind of showing me where she's going to put things. We went to the baby's room and she was showing me the things that she had ordered from or got from Facebook Marketplace. The ultrasound was kind of out. It was just giving all things girl mom preparing for a baby.
And,
And
look
you
at how
said
much
that
she's
the sending messages
smiling.
to Social media, would she send messages to you and her other close friends?
Yes,
And did you receive a lot of pictures from sending?
I did.
I guess, can you describe them? What type of pregnancy pictures did she send?
I'm assuming the state's going to
She would
close
send
after this.
pictures at the gym, holding her belly. She would send pictures
Nope.
of her at home, videos. And she was kind of almost like documenting it. Like she would say how many weeks she was in a couple of videos. And she would like rub on her belly and was just like loving on her.
And
Okay,
that
that's
Monday
cute.
night, or not Monday night, but it was 2 days before, so that Thursday night, you said you went to her apartment, is that right?
And gas. And as I was walking back to my car, I get a phone call from Jade and I answered it. I was like, hello, just normal. And she immediately starts saying, what did you do? What did you put in my drink?
Look at my eyes.
Then I heard her say, Blaise, you're scaring me. And he was like, you're scaring me. And she was like, I know you put something in my drink. She's like, I knew my drink tasted funny. And she was asking him to empty his pockets. And she was like, let me see what's in your pockets. Let me see. And he was like, I don't have anything. So this whole time I'm like, Jade, like
The lighting is awful. I had planned to take my computer downstairs and do this interview for my studio. That's not going to happen. I think he should have been the one to. Never mind. What are you doing over there, Ed? What you up to? No good, huh?
Take a moment and read those first 3 texts to yourself and let me know when you're done. I'm going to go down 4 texts.
This was brutal.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Yes,
did you
I
suggest
have,
that
Kevin.
You guys should do it together.
Yes.
Thank you.
They bad girl. They bad girl.
Now, you would oftentimes, would you not, reach out to Ms. Bennett and ask her to help you secure drugs, wouldn't you?
Oh,
Marijuana.
damn.
Adderall as well, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so more than marijuana.
Okay. Yes.
Major trafficking.
You did that more than once.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna be loud. Oh no, they. Willis said he's confused as to what he's watching. Currently, we are on break from day 3 of the Blaise Taylor trial, taking place in Nashville, Tennessee, where he is alleged to have poisoned his then pregnant girlfriend. He is a former NFL scout for the Tennessee Titans, and he claims that it wasn't him. And right now, we are rewatching some of the highlights. I hate to use that word, from day 2, which highlights for which I literally crashed out over. So enjoy. Fixed it. Let me know if you have any questions or want to see anything. I'd rather be paying attention to what's going on the screen, but got to do what we got to do. This went from 0 to 100 so much faster than I had anticipated. Quite frankly, I thought I had picked another dud of a trial. But that I did not. This has just been unbelievable. They're going to come back from break here in a few minutes. And I don't want to start the lunchtime video that I had planned. Believable. And big shout out to Josh for providing us with some of the inside scoop, because he has connections to this case. Wild. Some boomer thought it would be the comforter.
The doctor talking about that.
So when you were talking about it, you would have to figure out the last time she had a cycle and when she had sex.
You can't tell her what she did or didn't know. We just have to wait.
Now, was there not a time that Ms. Benny would infuse the food that she cooked with marijuana?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance.
We've already had that discussion. Did you know that?
I did.
You said you did know? And she would do that, would she not?
She has before.
Thank you. Now,
It's a
when you
vibe.
were discussing who the father was of this baby, there was another gentleman that was in the running. Was that true?
Yes.
In the running.
His name is Dave.
And at the time that you guys were making this discussion or having this discussion, this was the time that she was in fact pregnant, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
This was the time.
That was the discussion with Ms. Benny about Dad after he knew.
This judge
Yes.
just
And in
jumping
that
in.
conversation, You were asking, and she was talking about the mushrooms, and you were asking her to ask this.
Objection, Your Honor, to the hearsay.
What is your question?
This was a discussion they were having together.
Well, it's still may be hearsay, but what is your question?
You guys were discussing drugs then too, were you not?
Objection, Your Honor, to the hearsay.
This judge
Yes.
he hates her so much.
This is what she was saying with Ms. Benny. And it goes to Ms. Benny's state of
What
mind.
hearsay?
He hates her so
It goes
much.
to Ms. Benny's state of mind as it relates to drugs. This is a drug.
He's so mean.
Mr. Taylor has to be able to put on a defensive theory.
And I actually agree with the defense right now.
After she knew she was pregnant about drugs.
She's
I'm
awful.
not sure. I don't know.
Would it assist you if I was to allow you to look at Texas?
This is the game we're gonna play, just like your boyfriend from yesterday. Can I see that? Take your time. Read what's on the papers. All the papers? Sir, we are not asking you to read a synthesis or a symposium or whatever the hell it's called. I was just talking. Like, be getting me worked up and all feisty right before my
What time frame check do you want?
chill interview.
And you love it too.
Ooh, I hear thunder.
I'm just kidding.
See if there's multiple copies.
Oh my God.
I'll have to get a copy so you can ahead of time.
You got 10/29/11 too, and something else.
Yeah, I'll get all of them. Just making sure that it's-
Why did she talk so fast? I object.
All right, let the jury step down the hallway.
I object. I object. This isn't that right, and they weren't going fast enough. So I object.
I'll get both copies of them.
How many taps do you want to show this young lady?
I'm trying to get them all correct.
How many do you want to show?
About 8,
All right, we have copies of them.
Here. I look like I've been through a lot at this point. I noticed that I took off my bra. My hair is scattered. We delayed my interview that I was supposed to have at 7 p.m. It was quite the afternoon in court yesterday.
All right, go ahead.
So, Ms. Jackson, during the month of October, it is in fact true that Ms. Benning was in fact doing drugs, was it not?
She smoked marijuana.
And some other shit, right?
Not sure.
And once you guys found out that she was pregnant, you then sent her a text message and said, like, you've been drinking, didn't you?
I said that?
Yes.
Yes.
And what you were doing was calling her out that, oh my God, you're pregnant and you've been drinking. Isn't that correct?
No.
That's not what you meant by that?
No.
What do
And
you
it was
mean?
after that she no longer spoke with you about she herself doing any drugs. Is that right?
Could you ask that again, please?
Yes. After that text message that you sent her saying, like, you've been drinking, after that text message, she no longer sent you a text message about drinking or doing any drugs. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
So she could have sent some after that?
I'm not sure.
And also, we discussed the fact that you guys had to determine who the father was, and you determined that it was Blaise's, correct?
Yes.
But there was a time when she took those home pregnancy tests that you talked about. You remember that? And she sent you a picture of those home pregnancy tests that you testified to.
Mhm.
During that time, she herself was considering an abortion, wasn't she?
She was not.
Perjury! Perjury!
Well, did
Perjury!
you guys discuss possibly going to Indiana?
In terms of, she wasn't sure what she wanted
To
do.
visit
The abortion was not
the cows?
answer. We were just discussing as friends, what did the future look like?
Well, you were going to go to Indiana to possibly have an abortion. She was going to go to possibly have an abortion.
Objection, Your
correct?
Honor. Let's look at this here.
There isn't even a fucking Kings Island there, ho.
Discussion was about.
I asked her about Indiana one time, we never went,
Exactly.
and we never talked about it again.
Well, why would you talk about it if it wasn't an option for her?
We were just discussing as girls, as friends, like what.
Didn't you also say on one occasion, well, 2 weeks, you need to decide because it'll be too late? Didn't you say that to her?
I didn't see that. Can I please see that?
You may.
She was just filled with anger. She started off on the stand smiling, acting like this was like the best. If I didn't think that the judge was possibly going to throw out this case, I would have said, screw it, let's go ahead with the interview. But there is some major going on. And he has,
Okay, so you were discussing it because she was considering an abortion, correct?
We were just discussing. She didn't say she was getting an abortion.
I understand, but she was considering it, wasn't she?
Objection, Your Honor. She was mischaracterizing the witness's testimony.
I disagree with that
She
objection.
said she checked that. She didn't know what Ms. Benning was considering. Go ahead.
So when Ms. Benning then texts you, well, you text Ms. Benning, you need to find out ASAP. This is on November the 2nd. She responds, Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision. She was speaking about an abortion, was she not?
I already said that we discussed multiple
let me move
options.
mine.
It wasn't like a definitive answer.
Okay.
We were just talking.
So when this,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
when Mr. Taylor reached back out to Miss Bennett on December 31st, after he no longer considered an abortion, it's no different. It was just different times. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry.
What is your question? That's a statement.
That was a very
Isn't that correct? That's a question.
intense.
When Mr. Taylor-
What Mr. Taylor told.
When Mr. Taylor reached back out to Miss Bennett on December 31st, do you remember that?
I don't remember the day when he reached back out. It was, I don't know.
Do you remember when she told you she went to the park with Mr. Taylor
I did.
on January the 1st?
Yes.
And they sat there for 4 to 5 hours and talked? And after that date, did she ever tell you that Mr. Taylor talked to her about having an abortion after that?
I don't recall.
So is it your statement that he could have, or you don't recall him ever saying that?
Is there messages that I could potentially read about it?
I can give you the messages between you and Ms. Bennett from January 1st all the way up to February 25th if you would like me to.
I'm speaking about this question that you're asking me now.
My question is from January 1st of 2023 until February 25th of 2023. Did Ms. Bennett ever come to you about Mr. Taylor trying to pressure her or ask her to get an abortion? Yes or no, ma'am?
Just say it.
Thank you.
We do not believe you. You are okay. All right, that's enough raging. So basically, let me move my mic. This chick, she, as I was saying and stopped so I wasn't making it difficult for you guys to hear, when this best friend of hers went on the stand, she was smiling and she acted as though it was like going to be the best Insta op. Excuse me. And she, I think, had some realization that she was acting inappropriately. So then she began crying. And it was at this point that she told the jurors about a conversation that she had with her best friend, during which she told her best friend that if Blaise didn't step up, she would be the baby's dad and they could live together and raise the baby together. Oh, and she didn't see any of the things inside the apartment that we just went over with that cop.
She should be able to.
And I told the jury this, that we may go closer to one before we break or even after, depending on what witnesses, just since there's a ceremony, we may need to extend the lunch hour or down the hall.
Wait, what? Wait, I'm going to pull up chat. I want to see what they're saying.
All right, you'll step up, raise your right hand. And
Please swear the testimony you're about to give to you the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Dowell. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. Yes,
Yes, my name is Nicole Dowell, NICOLEDOWELL.
Ms. Dowell, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department Crime Laboratory
How long have you been with the crime lab?
for 12 years.
What is your current assignment at the crime lab?
I'm a forensic scientist in the Drug Identification Unit.
Can you walk the jury through your history at the crime lab and what kind of positions you've held?
Sure. I was hired in 2014 as a forensic technician, and then in 2015, I was promoted to a forensic scientist.
Can you describe your job at the crime lab?
Yes. My job is to analyze submitted evidence for the absence or presence of controlled substances.
And what kind of training have you had for your job?
I had to complete an internal training program that consisted of assigned readings, lectures, observation of senior scientists, practical exams, and a competency exam.
Okay, what's your education background?
I earned a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Eastern Kentucky University.
And are you required to have ongoing training?
We're not required, but we do. I participate in continuing education by attending seminars and workshops in my specific discipline.
Your Honor, this one I would like to ask the
Okay.
witness.
Thank you.
Okay, actually,
My CV.
I typed it. For those of you just now joining us, this is day 3 of the Blaise Taylor trial, and I just got a question about the pregnancy and the clips that I was just showing. Basically, she was living a pretty fast, risky lifestyle. I think there's no denying that. And she often used marijuana, and she often used it as well to infuse her foods with. And she often sold said thing. I have to be careful because it's YouTube. And so now there is reasonable doubt as to could she have opened something and OD'd? There are a lot of legitimate concerns now based on the absolute disgraceful job with the chain of custody and the evidence handling. And I hope that helps.
Have you ever testified in court as an expert in drug ID?
Yes,
About how many times?
approximately 8 times.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to tender Ms. Dow as an expert in drug ID.
Okay. Or again, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Dow will be allowed to give an expert opinion in her field, and lay witness or untrained witness would not be allowed to give. You can place such weight upon her testimony as you choose to. Okay.
Yes, sir, and at this time, could we mark her CV as the
Okay.
state's next exhibit 26?
All right.
Ms. Dowell, were you asked to review evidence relating to a Metro Nashville Police Department complaint number ending in 0532?
Yes,
Does the crime lab assign unique lab case numbers to all the evidence it receives?
yes, it does.
Okay, and what was that crime lab number associated with that complaint number I just gave you?
Do you have the report?
Did you create a report in this case?
Yes,
No.
I did.
I wonder why my allergies were so bad yesterday and today.
The crime lab number is CL-23-001060.
And what type of evidence did you receive from the police department for this case?
I received drinking glasses, empty bottles, and liquid residues and liquid.
And what do you do when you receive evidence from the police department?
When I received the evidence from my evidence receiving unit, I take it back to the unit. I photograph the evidence, then I open, inventory the contents, collect weights, sample, and then start performing my testing.
Ms. Howell, where's the crime lab located?
It's located in Madison Precinct on the second floor.
At this time, I would like to show her state's exhibits 17 through 24.
Oh,
All right.
hey, I have to look around.
Now, if you could just look at all of the pieces of evidence Mr. Evans is going to hand you and say whether or not you review this evidence.
Okay. This is submission 008, and yes, I did test this evidence.
Okay, what is that?
This is a clear drinking glass, and I can tell that I tested the evidence because of the evidence tape and my initials and the date. This is submission 007, also a clear drinking glass. And again, I have to see the crime lab tape with my initials and the date on it, so I did test this out.
Piece by piece by piece. Oi.
This is submission 006. Inside the paper bag were 2 empty bottles. I also can see the yellow crime lab tape and my initials and date, indicating I tested this item. These are submissions 003, 004, and 005. They are amounts of liquid said to be removed from drinking containers. I can tell that I tested them because, again, the yellow crime lab tape, and they have my initials and date on them.
Ms. Dowell, 009 and 010, the comforter and the washcloth, did you test those pieces of evidence at the crime lab?
No,
And why is that?
because it was suspected to contain biological material, and we do not test biological material in the drug identification unit.
Okay, what do you do with that type of evidence?
It is outsourced to a third-party laboratory.
And is NMS Labs something the crime lab routinely sends evidence to?
Yes,
And was that done in this case?
yes, it was.
With that blue comforter and the yellow washcloth?
Yes,
And Ms. Dowell, were these pieces of evidence given to you in a sealed condition?
yes, they were.
Okay, would you accept them if they were not sealed?
I would make it, if they were not sealed, a note would be made in my case file and it would be included on the report.
How is property stored at the crime lab?
When it's received into the crime lab, it's stored in the evidence receiving unit in one of their vaults until an analyst has been assigned. And then once the scientist or analyst is assigned the case, they notify evidence receiving unit that they'd like to pick up the evidence. Then custody is transferred to the scientist and they will take the evidence back to their specific unit. So drug identification unit in my case, and then it will be stored in the drug identification vault, inside of my personal storage locker until I'm ready to perform the analysis.
And Ms. Dowell, you are not an expert in toxicology, is that correct?
That's correct.
As part of generating your report in this case, does the report contain weight in the results of your testing?
Yes, it does.
Can you walk the jury through what type of testing you did for the pieces of evidence?
Yes. So 2 tests are required in the drug identification unit. Both of the tests that I performed on each piece of evidence involved a technique called chromatography. Chromatography allows you to separate components of a mixture. But to do that, you employ a stationary phase and a mobile phase. The stationary phase remains still throughout the whole testing process, while the mobile phase, which is typically a gas or a liquid, flows over the stationary phase. Thin layer chromatography is a preliminary test that was used in this case. A glass plate coated with silica is the stationary phase. The sample is then spotted onto the plate along with a solution containing known drug standards. That plate is then placed in a solvent system. As the solvent rises vertically up the plate, separation occurs. This happens because some of the components of the mixture react differently or more strongly to the silica. So if they react more strongly to the silica, they will not travel as far up the plate. If they don't react as strongly, they will travel further. Once the solvent reaches the top of the plate, it is removed and placed in a visualization tank containing iodine. Iodine vapor allows us to visualize those spots. And then we can compare the unknown sample spots to the known sample spots, standard spots, excuse me. The confirmatory test used in this case is called gas chromatography mass spectrometry, or GCMS. It is two separate instruments that are combined together. The gas chromatograph, again, allows for separation of components in a mixture. So in this case, the sample is injected into the instrument where it is vaporized. So it's now in a gaseous phase. It flows through a column, and that column has an internal coating, which is the stationary phase in this case. So a column, you can think of it like a long, thin straw. So if the inside of the straw is where the coating is. The mobile phase, in this case, is helium. It flows through the column and helps the components, it helps the components of the mixture travel through the column.
Just got a little nervous,
Again,
that's all.
it depends on how strongly each component reacts to that column coating, how long it will take to travel through the column. Once it travels through the column, it enters into the mass spectrometer, where it is then bombarded with electrons and it fragments. That fragmentation pattern is unique, and we can compare that to known drug standards.
And can you tell the jury what the screening is?
Yes, so the screening method is what we use on the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. It allows for us to screen for a wide variety of controlled substances.
And is cocaine one of those substances that it would screen for?
Yes.
And that was done in all the pieces of evidence other than the comforter and the washcloth?
Yes.
And Ms. Dowell, were you able to detect any sort of substance in all of the pieces of evidence you examined?
I didn't detect any controlled substances in any of the items I tested.
How are we here?
Your Honor, if you'll give me 1 minute.
Oh my God, is that it? That can't be it. It's a science expert. Witness, rather. Guys, where are you watching from? Talk to me. Let's chat.
Ms. Dowell, can you walk the jury through if any type of evidence would have been rinsed out or anything like that, if substances would have been picked up?
Yes, so there was a clear drinking glass that didn't appear to have any residue. There was no visible residue or contents. Those glasses were rinsed with methanol. So if there was some type of residue that I couldn't see visibly, I would extract it with the methanol.
Okay, and if these pieces of evidence had been rinsed out prior to the crime lab, would substances,
Tell me why.
likely substances would have popped up?
If they had been rinsed prior to coming into my possession,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't really speak to what happens to it before it comes into my possession.
Ms. Dowell, my question might have been confusing. Not something that you did or rinsed out, but if someone prior to you, not with Metro PD, would have rinsed it out with warm water, soap, anything like that, are these results consistent with that?
Potentially, if the glass contained some kind of
Thank you,
controlled
Grace.
substance and it was washed with water, that could remove some of that controlled substance, yes.
And what else could remove controlled substances from any sort of drinking glass?
I mean, if it's a physical amount of solid material, you could just pour that amount out. It just depends on what it is.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that you heard those noises. I was changing my intro for StreamYard. I'm sorry.
And how much of it is there.
And you testified previously that the drinking glass did not look like it had anything in it, is that correct?
Yes,
I
that's
was
correct.
wondering why people were leaving.
And out of the liquids, you have a red liquid, a light pink liquid, and a clear liquid. There was no substances found in that either, is that correct?
That's correct.
I won't leave this screen.
And those were from the actual bottles, correct? You tested the bottles
Yes, I tested both the bottles and the liquid.
and nothing was
Correct.
in either bottle, the drinking glasses, or the liquid.
Correct.
Your Honor, if I could admit Ms. Dabble's report as the state next exhibit 27.
I am going to go ahead on another tab and listen to what the judge said about the lunch break so that I can prepare. So give me a moment while I'm not paying attention to the chat. Okay. My bad, guys. Sorry.
And Ms. Dowell, if you were not provided with the item or the drinking glass that was used, your testing would not be helpful, is that correct? With this controlled substance in it? It would not have been detected?
If I was not provided with the drinking glass,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the question.
If a drinking glass had contained a controlled substance, but you were not provided with that drinking glass, your testing on the other two would not have been helpful, is that correct?
Correct.
And
Correct.
if the controlled substance had been in the clear drinking glasses, the two you were provided with, that had been rinsed out with water, warm water, cold water, soapy water, it would have removed, it is possible and highly likely that it would have removed that controlled substance.
Yes.
Definitely.
All right, I'll overrule the objection, she's answered. Any other questions?
No, sir. That's the state's.
All right, question on behalf of Mr. Taylor.
Yes, thank you. May I see it?
Good morning, Ms. Dowell.
Good morning.
So
Okay.
you're only testing stuff that you're given, right?
Correct.
You don't really make any sort of investigative decisions about what's tested and what isn't tested, right?
I don't make any investigative decisions as far as what is submitted to the laboratory.
Sure. So things are submitted to you and you test what's submitted, right?
Correct.
May I publish exhibit 27? Sure. To Ms. Dowell? This is your report that's been admitted as exhibit 27. You identified it?
Yes, can you scroll to the last page where my signature is, please?
Oh, yeah, sure. That's your signature there.
Yes.
At the front of this report, it says the submitting officer is Adam Reese. Is that right?
Yes.
So he's the one who submitted the items to you?
No, he's the one that submitted the Form 282 or the forensic services request to our evidence receiving unit.
Oh, so he makes the request as to what gets tested.
In this instance, yes.
Okay. I noticed on here item 7 and 8, there's a clear drinking glass, item 7, right?
Yes,
And then item 8 is identified as a clear drinking glass with light pink residue.
My
Is
goodness.
that kind of your description of it there?
yes, that's my description.
Is that something where you described a process where you kind of do a rinse?
Correct.
Is that a process where you would do the rinse in that glass?
Yes,
And then you would test whatever comes out of the rinse to determine if there's controlled substances?
yes,
And in this situation, there were no controlled substances found in any of this, right?
that's correct.
And there were some questions asked by the state. Isn't it possible that some of these glasses were washed and maybe that's why you didn't find anything? That's kind of what was asked, right?
Yes,
Is it also possible that there were never any drugs in these glasses?
yes, that's a possibility.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Unbelievable.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next.
The next witness is Detective Tom Miller. He is going to be a bit lengthy, and there are some things that I need to show to defense counsel prior to him testifying.
Okay.
Do it.
Someone else to call?
The next person is Dr. Carney, who is the expert, and he has to testify before her, so no.
What do they not have?
Well, from yesterday's testimony, there were some additional exhibits that were added to his testimony, so I need to show them to them before we put them up. That's true.
Okay, I need to proceed on, so if you have a witness, we can call anybody else other than two.
I could call and establish his qualifications, and then I could break after that. That would be helpful.
What a waste of time.
Do y'all know what she's talking about as far as the other exhibits you don't have?
Generally, I have not seen.
Can you give them to them and see if they need a break?
Yeah, I just got one.
Have you guys bought anything on Amazon for Amazon Prime Day? I do have to get a new oh my god. There's like a murder of crows above my house. If you know, you know. That's the term when they fly together. Like right over the pool. My pets aren't outside, so anyways, I have to get a comforter. And so I'm looking for one. Not right now, but like I'm going to have to find one. My alumni association, the little things that make me happy. They
This, maybe somebody else. Are we down to two witnesses? Okay, is there someone else to call other than those two?
We have multiple experts as our next witnesses, and there's a sequence to them.
tough shit.
I'm prepared to call Detective Miller. I just need a few minutes with Mr. Brand.
Okay, what's a few? You had a few, so what else?
Yeah.
Do you have objections or
I feel
something?
like we need 15 minutes because he does have an objection and he wants me to change something, which I'm more than happy to do it, but it's going to take me about 15 minutes.
Here's my magnesium. And I have it on
No other civilian witnesses that you plan on calling?
I do, but again, I need the other two people to testify first.
I think she gave up that privilege when she was late and not ready, not prepared.
All right, let's go to the jury. If you'll step down the hall for 12 minutes.
No, someone didn't steal my comforter. It has seen the most horrific of crimes, having 3 dogs and a cat, and Frank. I just saw that someone threw up last night.
What is it that the state's wanting to introduce that the feds hasn't had
I'm
access
gonna have to wash.
There were a couple of messages and artifacts from Jade phone that were added based off of witness testimony yesterday that happened very late last night. I have people working on it last night and this morning to get everything updated. I just.
How about texts like from October, November 2022?
There are messages from multiple different time periods. He has
So
had,
they didn't have the download.
he has had it. I'm showing him what I am needing to publish, and he has a couple objections that I can easily change.
It's just commentary on the exhibits, that's all we're talking about.
Commentary. Okay, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
I think the culprit was Bitsy, my teacup Yorkie that ate. My teacup Yorkie managed to eat an entire like Mexican restaurant entree, smothered burrito. She is like, this dog is like the, she is the pack leader. She is 3 pounds soaking wet, and she is in for some gastrointestinal distress today. So if you see me just like bolt out of this chair, which I shouldn't with my heart, then it's probably because I see my Yorkie getting sick on my carpets. It hasn't happened yet. No, wood. There we go. It's like not real wood, but it'll have to do. So, and this is just like, this happens every once in a while, having 3 dogs and a cat and a husband. I'm the problem. That's a crime scene. Sounds delicious. Welcome, Nashville. How are you? Did you like the stream yet? Thanks for joining us. We're waiting while they take a break, but I'm currently talking about some items that I need from Amazon. And I want to make it clear, like, yeah, you would see that and be like, why did she like try to make the bed, considering that she saw that? The Frenchie looked comfortable. I can't disturb the Frenchie. Look at this Frenchie. Look at that dog. Look at that dog. Purr. Pearl. Well, I swear she loves me. She just oinked like. What else? Oh, this is the magnesium that I order. I get it delivered every, how many are in here? Every 3 or 4 months with Subscribe and Save on Amazon. If I do not take this at night, I wake up, oh my goodness, y'all. I am in so much pain when I wake up. My legs, just simply from tossing and turning and kicking all night. Like, you would think I'm trying to swim my way out of bed, just kicking. interestingly enough, well, at least it is to me. I thought that I should make a video on the things that I bought for Prime Day last year and provide like a 1-year update on them, because my like $80 water flosser decided to break in December, like after Christmas. So I haven't had my water flosser since then, and I forget to floss. I don't know about you guys, but like I genuinely forget to. I don't like to, but I love the water pick. The water pick is the best invention ever. 10 out of 10 recommend. But the one that I got during Prime Day last year, nah. All right, here's another Prime purchase. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you guys can still hear me. Okay, cool. My Dyson Airwrap. I love it. I love it. If I were to go back and do it again, however, let me show you. I still have a tab open from last night. No, yesterday morning when I was looking at stuff. Dyson Airwrap. They have a new one. Here. Look at this. Look at this. I am going to make this big. And what it does is, hold, is there a video? There better be a video. Is some revolutionary. Oh, I need that. Big one. So what you just saw there is that you use your phone and it tells you when to put your hair like at the bottom of it, and it'll like scoop it up into a curl and it'll hold it there for like 7 seconds, and then 3 seconds it'll do a cold shot of air, and that keeps the curl from falling out throughout the day. And it does all the work for you except for putting your hair like on the actual hair dryer. I just have a regular one and I still love it. It comes with a bunch of different attachments, and one of the people that hates me on the internet, this is actually funny. She created or she took a video of me using my Airwrap totally wrong, thinking that it was going to insult me, when in reality, I see those photos and I can't stop laughing. Like, it was so dumb. I was trying to dry my hair with a non-hair drying element. So there's that. I'm so special, guys. I'm so special. And okay, I'm just trying to check and see what you guys are saying. Okay, what else did I buy last year? Oh, we bought a vacuum for the pool so that like it's a robot and it cleans the bottom of the pools and the sides, and you operate it from your phone, and it'll like tell you when it's time to like change the filter and all that garbage. I really don't use that. Frank is the pool master. It's actually me, but I relinquished my duties of pool master after leaving lifeguarding. So I would buy this instead of the OG version. And believe it or not, this is, so what I just showed you is the like the newest, most fancy version. I just want to show you the non phone one. Like the one that I have, you don't use a phone, and it's this one. What's that? Well, I didn't get that, and I also didn't get, like, some of these attachments. That's the one on the bottom. There's a video of me trying to blow dry my hair with that bottom one, and that's to, like, tame straightaways or flyaways. I think the girls probably know what I'm talking about, even though I'm tripping over my words for no apparent reason. What else did I get last year? Oh my God, this is on my wish list. I can't afford it, but it's usually $500. It's a hands-free camera to use for live streaming, and you can attach it to your like shirt. You could wear it around your neck. It's super tiny, but it has really great resolution, and it shows a wide angle, which is pretty neat compared to the GoPro. Well, yeah, that shows you how big it is. Okay, we're back in court. Let me find where my court stream is. I'll send you, Diane. I'll send you which one we got.
Let's see where, I don't know, but to get through Officer Miller's testimony, I don't know what all it's going to be asked, obviously, to go maybe like 115 and then break.
Was that a question or a statement, Your Honor?
Yeah, I mean, you have to try to pick a time that makes sense before you get into something else.
What do you mean by the new rollers? Like hair rollers or? Diane, you missed this. I have to get an entirely new pool cover. I'll show you. cover right there is torn from a windstorm.
Mr. Allen,
Okay. Raise your right hand.
do you swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, so help you God?
I gotta unfocus it on my face. Oh my God.
Detective Miller, could you please state your full name for the record?
Thomas Miller.
And Detective Miller,
For those of you just joining us, we are watching day 3 of the Blaise Taylor trial. This is a gentleman who was a scout for the NFL, the Tennessee Titans. He is accused of unaliving his pregnant girlfriend as he did not want to be a father. All alleged, accusations. But yesterday's bombshell was that a woman who was close with the family came to the apartment of the decedent, the pregnant woman. Her name is Jade, sorry, and used a plastic bag to collect what I think we would all consider the first or second most important piece of evidence, because she did not think that the police were moving fast enough after day 3. She broke chain of custody. She screwed up the evidence collection. I cannot begin to express how gross I think this is, that this relates so much to Karen Reed in the Stop and Shop bags with the broken taillight pieces. It really flabbergasted me. And there was a expert that came on this morning, and he works with their CSI group, basically saying there are certain things that you put in certain containers. Putting a cloth item into a plastic bag is not the standard operating procedure for evidence in order to collect data or DNA off of it. So that was the first one. And then her best friend came on the stand and just made an absolute fool of herself. Admitted that Jade was selling illegal substances, and it was insinuated that perhaps Jade had opened one of those bags and accidentally exposed herself, therefore causing her to unfortunately pass away. If you have not done so already, especially because I just provided you with the DL, please make sure to like this stream, double tap your screen if you're on your phone, or figure out a way on your computer, and then make sure that you are subscribed. I'm covering this trial every day. Thank you.
where are you currently employed?
With the Metro Nashville Police Department.
And what is your current position with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
I am assigned to the Surveillance and Investigative Support Unit.
And what does the Surveillance and Investigative Support Unit do with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Our primary role, or my primary role within that unit, is digital forensics. So I'm tasked with extracting or imaging data that resides within digital evidence, then processing that, analyzing that, and providing that information to the investigator of that crime.
And does that include analyzing cell phones?
Yes.
Is that kind of a primary focus of your day-to-day
That is
activities?
Yes, that's a majority of the type of evidence that we receive in our computer lab, our digital forensic lab.
And how long have you been in that position with the police
3.5 years.
And prior to being at SISU, what did you do before that?
I started in patrol, as all police officers do. After a few years, I became an adjunct firearms instructor for our academy, where I taught firearms and tactics on a temporary basis, just while we had trainees.
You're
in
so
the academy
welcome.
And actually learning there in the academy. I would be assigned out there temporarily during their firearms portion and help instruct that. Then in 2019, I was assigned out there full time, where I was our department's lead firearms instructor for a period. And then I was assigned to our armory, where I was in charge of issuing, maintaining, and repairing all the different types of firearms that we have and issue to our officers.
So you have a varied background. Can you describe specifically your training in digital forensics?
Yes. So it's a constantly evolving world, digital forensics. You guys all have cell phones, so we know that new cell phones come out on the market all the time. And then on top of that, it seems like we're getting a new update for our phones every week, a couple times a month. With every new make and model, with every new operating system, there's new bits and pieces for us to learn as investigators. So you're really a constant student is the best way I can describe it, is that things evolve so much and so quickly that we're constantly having to learn.
I agree.
I've had
and they don't.
over 300 hours of coursework material and instruction. I've also had 3 years of working with tenured experts in this same field that oftentimes I would argue is better than in-classroom instruction, because you have just one-on-one education, people that have been doing it for years and decades. So that's kind of a bird's eye view of my education in this field.
Do you have actual certifications in digital forensics?
Yes, I have a number of them.
And I guess, can you estimate how many, did you train with other experts in digital forensics kind of at the beginning of you getting involved?
I did, yes.
And approximately how many devices have you analyzed?
It's okay, I got you.
Hundreds. It's hard to put an exact number. Approximately 1,000 devices come through our lab every year. And me being there for about 3.5 years, you're looking at roughly 3,000 to 3,500 devices. By no means have I put my hands on every one of those, but on a vast majority of those, I have assisted in some way in their processing.
And are there other people in the SISU lab that also analyze digital devices?
Yes.
Have you previously testified as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
And how many times have you testified?
11.
Your Honor, at this time, I would proffer Detective Tom Miller as an expert in digital forensics.
Okay. Again, ladies and gentlemen, jury, Detective Miller will be allowed to give his expert opinion in digital forensics. A lay witness not be allowed to give. You can place such weight on his testimony as you choose. All right.
Detective Miller, I'm going to ask that you be handed an item.
I found our lunch video.
Do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
I do.
And what is that item?
This is Jade Benning's cell phone.
And can you describe how did you become involved in this investigation? And was that device, I guess, one of the initial pieces of evidence that you analyzed?
Yes. So the process of which we receive evidence in our lab, when investigators collect them from either crime scenes or from individuals that they're interviewing, there's a number of ways that they can turn them into us. One of which being a series of lockers that have charging ports inside of them. And they can insert the phone into the locker, plug it up, make sure that it's charging, lock the phone up inside of that locker with a chain of custody form and the appropriate paperwork. Typically, those phones reside in that locker until we receive some sort of legal process to then extract information from those devices. So whether that's a search warrant or a signed consent form or something giving us legal authority to do it. So it normally sits there until we receive all of that paperwork, and then we bring it into the lab, and that's when we start working on it. If we're there in the lab at that time when the detective is wanting to turn it in, there's often times where they'll just knock on the door. We'll go and just receive that from them directly and bring it directly into the lab.
And did you analyze that phone in that same manner?
Yes.
And you were talking about the fact that you have to have a legal process. Did you actually run more than one extraction on that device?
We only ran one singular extraction on this device.
And can you describe what an extraction is?
Yes. So simplest way to describe it is it's ultimately a copy of the information that's on the phone. We have a number of pieces of hardware and software that have exploits that can break into phones, but also when you have the password, it makes things a lot easier, a little bit faster. So those tools will then remove the data. Well, not remove it, but they will copy out the information. They aren't removing anything from the device, but they the tools will then extract the information from that device and then place it onto a computer, which then we plug into software that then processes it. Because if we looked at the data that came directly out of the phone, it's databases and it's really ugly and hard to ingest. When we process it with our software, it makes it much easier for us to examine them, because it ultimately puts it into a form that's very similar to what you would be seeing on your own phone that we're all familiar with. So the software really helps out a lot with that.
The first time you did the extraction, once you have the extraction, what do you do with it?
That extraction then moves to our server from the tools that extract the data from the phone. That information or that data that is copied out from the phone is then entered into the software that I was just describing. That software processes it and then sorts it out basically and separates it into different folders and organizational systems to make it a little bit easier again for us to digest. Then it will then take the information that we give it from, say, the search warrant that might have a time frame. Typically, the entire device is not necessary for a crime that occurred on a specific day. So maybe months leading up to it, all investigations are going to be a little bit different, but many search warrants have a time frame. So when we input that into our software, it cuts out all the extra noise. So everything before and after that time frame is then just kind of set aside, and only that information within the time frame is then placed into the software for us to give to detectives.
And did you go through that process more than once for this particular device?
We did, yes.
And what was the, longest time frame that you used?
The longest time frame in the end would be from January 1st, 2022 to, I believe it was a day after the incident, to February 26th, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And can you describe how much data was included in that time frame of approximately 13
Yeah.
days?
I hear you.
Forgive me, I can't speak to the exact number of gigabytes that were in the final copy. I know that the device itself had 127-ish gigabytes on it. But that may not sound like a lot, but when it's decompressed and then it's placed one piece of information on one sheet of paper, we're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of paper to display all the information within inside of that device.
And have you taken certain portions of the evidence and artifacts from that extraction to put into a presentation for trial this week?
Yes.
Is this presentation indicative of everything on the phone?
Absolutely not.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the witness be passed a multi-page document. I think it's approximately 121 pages, and a disc. This has all been shown to defense counsel, who does not have an objection.
Okay. Edie, you want him to have them?
Okay.
I would like for him to look at it, if
Okay.
you're just to identify it. If I can move the iPhone into evidence as the next.
Wait, is she? This is the same phone she was communicating with other people about giving them the hookup. Does that
Detective
allow
Miller, do you
defense to
recognize
go after
the
text?
content of that document?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask that you retain it, and then it will be entered as an exhibit, which I believe would be 29. And the disc, I guess, can you describe, are there 3 video files within this presentation?
Yes, 3 slides have a video that are going to play for us.
Your Honor, I have his report in a digital format, if I may publish that to the jury.
Okay.
Detective Miller, this is the first page of that report. Can you describe what we're seeing?
Yes, so this is a consolidated page where I've taken information obtained from numerous different locations, but it's all pertaining to Ms. Benning's device.
And does it have kind of information about her user accounts as well as her?
Oh my gosh.
Yes,
I think
so there's a number of pieces of information that would be assigned by the cell phone or cell service provider, such as the cell phone number that would be down there towards the bottom. But a number of these pieces of information are actually provided by the user or the owner of the device, such as the name, the device's name, email addresses, things like that that are associated with different accounts that are or applications that are set up on the phone.
And this is the second page. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a progress report from one of the tools that extracts data from the devices. This is just pointing out, referencing the portions of information that would have been added by the owner or user of the device, and again, the phone number for the device. Again, you can also see the suggested or the estimated partition size of the device, which is 129 gigs. It ended up being 127, but it's suggested or an estimated size of the device. And it goes on to explain a number of other things as it pertains to the phone that the user would have had 0 input from, a serial number, other numbers that are associated with the phone as well.
And page 3, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, so again, this is user or owner input information. So the owner or user would have placed their photograph inside of their contact information, their name. They would have placed their address inside there as well. The interesting thing to note here is that significant locations, Apple has an algorithm that actually decides what your significant locations are. So she didn't even have to put that in, but the iPhone suggested that was most likely her phone because of a number of different reasons. But just an interesting note there.
And is that one of the things that you're looking for, is kind of user activity on a particular device?
Absolutely, yeah. These are some of the first things I look at on any device to try to identify the user and or owner of any device. So these are definitely very, very first steps.
Okay.
And this next page, which is number 4, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a consolidated list of text messages that occurred between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor for the final day of her life.
Holy
And
smokes.
are these a consolidation of messages from the evening of 2/24/23 through 2/25/23 at 6:55 p.m.?
Yes, and I know I did just say that it was from the final day of her life on the 22nd, on the 25th of February. The reason the 2 at the very top are listing as the 24th is because they were either read or reacted to on the 25th. So that's why those are there, because there are still portions of that conversation still existing on the 25th. That's why you'll still see that date up there at the top.
And this is page 5. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a series of texts. I believe this is just a different portrayal of what we just looked at. So just like you would look at on your own phone,
Yeah.
all the conversation that you would be submitting, all the text that you would be submitting in the conversation, they'll be residing on the right side of the screen, or at least extending from the right side of the screen. And those responding to you or who you're talking with is going to be extending from the left side of the screen. So very similar to what we're all used to. And this is one of the reasons the tools that we use are so helpful, just for everybody to understand a little bit better.
And for the record, can you read out the first message, who it's from, the content, and the date and time?
Yes. So anything submitted from Ms. Benning's device is actually going to be referred to as local user. And then it's going to have in kind of parentheses there the type and make and model of her device that she had, which was an iPhone 13 Pro Max. It was sent on, this first message was sent on 2/25/23 at 12:26 p.m. And it states also, will you be free around 7?
And this next page, which is 6.
I just want to say all the bad words, but
Yes, this is a piece of location information that we located inside the device. It was where her phone actually stored her parking location when she parked at a Walmart as she was on her way home from work.
And that was at 4:05:48 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And I am going to go back to slide 5. Is that kind of that time frame of the last text message that she received from Mr. Blaise Taylor?
Correct. Yes.
And this next page, which is number 7, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, it's a series of texts between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor, spanning from 4:27 p.m. to 6 p.m. or around 6 p.m. I'm
I
sorry.
don't know what you're talking about, Steve.
And the next image, which is page 8.
Again, it's another piece of location information that we located on the phone, showing that she had arrived home and parked her car there at her residence at 4:38 p.m. on 2/25/23.
And the next image, which is page 9.
This is where we start going into a timeline, and it's not necessarily a step-by-step timeline. So we're not showing every single thing that occurred in her phone, because if we really showed that, we'd be here all day. We'd have, because a lot of things happen under the hood, and when we're looking at it, we're looking at more of what she was doing on the phone, what she was using, or what application she was using, who she was conversing with, and things of that nature. So this is kind of a bird's eye view of what she was doing at her apartment with her device for that evening, starting at around 6 p.m.
And she receives a text message at 6:02 p.m. from Jerry's Porter, and then she sends a text message at 6:03. Can you read out the content and the date and time of that message?
Of the 6:03 message?
Yes.
Okay. It says, let me know whenever you are headed this way.
And the next image, which
Riveting.
is page 10. Can you describe what's shown here?
Again, we're continuing on, and it's not going to be a minute by minute, just because we aren't necessarily doing something on our phone all the time, or at least most of us aren't. At 6:08, she received an email from one of her subscribed email groups that is subject is titled "Your Pregnancy, Week 23, Day 5." Then she receives a text from Mr. Taylor at 6:26 p.m. That states "Okay," and then receives another text from Darius Porter at 6:43.
And the next image, which is page 11, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a post that Miss Benning posted to Instagram. Appears to be a picture of what she was cooking that evening, with a phrase that she placed on top of the photograph saying, "If you know, you know."
And can you describe the artifact information and what the created date and time, as well as last access, last modified date time? Kind of what that means.
Yes. So depending on the application that was utilized to take a photograph, because we know that we can take a photograph with the typical camera application on our device, but many social media applications access the same camera tool, but you're actually taking that photograph with another application, if that makes sense. So when that's done, there's a number of things that certain applications will hold on to with that picture. And it will say it was taken on this date. Sometimes it'll say the location the picture was taken. Sometimes it'll say if the photograph was edited, so on and so forth. Number of different things that different applications hold on to. Typically, social media applications scrub a lot of your personal information to protect you as the user. So it doesn't have location information typically. So you're not posting that kind of stuff to the world where somebody viewing it can say, oh, she's at home, or he's at home right now, or he's at work. So it's a security feature that the social media applications have. Ultimately, photograph was taken at 6:10 p.m. When it's last modified, that could be when she posted it. That could be when she edited it, if I could speak, I'm sorry. And those also could have been done at the exact same time, that as she was looking at the photograph that she just took with the application, she edited it and then posted it right after. So difficult to say exactly, but it's something along those lines.
Okay, this is helpful.
And the next image, which is page, sorry, I need to go back. So we were just on 11, and so this next one is page 12.
I wish they would have included.
Yes, this is a series of messages from Instagram.
And can you kind of rate out the content of them as well as the time?
Yes, so from Jade Tristan, which is Jade Benning's handle on on Instagram, that's her username, or what other people would see her as if they're looking at her page. She states chicken spaghetti at 6:17 p.m. on February 25th. States looks good just moments later. And then at 6:19, Bridget Burks liked the message and then said, are you making Alfredo at work, or are you off at 6:19:34? And then Jade responds, I'm off tonight.
And this next
Isn't that
page,
her
which is
mom?
page 13, can you describe what this is?
This is another post from Instagram that is posted with someone has written on there, guess what I'm making. And it's in reference to the messages we just saw there.
The wacky
And the time
Alfredo.
this created.
Uh,
Can you describe that?
Yeah, so created is going to be 6:16:44 p.m. And again, last accessed or modified is at 6:16:49.
And can you describe, is there data within this artifact where you were able to tell if this was something created by Jade Benning or created by Bridget Burks?
So it's difficult when some applications require internet connection and communication with that application's servers wherever they reside. When we have a device in our lab, we are disconnecting them from the outside world to preserve the data ultimately. So whether that's putting them in airplane mode or taking the SIM card out or a number of different ways, we are disconnecting them from the internet. So there's a number of things that are stored only on the servers for social media applications. There are some things that are stored on the device. They don't always coincide with each other. So when we disconnect them from the internet, there's a lot of things that we lose the ability to see, I guess, is the best way to explain it. So without serving Instagram or Facebook or Snapchat or whoever the social media service is, without serving them with some sort of search warrant and then providing us information that's on their server, we're limited to what's only on the device.
Okay, isn't that your
Do you
job?
have additional information outside of the artifact information and the extraction from Detective Breeze about this particular photo?
About this photo, yes.
And what was that information?
That it was submitted, that it was posted by Jade's mother.
And the next image, which is page 14.
So this is a series of Snapchat messages that were sent by Jade to a series of individuals starting at 6:44 well, I'm sorry, they were all logged at 6:44 p.m. She sent 3 messages via Snapchat to the listed individuals there.
And can you explain Snapchat messages as it relates to finding artifacts on a mobile device? Is that something that is consistent, or how does that work?
It's very haphazard. It depends on user settings. It depends on how quickly we get a device after the conversation occurred. It depends on how many people were involved in the conversation. And again, this is another one of those applications like I was just referring to. It requires internet information or internet access for it to function to its fullest capability. So again, we're limited to what we see on the device itself.
And so depending on settings, there can be additional Snapchat messages that you wouldn't find on the device. Is that correct?
Correct. Snapchat inherently is kind of designed as a security-based messaging system that if one-on-one you're having a conversation with somebody, those messages evaporate fairly quickly. When you start adding people to the conversation, those numbers change slightly, but ultimately they're designed to evaporate.
And if you're looking at a particular time frame
Coco?
of user activity, are there other databases
Coco.
within the extraction that you can look at user activity so that you can see if they were accessing the app? You might not be able to see what is happening within that app, but you could tell if they accessed it.
Yes, absolutely. There's a number of different databases. Well, ultimately, iPhones are running off of a series of databases. That's it. If you really boil it down, that's every application is its own database. If you look at an iPhone and their extractions, there are certain databases that Apple has created to monitor the use of the devices that are out there in the world.
Damn cat.
Apple does this for selfish reasons. They like to learn what we're doing as users, but they also are using that information to make better software, to make better hardware, and things of that nature. So a lot of those databases have a lot of good information that we will use in investigations. The other good thing is that none of those databases can be altered by the user. Some can be altered by the user, but not these databases that I'm referring to.
And the next image, which is page 14, can you describe what, I'm sorry, 15, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, so this is referring to a series of photographs that was taken with Jade's device over about a 1 minute period. And it's of the table that she set with the crafts and things that she was also planning on utilizing for the evening. So it's
Pretty flashy, aesthetically pleasing.
Photograph, I guess is a good way to explain it.
And does this photograph include what appears to be some type of Alfredo?
Yes.
As well as rolls?
Yes.
And can you just give the first image what the created date and time is, as well as the last one in that set?
Yes, created date and time on the very first photograph was on February 25th, 23 at 6:47:26. And the last one is same date at 6:48:07.
Do that.
And the first image is labeled file name img_3406.jpg. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this next image, which is page 16, can you describe what's shown here?
It's just a higher resolution version of the one we just looked at.
And this next image, which is page 17, can you describe what is shown?
So as I was referring to earlier, depending on the application that takes a photograph, a ton of information can be stored within that information.
Give it all.
So we have a created date, we have the size of the actual image itself, original width and height. So if it's ever modified or cropped out, we can see if it is smaller. In fact, we can see that it was larger and there might be something more that we need to look for. This one has location information as well, which indicates that the photograph was taken at Jade's apartment, along with the make and model of the device that it was taken. Just lots and lots of information that's stored just for that one photograph.
And this next image, which is page 18, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, ultimately a wider angle view of what we just looked at. So kind of taking a picture of the entire countertop there or island that has, again, all the arts and craft and the dinner that Jade has prepared for the evening.
And is this the image that ends in 3407?
Correct, yes.
And the next image, which is page 19, can you describe what's shown here?
Moments later, another photograph labeled IMG_3408 is again just from a slightly different angle, but ultimately a very, very similar photograph to the last.
And the next image, which is page 20.
Again, moments later, this one ending in 3409 from the opposite end of the countertop, but ultimately the same photograph.
And the next image, which is page 21.
Ending in 3410.jpg, basically the same picture again, just a whole series of them.
And this next image, which is page 22.
So this is one of those photographs being shared with an individual saved in her contact list as B. This was sent at 6:48:26 p.m.
And can you explain what the, I guess, kind of object is under the message column for that communication with B?
Oh, under the additional detail, yes. So the software is only as good as it understands what Apple operating system is, how it's reading it. So as any software exists in the world, there's constantly updates. Things are altered slightly, databases are altered slightly.
Okay.
At this time, so that being said, there's constant cat and mouse games of our software and our hardware being able to catch up and do and understand everything that iPhone is currently running at that time. So it's always a cat and mouse game. At this point in time, our software was not able to provide an exact sample image or a preview of that image that was sent in the message. So it shows that an object was sent with just a very basic icon saying an object was sent in this message. Looking at the artifact information for the message itself, again, it says an object just there to the right of the word message. But if we go down a little bit lower and look at the attachment path, and if we follow that all the way to the very end, you'll see that there's a title of the image that was actually sent. If you search for that title, then you can reference back to what was actually sent, which is how we identified the photograph that was sent in that message.
And the next image, which is page 23.
Between 6:51 and 6:55, a few text messages are shared between Blaise and Jade. Mr. Taylor, I'm
sorry, can you describe the content of the messages?
Yes, on 2/25/23 at 6:51, message was sent to Jade from Blaise that states "on my way," and roughly 4 minutes later, Jade loved that image or hearted that image, or that message.
And what else is included on this page 23?
At 6:55 p.m., Jarius Porter received a message from Jade.
And is it received or sent?
So,
Oh, she.
yeah. I'm sorry. I said that in a confusing way, but she submitted a text to him. She sent it to him.
And the next page, which is 24.
I'm sorry. So this is a phone call that was an incoming call to Jade's phone from Mr. Taylor's device.
And can you give the date and time?
It was at February 25th, 23 at 6:59:49 p.m.
And what was the call duration?
It was 10 seconds.
I'm at somewhat of a stopping point. It is getting
Okay.
time for the board.
I figured.
Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you going a little further. I think the court staff told you about an event the court needs to go to just briefly down the hallway. That will be also during the time you break for lunch. So remember what I said about not discussing the case, wanting any opinion about it, or other admonitions. We'll get back here, just say around 2:20, something like that. You'll step down the hall.
Okay, so now we are going to have some interaction in the chat. I have a question for you guys. Would you rather, one, type in the chat, one, if you would rather hear the, it happened this morning.
Okay, just give y'all additional time too, with break till 2:30. That work? Okay.
I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. All right. No. I almost canceled the stream. Okay. Okay. In the chat, please type a 1 if you would like to watch the disclosure forum that took place this morning about UFOs in UAEs. And then 2, if you would like to listen to the closing statements from the Alaska case that we were watching last week. I think I should make a decision here. I think we should do Alaska because we know something about it. And I'm sure that one is great, but I don't know what they're saying. And okay, all right. Just do it. So the very first part of it, I didn't like the layout. You really couldn't hear the questions being asked. So I found the part where it's more of a panel Q&A, and we'll just play that.
This panel will be moderated by Gotti Schwartz, correspondent from NBC.
Oh, it would be helpful if you put it on screen, Lacey. I can't hear it. I know you guys can't hear it. So let's try this again. Oh, great. Look what I just did to myself. Oh.
Schwartz, correspondent from NBC.
Okay, they were having issues
For some reason.
Well, no, this does happen. In fact, I have a friend who stood watch in the National Military Command Center in the Pentagon, which is the watch floor for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Secretary of Defense, and the President. And they take reports from all the combatant commanders. And in fact, when there was that Alaska UAP following the Chinese balloon, that was reported up to my buddy who was on watch. Now, all those comms are classified. So the president knows. These are reported, and what's done about it is another story.
I oscillate, as one does when you grapple with this. I oscillate between the possibility that, the credibility of the people that have come forward is pretty impressive. But it does seem that there is some sort of conspiracy cover-up. I just don't know what the nature is. It's either the government knows a lot and doesn't want to share how much they know, or the government knows little and wants to cover up their ignorance. And now we live in a day and age where we're starting to see what looks like the government saying, hey, actually, we don't know. Here's a bunch of the files. You guys look for yourself. But what camps do you all fall in? Do you think that there are repositories within the government that actually fully understand the phenomena? Or is this a circumstance of everybody is just out of their depth when it comes to UAP? Go ahead, Kirk.
I guess what I would like to say on this topic is from my 37 years up here in national security, and 8 years before that for a national security consulting company, is when the United States government perceives something that is potentially a threat, they don't ignore it. The national security establishment goes after problems, right? They may not do it perfectly, they may not do it successfully, but they don't just ignore stuff. That's my experience.
So do you think that they have solved the Langley issue? Do you think
that's
that
different? The two questions. I think they have taken this very seriously over decades and studied the hell out of it. Whether they've succeeded in unraveling what it is and how it works and that sort of thing is a different question. We have reports from insiders, a large number of people who say, yeah, progress has really not been very significant. But you certainly have other reporting that suggests that that's not true, that there have been some really notable successes. I personally, it's just an opinion, but I think that these black triangles that fly around, I think they're probably ours, just from the circumstances of some of the eyewitness accounts. From Eglin Air Force Base, from Langley Air Force Base.
For the record, one of the most contentious issues surrounding this is where the studying is taking place. And if you follow this issue, you're probably familiar with Wright Pat Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio. That's about 90 minutes from house to parking lot. Apparently there's nothing in Roslyn. It's all here. And that has been confirmed. Like from the Roslyn UFO thing, they brought it to Dayton. And then I will get right back to it. But my friend's husband, I'm going to be very general and vague here, works for the base and very high up. She lives out there. And they have their own specialized NDAs on the topic of UAEs and aliens. Like, they can talk about certain things regarding their job, but there is just like a no words at all form you have to sign if you want to work there, that you will not talk about the aliens.
Dylan Borland was smoking a cigarette on Langley Air Force Base, and from the other side of the fence at NASA Langley, he sees this huge black triangle rising up, seemingly out of a big building there. And we have other reports from a naval officer, I think Chris knows this gentleman, who was driving to work at 5:30 in the morning, right outside of Norfolk. And he's looking out his sunroof, and there's this huge black triangle flying low right above him at 50 miles an hour down the interstate, So, is this a UAP, an NHI that's just, cruising along at dawn around Norfolk Air Force bases? I kind of doubt it, but who knows? And this is part of the problem with disclosure, is we don't know enough to predict at this point all of the national security ramifications until we know what the hell the government knows or doesn't know.
Mark, I mean, what camp do you fall in? Does the government know a lot, or does the government know a little bit and are covering their asses here?
It's a good question. I'll maybe defer to the rest of the panel on that specific question. I want to add just a couple more elements to the Langley story and this broader narrative that we're seeing of these quote unquote drone incursions. At Langley, again, 17 nights, these objects were displaying bright flashing lights. And that's the base commander there, commander of Air Combat Command, called it close encounters at Langley because he had bright flashing lights That's not how you do espionage or surveillance, right? That's breaking rule number one of surveillance, if this is a foreign entity. I'll add that former NORAD commander, General Glenn Van Herk, said on 60 Minutes openly that they attempted to jam these objects and failed. They couldn't get eyeballs, couldn't jam them, and yet they're operating over a key air defense facility right here off the East Coast. And that's, I want to just add on the analytics side, we saw these bright flashing lights occurring for months off the coast of Southern California. I think the FOIA documents show that this is going on from at least March until July of 2019. Several months, these objects swarming these naval warships, LCS ships, right? The newest ships some of the most advanced ships in our inventory. And thanks to Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, we have video footage. We have radar data from the USS Omaha incident, which is very perplexing because it shows what appears to be a spherical object. And, the debunkers have put up any number of nonsense theories for that. When you actually do the analysis, it looks like a spherical object moving against the wind and going into the water. So you add in the events over the UK. There are several bases in the UK in 2024. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base was shut down. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, some folks might know that name, was shut down in 2024 because of drone activity. And thanks to John Greenwald's FOIA work, we know that at least, I think they counted at least 15 to 30 objects on radar, right? These are radar hits. So we have a major problem. I'm going to, again, defer on does the government know more or less about this to the rest of the panel. I just want to add some color to how extraordinary these incidents really are.
If these, and it's not necessarily just an if these things are happening as they are, but there is a thought experiment that has to be done. And again, not to trivialize this, but if these things do constitute something that is so far beyond the capabilities that humans have, there's an interdimensional elephant, I think, in the room, as we've seen over the last week at least or so, that has now been very much introduced into the mainstream conversation, even though many people have been talking about it before then. But the question is, we're here celebrating 250 years. Let's say, for the sake of this thought experiment, that 250 years ago, we were able to send back drones to fly over some of the battles that were happening between us and the British, right? And the Continental Army saw these drones up in the sky, and maybe one crashed, and they took it to George Washington. Or actually, I think in this case, we would be the British because of our military superiority. But for the sake of the analogy, they have this drone. There are sightings. Villagers have seen them. Some of the founding fathers have seen them. I cannot, in this thought experiment, ever see George Washington or anybody else that is involved in the military doing any sort of disclosure because of the ramifications that would come from that disclosure. They would not know whether it was the British. They would not know what they were looking at. And some people would think it was witchcraft. And so the question is, if that is what's happening right now, what incentive does the military have in disclosing this to the public? Chris?
Yeah, I don't think the military has a strong incentive to disclose this to the public. To some degree, it's unfortunate. And when they created the classification guide for UAP, they sort of put down a blanket statement that essentially anything UAP related was going to be classified. And I think it was very short-sighted. It was the typical institutional desire to protect military secrets, which is understandable. But I think what they missed was that so much of the energy that was leading to greater support from Congress and greater funding to study the problem and take action was the result of information reaching the American people. When we look at what happened with Sputnik, for example, imagine if the intelligence agencies had kept that secret. We might not have got to the moon when we did. The military needs the public to understand what its challenges are and to build the support here for the funding and the requirements, et cetera. So I think The rank and file, the usual sort of routine response is don't share anything, lock everything down. And it's understandable that's the culture, but I think the seniors need to make some important exceptions to that.
And if I may push back just a little bit, and again, we're assuming, let's just assume that interdimensional abilities or even, interplanetary abilities are on the table right now. There's a question of asymmetric technology here. And when you apply that to national security, all of a sudden, the idea of full disclosure, the idea of actually this is how we think you can travel interdimensionally or any of those things opens up a whole host of issues on, well, can I teleport this into here? Can I teleport this person over here? Like that seems to be such a massive game changer to the point that it makes national security relatively moot. Is that something that comes into the conversation? Are there lines that maybe should not be crossed when it comes to disclosure and national security if we are dealing with that type of technology, Tim?
Well, yeah, Gaudian. First of all, I think that's been the incentive since past World War II for our government not to disclose, because no administration wants to admit that it's vulnerable and can't protect its citizens, and that the billions of dollars we spend for the Pentagon is potentially useless to this unknown possibly adversary. So that's true. But then there's a balance, because our public deserves to know what their taxpayer dollars are being used for and how good our defense system is, for example, or not. And so that's the edge I think we're walking on here, and all of us in the room are advocating for. And I see Avi Loeb's here, so we have a science advisory council that's been established, and thankfully we now have the support of the administration to go and answer some of these questions.
I can't wait to see that panel and hear hopefully a little bit more about where things stand with interdimensional travel and in science right now, because unfalsibility is really anything that's unfalsifiable is something that we try to. Doesn't mean it's necessarily true or untrue. We just have to be careful about those conversations. And yet, when it does come to thought experiments and playing things out, the idea of this seems like, if these things are true, this seems like fire. This seems like humans don't understand what fire is, have never seen fire, don't even know that they can cook. They don't know about thermodynamics. They don't know about anything. And there is this technology that may be kept away from humans, which we all, I think, agree should have a right to. And yet, if that is what's behind the disclosure wall, Mark, do you think we're ever going to see that?
I think, if the efforts here in Congress bear fruition, and if I think that the critical mass that is building up in interest, especially with the presidentially directed releases that we've seen, I think it's possible that we'll break through in some respect. I can't tell you how far that will go.
How about you, Kirk? Do you think that if there is something as game-changing as we can understand it, fire, that is on the other side of disclosure, where it is some sort of breakthrough understanding of how the universe works, that it could render entire nations completely moot, there will be disclosure?
Well, this is, sorry. This gets back to the critical question of what's behind the disclosure wall. What is there? Is it the kind of technology that is that you are alluding to? But more importantly, perhaps, is it technology that is easily mastered? If it's really, really hard, like nuclear weapons are incredibly dangerous. You could devastate the whole world. But we were able to apply it to commercial uses by the sheer difficulty of engineering a huge enterprise to mine uranium, to enrich it, to build a reactor and make plutonium, and tritium and heavy water plants. There's a lot of difficult engineering steps in practice to make something that is so dangerous. So how hard is it going to be? And what are the observables? Can you control it? These are the kinds of calculations that I think the government will have to, and the public will have to wrestle with once we get on the other side and try to, and get some understanding of what's going on. But look, you know, if this is really dangerous stuff, and if it's easily proliferated or easily mastered, then, you know, you've got a problem, given the state of humanity's level of consciousness. You know, we fight with each other, and we have lunatics in the world who will just as soon blow it up under some circumstances. So these are really difficult questions, but you know, you can't just have it bottled up and in one little place in a country and perpetuate that forever. Everybody has to share in this decision making.
Chris, I want to bring you in as the man who opened up Pandora's box.
I know, that's why I try to make the case it's going to be a good thing. But what I was going to say is that, you know, if we think about, say, nuclear weapons and the Manhattan Project, we kept a lid on it until we mastered the technology. If we have something that's a total game changer, then probably at some point we're going to want our adversaries to know. It's not a deterrent if it's totally secret and they don't know about it. So there may be a point in time at which we want to, the country makes a decision to take that out to deter aggression against the United States. That's conceivable. So I don't know. I think they have to, you know, if they have some technology, how developed is it? How reliable is it? When they get to a certain point, they might actually have an incentive to want other countries to know that we possess that capability.
And I want to add to that too. One argument for disclosure, to some degree, is to harness the power of the American R&D enterprise. And so, like nuclear power, once we mastered it, we then put it out to the national labs and industry, and we've been using nuclear power, and industry's building nuclear powered ships and submarines. So I think that's an argument, and we, again, our Science Advisory Council is here to make that case and open up the phenomenon to more research that we can hopefully capitalize on from a security standpoint and an economic prosperity standpoint.
So much of this overlaps, like eerily overlaps with the issue of artificial intelligence that we now grapple with. That's non-human intelligence. It is something that was released to the public very quickly. We don't fully understand the ramifications. We see the government trying to rein it in and doing this odd dance. We're grappling with regulation. We're grappling with all these things. As a society right now, Mark, do you see a lot of overlaps between that and UAP?
I absolutely do, and maybe at the risk of you know, opening up a second Pandora's box. You know, I think we've heard from enough whistleblowers: David Grush, Jim Lukatsky, Hal Puthoff, Dr. Eric Davis, Colonel Carl Nell, that have all suggested or alleged, and this is also reflected in congressional legislation, that other nations have also potentially retrieved this technology. And I think it's the height of irresponsibility not to have a very, very nuanced discussion of what the potential ramifications of that may be. If there is someday some kind of a disclosure, we need to have a policy in place, because I don't think, and as I've emailed the group here, I don't think we're magically going to sing Kumbaya once Trump or Xi or Putin announce the existence of non-human intelligence, if that is true. And again, we have to engage in that scenario planning. I'm sure Admiral Gallaudet knows that the military must, it plans for any possible contingency, and I think this is an incredibly important discussion. So, and again, at the risk of going down a rabbit hole, let's imagine that China and Russia have retrieved craft. Let's imagine that Xi instructs all of his scientific talent, scientific capital, or Putin does the same thing, to work on this problem. And, oh, by the way, they have mastered cheap AI technology and can reverse engineer, make sense of this technology much more rapidly than we can. What happens if one day, and Secretary Rubio has spoken openly about this, what happens if one day we wake up and the Chinese have or the Russians have a national ballistic missile defense system based on this technology. And oh, by the way, they also have an offensive capability. And we're stuck without that capability. That is an enormous, not only a national security risk, but a global security risk. So I'll just throw that to the group. What happens if we are ever in that situation? I think that discussion must be had.
I think the discussion also must be had about what it would take for a kumbaya moment. Up until now, we've seen, I don't know if it's menacing behavior, but definitely, hey, like, we see that you see us, or whatever it is. But has there been an aggressive intent or even a lethal intent ever detected from your all knowledge, a UAP incident in which there was some sort of aggressive intent aimed at military service members or perhaps civilians?
We've had radar jamming and that kind of thing, which is a serious matter.
It's a serious matter to humans.
Well, I mean, the military views that as an act of aggression. That's not something that our aircraft and aircraft from other nations engage in lightly. So there is that. Back in the 50s, there was one incident at least where a U.S. fighter aircraft merged on radar with a UAP and never came back. Nobody knows what happened. This plane disappeared over the Great Lakes, but I'm not aware of any lethal hostility other than that historical event.
But and that's regarding U.S. platforms. I have no knowledge either. However, it's well documented in the ATIP, OSAP, and UAP task force investigations funded over tens of millions of dollars. And Lou Elizondo's in the room can speak to this, and he wrote about it, that there are individuals who have encountered UAP and had anomalous health effects. So that's real too. And we certainly cannot claim they're all benevolent when you know that data is real.
If there was such an action that was detected by one of the world's superpowers, do you think that might be a catalyst for Putin and Xi and President Trump to talk about this together?
I mean, that gets to Chris's opening remarks about the famous Reagan comments at the UN in 1987. And fun little historical fact, when 1985, when Reagan first met the new premier Gorbachev in Geneva, and I think it was their first summit, Cold War tensions were really at their height. It was a very tense moment in the Cold War. And Reagan and Gorbachev had just finished a really intense series of meetings, and it's tough going. They're having a hard time. They're not getting along. They're not making any progress. And they go for a walk, just the two of them. And Reagan asks Gorbachev, just kind of on an offhand manner, "Hey, if some aliens came around and attacked us, would you come and help us?" And Gorbachev says, "No doubt about it." And Reagan says, "Oh, cool. So would we." And they shared a little chuckle, and that kind of broke the ice between these two leaders. And any historians of the Cold War will know that's what led to perestroika, glasnost. So there is precedent with Reagan's commentary. Reagan obviously viewed as the ultimate Cold Warrior, the ultimate national security mindset, but he clearly had an openness to what Chris again alluded to in his comments, his opening comments, that maybe there is room for some kind of negotiation discussion if there is a legitimate perceived threat from any kind of.
It's so ironic that was one of the things that started thawing this, because the entire reason why we're having this discussion is national security. It's because humans have been at war with other humans and have been worried about some sort of technological advantage. Kirk, if there was something, whether it's a direct connection between some sort of non-human intelligence and leader, governments, some sort of something public, do you think that the world is right now set up to be able to adapt to that type of paradigm shift?
Is this on? Yes. Well, there's a mixed record historically on analogous kinds of situations. Certainly indigenous peoples around the world in their encounters with European colonizers, for example, always came out on the bad end of things, and to say the least. And what's more, that they tended to fracture or remain fractured. Like we certainly saw this here in North America, where tribes, instead of coalescing and fighting a common invader, us, from Europe, they would make deals, right? In some eras, countries in Europe, for instance, have practiced a sort of balance of power. They see some great power emerge and they band together to resist that great power. In the Pacific, we really don't have any tradition of that amongst the nations there. So it's really hard to build a NATO-like defense structure in the Far East. But we have examples of both things. Faced with a common foe, nations sometimes will band together, right? But that means that the perception is that this is a really hostile, aggressive foe. So is that the model that we hope is gonna happen? It has to be a dangerous situation for us to overcome our differences. Or is it possible that this is going to be a non-threatening beings, and that maybe they'll just help us raise our consciousness level, our level of morality, and we'll start to get along better by the example of these intergalactic visitors or interdimensional visitors?
I think that's, again, not to bring the shrug back, but if there is some sort of hostile intent, all of a sudden it's very different than if something is flying around and maybe surveilling, but not necessarily acting aggressively. But in the absence of that sort of, first of all, I mean, are we prepared if there is some sort of aggressive action taken, Admiral? I mean, is that something that, I don't know, exists in the deep recesses of military planning?
That's a great question. As far as preparedness measures and op orders and whatnot, I know of none for the phenomena. And there, now granted, I've been read into compartmented programs, but not in all of them. In fact, Dave Grush would be the best one to ask. But I don't think so. In fact, I'll share an anecdote. Chase Stratton is a friend. He worked in naval intelligence when I was in the Pentagon, and I'm friend with several former directors of naval intelligence. And I had a meeting with one of my buddies who just retired out of that office, 2-star admiral, and we were talking about business. But at the end of it, I brought up UAP, and he was honest with me, and he said, "We still don't know what these are." So, and of course, ATIP and OSAP and the UAP task force again did research, did monitoring. But I think the government is still trying to come to grips, and that's what we're going to be doing, hopefully with a major R&D effort.
If I could just calibrate, because again, all of these conversations, everyone's on a different place in the spectrum of how we see this right now. But just to calibrate the table here, the big question is, do you think that there are factions of the government that truly understand the nature of what we're seeing? And I'll just yes or no all the way down. Chris?
If there are, I've not encountered them.
How about you, Abby?
Same. I don't know.
I'm going to agree with the rest of the group.
Unfortunately, I think that the government knows a lot.
Okay. So it's probably 4-1, because again, this is one of those things that
I agree with Kirk. I think the government knows a lot, but
the true nature.
Do they have a deep understanding of where this is from, what the values might be, the culture, the origin, all of those kind of things? Not as far as I know.
Yeah, and I can say this too, based on Kirk, and I'm sure that it's siloed like everything else in the government. And a good example is this. Sam Gerbis is in the room. He's done some research, and he's pulled out, I believe, verification that there's an entity called the National Underwater Reconnaissance Office. And Bobby Ray Inman, Director of National Intelligence, spoke about it. Here I was, the oceanographer of the Navy, the head oceanographer of the Navy, and high clearances, TSSCI compartmented programs, and I was never read into that. So you have that kind of siloing, and I would probably help that office quite a bit with our data and knowledge. So there's the siloing that exists in the government, and it's continually an effort for administrations to try to break those down.
It was so interesting to hear. I think it was Representative Burleson who said, there is, we forgot how to do this, or we forgot how to do that. And when you look back at the phenomenon, it seems to go back to the 1940s, 1950s. There are allegations that, private contractors have come in. And that would also help explain why it seems as though there are many in the government that have no idea about any of this and are very dismissive. In terms of active funding, though, for those things, they have to have an SAP. They have to have some sort of access to either private capital or access to our tax dollars. How does the SAP process work when it comes to protecting our national secrets and when it comes to protecting things that, have been overlooked for decades and decades and decades? Chris?
We actually have, it varies by agency and department, but we do have a very extensive system in the Defense Department for bringing all the SAPs together in one place under one committee. They're all reviewed, they're reported to Congress. I sat on that committee. I never saw anything related to UAP. It doesn't mean there aren't things outside of that. There are things called alternative compensatory control mechanisms. There are other workarounds that sometimes people put into effect, or some people may just not be compliant and not register their program with the SAP oversight system. But we actually have a pretty robust active system for accounting for all these things and monitor them. I will also tell you that people who think the government can't keep a secret are absolutely wrong. The government keeps hundreds of these SAP programs, and in my experience, not a single one of them leaked except for one that we used in combat, which was there for exposed to the press and the media and got in Newsweek and whatever. But all those other programs remained completely under lock and key and completely unknown. And they were not things that the public would have a problem with. They were mostly just very technical things like, how do you make a tank armor tougher? How do you make a missile warhead more effective? It's that kind of stuff. So it's not really even very press-worthy necessarily, but it's stuff you don't want your adversaries to know.
And yet, if there was truly some sort of crash retrieval program or some sort of, you're talking the amount of money you would have to hide for something like that to exist.
One of the stories is they gave up trying to redo one of the main sources that we had initially on crash retrieval was that they closed the program down because they were making no headway. And they were spending a lot of money.
Tell me more. Tell me everything about this.
Well, there's some other people in the room here that could speak to that as well. But that's my and then some other folks tried to make a deal to get them to bring some of that out of as they were closing the program down, to take another stab at trying to understand the technology. That's only one narrative. There are competing narratives, but that was one of the original narratives. That one of the people that I first brought to the Hill to raise this issue back in 2019, that was the story that was given.
If, and again, this is all, for me at least, a thought experiment, a very important thought experiment that we should all participate in. But if the government is or was ever in possession of off-world or non-human craft, biologics, whatever the case may be, again, we go back to there is fire that we are not privy to. There is something that is so far beyond anything we can do with our civilization that would change literally everything. If that's the case, I know that public polling suggests that people want to know, but if that's the case, do you think that we are ready for that type of disclosure?
I do. I think that that's what our polling data is telling us. And by the way, I think in terms of the international impact, I don't think you have to have aggression, lethality, or hostility. I think the mere fact that there is a more powerful actor operating in our seas and in our skies, even if nothing changed from the way it is today, that would globally raise all kinds of concerns, and I think that would affect all of the major countries, and I think they would probably come together to talk about it. What do you know? What are you seeing? How can we work together on this?
Unless it posed a threat to power.
If it was really confirmed that there is a non-human intelligence operating craft in our atmosphere, I think that would be immediately of immense concern to every major power.
Kirk, I want to bring you in here because, you know, again, if that is disclosed, like the one thing that would be very vulnerable is power as humans understand it. Vulnerable. Yeah, all of a sudden the idea of rulers or democracy or those types of things, you open up that door and there are a lot of questions about how we want to be led. Do you think that, same question, do you think that if that is the case, if we're assuming that the crash retrieval allegations are real and that the United States has possibly been in possession of non-human biologics, do you think that the power structures on Earth are ready for that type of disclosure?
I don't think I really have a strong view about that, but I will say that it's, you know, bad news doesn't get better over time. And, you know, people have to buckle up and face it. And I think governments have to do that. So if that's the reality, that we're facing, we're going to have to learn to deal with it. So I don't think, I'm anticipating the next question is, well, if we're not ready, should we just put a lid on it? And I end up thinking, no, you shouldn't put a lid on it and pretend that you're not noticing this. But I will say this, you know, if we are being visited by non-human intelligent beings, interdimensional or intergalactic or whatever, they've probably been here a long time. And I think historically there's some evidence to make us think that they have been coming here a long time. You know, if they're that much superior to us, if they meant to be really aggressive, I think we'd have figured that out by now. So, you know, I think that's a data point to suggest that this will, that there's a benign aspect or something that is keeping these beings from taking over the place. You know, either they're not interested or they're beyond that. It's like, you know, it's just not something that they engage in, or something has kept us safe. So I have some hope that we will rise to the occasion and recognize you know, superior technology and so on. So I am hopeful that we can deal with it, but if not, that's not a reason not to face it.
We live in such an interesting time. Today is a day that, I could truly say this. There's one person that could change all of this, like right now, right? And he's just down the street, and he has seemed to have an interest in all of this. And yet we don't see that. We see, you know, him definitely toying with the topic. But do you think that President Trump is read in on the true nature of what UAP represents, or all of the dealings that the United States government has historically had with the phenomenon?
Well, I can address that partially. So President Trump personally, I don't know, but when he came in office, I met with some of his appointees in the Office of Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, I think, and Development, and they were committed to look under the hood and gain control with political appointees of the whole UAP issue. And they were very hell-bent on getting the deep state wrestling a topic from them. And so I've seen them move out in every other topic area in that way. So I seem to think at least there are people in the administration who know.
How far along do you think they might be?
Well, I was going to say that I spoke with someone on the White House staff about this who was a ardent supporter of disclosure, who worked directly in these areas on national security and intelligence. And during his tenure there, he's no longer there, the issue never came up that he saw. And he was frustrated about it and trying to look into it himself. But he was not privy to any briefings that touched on matters of UAP beyond sort of meeting some Navy pilots and some more routine, nothing about, crash recovery, that sort of thing. Now, since he left, perhaps there's been other briefings, I don't know.
Mark, we live in a time when also the interest in the topic of UAP has gone into some weird domains. We all think back to what happened when there was a big hype over alien.gov, and we've seen the issue somewhat politically weaponized to focus on illegal immigration. Are you worried about that type of political weaponization of something like this?
That's a really good question. I know there's a lot of disappointment when that website was rolled out. I think so a lot of people perhaps rightfully viewed that as frankly an insult to all the whistleblowers who have come forward, testified to Congress. Some, as Senator Rounds and Secretary Rubio said, at great cost to themselves. So look, that is disappointing. At the end of the day, I think this topic is so much bigger than any kind of what I now see as a distraction. I think this, with the Spielberg film, and again, these tranches, these releases that are coming out, I do think that there is. I mean, look how full this room is. Look at the venue that we're in here. It's pretty extraordinary to see how this is developed, and it's only growing. So I feel that a critical mass again is building, and I think those distractions, if you will, I don't think I hope will not let stop progress on this topic.
As that critical mass builds, so does the noise around all of this. For those of us who have been following this for pre-2017, it's even for us, it's hard to keep your eye on what we're talking about here, right? Now we have AI making things even noisier. I do wonder how all of that noise affects the operational lens of national security. If all of a sudden you were literally having to track down and trace down every single report that comes in, and you don't have the manpower, is that something that should be of concern right now?
Well, it's interesting about AI because we are going to be dealing with a superintelligence one way or another. Maybe we'll be dealing with two, but we're certainly going to be dealing with one. And that one's probably a bigger threat to your job and your career than the other one's going to be. So I think we actually probably need to change our style of government in some degrees. I've tried to propose something in an article in Politico, recognizing that one, the average representative is not a deep technical programmer and that kind of thing, but we have a range of increasingly technologically demanding, sophisticated issues. And I think there's alternative means for bringing in people on a very bipartisan basis that have deep expertise, that can formulate policy. And the model that I would use is the Base Closure Realignment Commission, where Congress said, this is too hard for us. We keep failing at this. We're going to pick a group of people from both parties who are genuine experts, and those people are not raising money, they're not running for office, they're not getting paid off by special interest groups, and they're not going to write a commission study that goes on a shelf. They're going to write legislation that's going to automatically become law unless vetoed by the president or 2/3 in Congress. And I think the first year they saved $700 million for the taxpayer. It was so successful, they did it 3 other times. I think it's a very interesting model for the public to think about as we increasingly face issues that are not of the kind that the founding fathers envisioned. And as we think about how our society has evolved into one in which money plays such an overwhelming role in elections and access to our politicians.
That makes me think of that weird little drone thought experiment. George Washington holding a drone,
Yeah.
Benjamin Franklin holding a drone. We'd have a very different society, I think. And yet, and I feel sacrilegious even bringing this up, but that was for base closures. That was for saving money.
That model could be used for other things, but not necessarily for.
Right.
For AI, it would be good. I think.
AI, yes. Paradigm shifting technological breakthrough. We need something a little bit more drastic, which, again, very interesting conversation. I'm hoping that you guys will participate here. But do we need a different form of government? Do we need to tweak some of the way that we are governed here in America and beyond? Admiral?
Well, there's a lot of room for change and improvement. I'll say that. But I think Chris is right. I think we can look at past precedent and apply models that have been successful to this problem. But I want to go back to some of the other discussion about whether we should know or not and open this up or put a lid on it. One of my favorite quotes from Chris is, "When has ignorance ever been a good national strategy?" And I think, yeah.
Yeah, the idea of, explaining that to George Washington, and it's like, no, there are these things called combustible, engines, and everyone's, you're going to have Uber drivers, and like the idea of just gunpowder and those types of things in the hands of just everyday citizens, it would boggle the mind, and yet 250 years, we can look back at the progress that we've made. But Mark, the government question, do we need a different framework if this truly is what many people suspect it is?
In short, no. I mean, I think democracy is what the least bad option of government, right? So I think at the end of the day, the system should be answerable to the people. If these allegations, again, that have been made under oath from a variety of whistleblowers are true, the system has failed, but that doesn't necessarily mean we overthrow or change the system entirely. Sure, again, I agree there could be many tweaks. I think we can all agree money and influence in politics are corrosive. But at the end of the day, I don't think we throw the baby out with the bathwater. We don't change the entire system.
Yeah, and let me point to the good that's being done. I know Representative Burleson put in, I think, a provision for the 2027 NDAA about convening, I think, a panel to review records and release records. And so that's positive. Again, we have now the White House, again, I'll make the pitch, the Science Advisory Council. So that's a positive development. And then you have various record releases under this Pursue program, which is revealing some very interesting information and that we're going to work to get more data for. So I think right now we're at a time where there is positive development. Certainly when you go back a decade and compare the two, most of us in this room would never believe we'd be here having this discussion 10 years ago. And so right now I think let's just monitor the progress and do the best we can. And then ideas for change will arrive.
And Kirk, I mean, again, going back to executive branch, judicial branch, Congress, states' rights, do you think that framework is adequate? Do we have enough self-correcting mechanisms in here to be able to deal with technological advance like many people suggest?
Well, I'm in agreement with Mark that for all of our flaws in the way our government functions, I think it's the best model that we have. But I would say this, what's wrong now is that we're not living up to what our structure is. The idea that Congress can go 80 years without officially and consistently being part of the making of policy in an area like this is just unconscionable. And you can't sugarcoat it. I'm an institutionalist of this institution. And this is what offends me as much as anything about this, is keeping Congress out of the picture, out of the decision-making process, is just indefensible. So.
And all of that is done in the interest of. And it's fascinating because all of that is, or at least we believe, may have been done in the interest of national security, right? National security is the great line that is verboten to cross. Are you all suggesting that national security maybe, when we're talking about whistleblower protections and we're talking about some of the details in the language on who can come forward and what they can say, national security once again comes right back front and center. How do you navigate that when it comes to the specific language and what people are allowed to disclose to the public, to individual members of Congress, and then possibly to the executive?
The good news is nobody has ever been prosecuted for bringing classified information to Congress and presenting it in a secure facility to an appropriate committee. So I would say the doors are wide open. They remain open. We're doing everything we can to encourage people to come forward. And I do think there's room for additional legislation to provide additional compensation or protections to people. Here in the Disclosure Foundation, we have a legal staff that's prepared to provide free legal advice to people that may have questions about their rights and obligations. So we're trying to facilitate that in any way we can. But people that have come forward to date, if none of them have been prosecuted, they've suffered administrative sort of blowback in some cases. And that is a more difficult thing to shield them from. But I would say right now that's the principal problem that they face if they do come to Congress. And so more can be done in that regard.
Yeah, and in the end of the day, we swore an oath to the Constitution, and we're a government by the people, for the people, and so I think that people have a right to know.
Admiral, you of all people here, I think at the desk, you took quite a risk in coming forward and in approaching this before it was very mainstream. It's so weird because I keep finding myself in conversations with, I believe, the same people that I've been arguing with throughout the years. And I'm surrounded. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought I was the one that had to convince you guys to take this stuff seriously. And now you're all just assuming that it's aliens. Like, we have to deal with this with nuance. And they're like, wait, are you the skeptic? And I'm like, I don't know. But so often it does seem as though, the pendulum has swung. And now we have the ability to look beyond the stigma. But now that has happened, do you think that the whistleblower protection, additional whistleblower protections that are being discussed are necessary? Or do you think that this idea of just going straight to your Congress member or going straight to an executive in the correct manner are sufficient to bring about more disclosure?
Well, I think I agree completely with what Chris said, is that, there's no case of people even attempted to be prosecuted, much less convicted, for sharing classified information with Congress.
Can you guys hear me okay? This is different for me.
Now, he also then said, but
no.
They have administrative weapons to apply. And
I'll keep that going in case there's another break and you guys are dying to hear that. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Scott. I'm gonna have to buy new headphones. Well, I'm not. I had like 3 thoughts at once. One is that the headphones I bought on Prime Day, no, my husband gave them to me for Christmas. Sorry. He bought them for $100 from Amazon, and I saw that they are only $70 right now for Prime Day, but I'm not gonna buy the same brand. They just broke. So, and they need to be wired. So that's the other thing I was gonna ask you guys. Please let me know if my voice isn't matching the screen. I don't have the filter thing on, but when you aren't wired into your computer, that's a common error problem to run into. And for those of you who were watching earlier, I was able to get the comforter the comforter into the wash, no problem. Hope I'm not going to be hurting tomorrow. And then no decisions currently on the never mind, I'm not even gonna bring that up. What did you guys think of the aliens thing? What's going on? I saw Steve say that they're never gonna tell us. And who are these guys? Like, are these members of Congress? Are these National Alien Association presidents? Like, what's going on over here? I have the court on my end to put back on the main stage once the jurors come back, but they said that would be around 2:30, so their time, not ours. So we shall see. I'd like to know what you guys thought about the science people. We can play it for a few more minutes.
And I would, I take
Why
that,
can't-
we all take that incredibly seriously, and it's a real problem. Whistleblower protections are simply inadequate. They just absolutely are ridiculous, ridiculously one-sided. And so this is a real problem, and it is still ongoing today. You'll lose your job, you'll lose your clearance, your reputation. It's really difficult to start a new career, from scratch. And you got a family to support, you have yourself to support. The deck is really stacked against these people. And Congress has a right, the way procedures have been set up in law, people can come forward and disclose to Congress. It doesn't mean that Congress has the tools to protect them from reprisals.
If I may try to strongman the other side of that argument, let's say all of a sudden we got whistleblower protection that has specific language that has to do with UAP, and that becomes the next, well, hey, I have an HR issue, I hate my boss. Guess what? I now have some language that will protect me, that will let me take this all the way on my grievances, all the way to the tippity top. And oh yeah, I definitely was abducted, or something along those lines, right? That does open up the floodgates, the HR floodgates that could be out there. Again, I'm so glad that we're having these conversations, because this is step 2, step 3, step 4 in trying to suss out some of the unintended consequences. But that's got to be a concern, right?
I think there's a legitimate concern on the part of the executive branch. It's hard to manage, in my experience, it's challenging to manage a civilian civil service workforce, because you don't have the ability to fire people. And If, to some extent, they're somewhat like tenured academics. And
Yep.
so you have to lead by, hopefully by example
Sorry,
or by
unioners.
inspiration. But that can be a management challenge for people in the executive branch. And if their subordinates
100%.
are running out,
It makes me think like there's no,
those things really chew up the clock. I mean,
Coco?
they can take
Coco.
over your time and your day and sort of it's a big deal.
Why
if
are
one
you
of your
intent
subordinates
on
does something
causing
like that.
mass destruction?
there is no HR for UFO Twitter, as you guys
So,
probably
I think that
noticed, but
I don't think that's a reason not to have whistleblower protection, but I do think it needs to be carefully crafted.
go ahead.
Well, Gotti, I would say that your reasoning is certainly not unsound, and this has been the rationale, I think, that's prevented reforms to date.
That's what?
Congress has been reluctant to open the floodgates, right?
Easy cat.
Waste, fraud, and abuse has been around forever, and people who report that should be and have been rewarded. But at the same time, you do have this problem of how do you control your workforce, and do you let them make frivolous charges and the like. So it is a problem, and you see that Congress is reluctant to really vigorously reform the whistleblower protection standards. At the same time, I think that something could be done around this specific issue. Like, you could set up a set of protections for this class of whistleblower, and you could put a sunset on it. You could give people 3 years, 5 years, or whatever to come forward. I think also there's potentially a role for the private sector to raise money privately to compensate
public-private
a restitution
partnerships.
fund or something.
It's actually what I got my minor in. Let's see if they're coming back. For those of you who are just now joining us, hello. Please make sure to double tap your screen if you are watching on your phone, or if you are watching on your laptop or computer, please just hit that thumbs up button. So I am coming to you guys today on day 3 of the Blaise Taylor trial. It is in Nashville, Tennessee, and he is accused of, unfortunately, unaliving his girlfriend who was carrying his child at the time. He was not thrilled about fatherhood, but text messages would show that he had come around to it and wanted to be involved in both Jade's and the baby's life. The baby was going to be named either Gem or like Gem, because her name's Jade, and or Ivy, and the state has hit him with that big nasty M word charges for their passings, and there are a few more state witnesses. I know that we have the medical examiner, and then finishing up whoever this guy is on testifying right now, well, after lunch. So Steve says that, and the testimony has been absolutely wild. Well, yesterday it was like calm, and then it just like exploded. And today has been calm, and I am bracing myself for another wild afternoon. I don't know. I can feel it. I feel like this judge saves the crazy stuff for post lunch. Ironically enough, he also seems to come back from lunch in a horrible mood. Something to be aware of while watching this is the judge's absolute disdain for the defense. He's already a no BS judge, but oh my gosh, this judge is talking. I hate this BS about not filming, except when like the jury's in the room or the jury's being brought in to the room. It prohibits us from knowing the information, like any motions that they bring in the mornings, any issues with witnesses. It allows us to see the trial through the eyes of a juror, yes. But, and I love his suit, he looks 10 out of 10. The only thing that would be better is if he had like a real nice pocket square. But he looks fantastic. And I don't know about you guys, but to me, he exudes confidence, which is either great or it's terrifying. And when we finished watching yesterday, we saw a person that he had allegedly dated, and this person, once again, allegedly accused him of some really heinous things. We were unable to confirm and locate. We were unable to locate and thereby confirm these allegations, but I don't know. He looked so nice. It seemed like the state was just blowing this out of the water until yesterday. And then yesterday it was like, how dare you? How dare you? I really do feel this way. Like, and if he is found guilty, he's going to get an appeal granted. This was like out of this world, horribly conducted in terms of evidence collection, and just the investigation techniques were laughable. And this guy's fighting for his life. Make sure that you have an airtight case. Make sure that you've done the work on your end. And there we go.
Detective Miller, we left off with page 24 of the exhibit. This is now page 25. Can you describe what it's showing?
It's referencing a Snapchat that Jade received on her device from an individual named Lauren.
And that Lauren has letters after it, but there's nothing about that that's connected to Lauren Weber as far as you know, correct?
As far as I'm aware, correct.
Who's Lauren? We heard about Lauren last night.
Page of your report, which is page 26, can you describe what is shown here?
2 text messages are identified. one from Najaya to Jade's phone at 7:02 on 2/25/23, stating he said he wants some pasta, and then laughing. And then at 7:07, Jade receives a text from Jarius Porter on the same date.
I'm sorry.
Just dating on the same date as well.
And the next page.
Can you describe what's shown here?
At 7:13, Jade answers a call from Najaya that lasts approximately 1 minute on 2/25 at 7:13 p.m. And then it also depicts a text message that was received from Najaya saying Blaise is probably going to like this. Blaise is probably like this expletive on 2/25 at 7:56 p.m.
And is the expletive followed by a couple of laughing emojis?
Yes.
And that was page 27.
Can you describe what's on the next page?
Jade receives a Snapchat message from an individual named Braylon, and that was at 2:25 at 7:23:01 p.m.
And there's an image with that. Is that, I guess, can you kind of describe, that's just a message, correct?
Correct. The picture in and of itself is the message.
That was page 28. This is page 29. Can you describe what's shown here?
A series of texts that were sent within a minute of each other, starting with one from Jade to Najaya saying, LOL, I'm about to make the plate at 7:24:32. Najaya responds, okay, we're close at 7:24:48. And then Najaya sending again, I just had to have it, followed by 2 emojis at 7:24:55.
Have what?
Page, which is page 30. Is that, can you describe what that is?
It's just a different way to display the exact same information, just a little bit more digestible is all.
And the next page, which is 31, can you describe what's shown here?
Depicts a phone call that was incoming to Jay's device from Najaya that was answered, and it lasted about 9 seconds at 7:33:58 p.m. on the 25th.
And the next page, which is 32, can you describe what's shown here?
Between the hours of 8:03 and 8:29 p.m., texts are traded between Najaya and Jade shortly after Najaya leaves the residence.
And so there was no communication directly between Jade and Najaya from that 7:30, our last page was 7:33 until that 8:03. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the next page, which is 33, can you describe what's shown here?
This is the series of texts again, just in a different format.
And can you describe, there's kind of a gray box and a blue box. Who is the person whose messages are in blue?
So, like I was referring to earlier, the messages that are extending from the left side of the screen, those are going to be the individual that Jade was communicating with. Those in blue that are extending from the right side of the screen, those are going to be Jade's statements or Jade's texts.
And for the record, can you read out the content of the text from Najaya on 2/25/23 at 8:03:06 p.m.?
Yes. It says, that was a cute interaction we all had. I hope y'all had a great date night. Love you, with a handful of heart emojis afterwards.
And the next page is page 34. Can you describe what's shown here?
Another series of texts shortly after the previous slide that we were just looking at, a continuation of the conversation.
Can we look at them?
And specifically, can you read out the content of the message on 2/25/23 at 8:12:22 p.m.?
Yes. It states, oh, that was sweet of him, with 2 emojis following it. I didn't want to intrude. we can definitely plan some things soon, and he can teach us how to play spades.
And the next page, which is 35, can you describe the content of this page?
Yeah, so this is one of those databases I was referring to earlier that Apple collects from all iPhones that they use to improve our user experience, to improve software, so on and so forth. This one specifically is from a database that's that they refer to as Knowledge C, and this portion of the database focuses on the lock states of the device. So when it was unlocked or when it was locked. So it has a period of time of when it started a locked state, when it stopped that locked state, and then there's a recorded line, another column that says recorded. That varies from time to time. That's just when it was entered into the database.
Nope, never mind.
The start and the stop is what you need to focus on, is what we focus on, I should say.
And can you read into the record the start and end date and time for the unlocked entry that is highlighted on page 35?
Yes, the unlocked state started at 225 on 2/25/23 at 8:29:36, and it ended on 2/25/23 at 8:29:52 p.m.
The next page, which is page 36, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a photograph that was taken at 8:29 p.m. This one held on to some XF data that actually has the location where the photograph was taken. Again, it was Jade's apartment. And this is of that same area that she had planned or that had laid out dinner and some of these arts and crafts. And this is kind of a mid, in the middle of their crafting or painting that they were doing.
And is there anything specific about the type of picture file?
Yes, so this is a live image. Apple, along with other devices, they have live images now to where you have an option of kind of sliding through the image to focus on a singular frame in that video. A very short video that you can slide through. So if somebody was blinking or not smiling in a photograph, you can kind of pause on a different frame. That being said, there will be, with this one specifically, there will be an image and a very short 2 to 3 second video that's also titled the same as the photograph itself. They're just combined into one package. So when you take that picture, you're really just taking a short video, and it chooses a portion of that as its photograph.
And this picture is following IMG_3411. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this next page, which is 37, can you describe what that is?
That is the video in relation to that photograph we just saw.
And that kind of moving file is downloaded to the disk that goes with this recording.
Yes, that's one of the 3 that was downloaded to that disk, yes.
And so that will be 3411. And the next page, which is IMG_3412.
Yes, so this is an actual video that was taken, a video that was taken shortly after that photograph was just taken, again, of their project, or of the progress of their project that they were completing.
Which I'm going to go back just a couple of screens. So you read out the unlock time is 8:29:36, and then the lock time is 8:29:52. This photo was taken at 8:29, but can you put to the record the seconds?
Yeah, it's 8:29:50 p.m.
And that's for 3411, and that coincides within that unlock time. Is that correct?
Correct. It's within that window.
I got it.
And that was page 38. We are now on page 39. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is
Or something close to it.
From that Knowledge C database. So again, this is some information that Apple that they store on the device. This is a portion that is focusing on the Pinterest application. You can see over on the far left.
Love Pinterest.
You can see com.pinterest.view search. All of these artifacts or these line items are.
I have a lot of followers on
processes
Pinterest.
that are occurring within the application of the Pinterest application. The one that's highlighted shows that it's accessing a URL very specific to a search. And if you follow the website, the URL, which looks like a traditional website, as we can all agree on, the www.pinterest, and continue on, after the search, you'll see a question mark and a Q and then an equal sign. The word motivational and then the word words are actually her search terms that she searched within Pinterest. So she searched for the term motivational words and then received the results from that search and was able to scroll through them.
And the next page was just 40. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is just further detail of, ultimately I was explaining what was, this is again, just another reference of that exact line item that we were just talking about.
And the next screen, which is page 41, can you describe what's shown here?
It's another snapshot of the lock and unlock or device states. And it shows that it was, her device was unlocked on 2/25/23 from 9 o'clock and 3 seconds to 2/25/23, 9:01 and 30 seconds p.m.
And the next page, which is 42.
This again is just showing a snapshot of the fact that she was utilizing the Pinterest application for this period of time. So the event date, if you go down that column, from about 9 o'clock to 9:07, she was searching and or scrolling on that application.
While she was supposed to be spending time with him?
The next activity after 9:07:30 is 9:16:26.
Yes.
And this next image, which is page 43, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a video that we were referring to a little bit ago. It was taken not long after the photograph, again, showing the progress of their painting.
And so that Pinterest activity is happening after this photo is taken, is that correct? Kind of before?
Before, during, and after. Yes.
And after.
Yes.
And this next page, which is 44, can you describe what this is?
Again, this is,
Thank you.
So what we were just looking at was a still shot of this video. So as it plays through, it's just her painting across the countertop, showing the progress of her painting and the progress of Blaise's painting.
Oh.
And so that video, the IMG_3412, that would also be on the disc.
That is correct, yes.
I actually think Blaise's painting is pretty cool.
Which is 45. Can you describe what's shown here?
Again, they're just referencing the usage of the Pinterest application during that time frame.
And that kind of part that's highlighted is 9:07:30 p.m. to 9:32:08. Is that correct?
To 9:19:58. The recorded time is not necessarily going to be the event time. That was just when it was recorded in the database.
And that's what I was getting to. I guess I was looking at the recorded time, but that last line, can you describe it? Doesn't actually go to 9:32:08. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's just when that line item was recorded in that database.
And so that activity is at 9:19:58.
Correct.
Correct.
That is page 46. We are now at page 47. Can you describe what's shown here?
We are looking at a still image of what Apple refers to as a snapshot. So ultimately, when we are closing down applications and we swipe up and we see kind of still states of all the applications that we had open, those freeze frames or those still shots of our applications, those are what Apple refers to as snapshots.
Okay, that's
Those are
interesting.
saved as a very specific file type within the extraction of the device. It doesn't look like it. It's not saved as a typical picture. It's not saved as a movie or anything like that. It's a very unique file type. So we know that that's what this photograph came from. But this is also most likely the last thing she was looking at on Pinterest when she was conducting her painting.
And the next page, which is 48, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes. So if you notice on the file name at the very end of it, it's .ktx. It's a very unique file type. I don't know of any other photographs that utilize that file type, but it shows a created date at 9/19/59.
He looks
PM,
so sad.
and on the date of 2/25/2023.
Look at that, man.
And if you were to swipe away kind of that open page on your phone, what would happen to that KTX file?
If I was to, I'm sorry, say that again.
If you were to close out that open app on your phone,
Okay.
what happens to the KTX file?
It still is stored for a period of time on the device.
Is it at some point deleted?
Yes, it's in a temporary folder. So it's one of those things that we all know that we open and close applications at varying rates. So it's not something that the phone wants to hold on to indefinitely because it's.
Oh, Bubbles, you don't have to.
Anybody or the device or anything. So it's one of those that's an evolving database, a constant kind of a rollover.
And the next page, which is 49, can you describe what was shown here?
We have highlighted a window of a locked state and an unlocked state. The locked state, well, I start with the unlocked state because we're going in a descending. So on 225 at 9:19:49, it was unlocked until 9:20:59 p.m. And then it was locked at 9:20:59 p.m. until 9:29:06 p.m.
And you just said it was locked from 9:20:59 p.m. until 9:29:06 p.m.
That's correct.
And the next page is 50. Can you
I missed those numbers.
It's a snapshot of a series of photographs that were taken with Jade's device between the times of 9:24 and 9:28 p.m.
which you have just testified that her phone was in a locked state. Can you describe how is it possible that she is taking photographs?
Yes. So from a locked state, Apple devices and other mobile devices have realized that people utilize their phone as a camera just as much as they do a phone. So they make it a little bit easier for you to swipe either to the left or hold down on a little camera icon in the bottom right-hand corner. You can do this without ever entering your PIN, using your fingerprint or your Face ID to access that application.
And are there 12 photographs that are taken in a series?
Yes.
And is the first one listed at the bottom of this page 50?
The first one, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
This next page 51, can you describe what's shown here? Is that just more detail about
Yeah,
this exact?
yes.
Thank you, Papa.
Yes,
A
it's
little bit bigger so you can see the exact
just zoomed in a little bit more, yes.
And the next page, which is 52, can you describe what's shown here?
I placed a copy of the photograph and then a copy of the detailed information just to the right of it, so it kind of flowed a little bit easier. So as we're looking through these slides, the photograph on the left, and then the immediate right of it is the detailed information for that photograph. So the first one being 34313.jpg was taken at 9:24:33 p.m. And it also again has the location information stored inside that photograph or in the details of that photograph that it was taken at her apartment. The following picture was, again, these will be kind of in a consecutive order as well because they were taken fairly shortly after the first one. Next one being 3414.jpg at 9:24:41 p.m.
And the next page, which is 54, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, same.
I apologize, it's 53.
Page 53. Oh, yeah. Very first photograph at the top, ending in 3415.jpg, was taken at 9:25:17 p.m. Then 3416 was taken at 9:25:32 p.m. and then 3417 was taken at 9:25:51 p.m.
And the next page, which is 54, can you describe what's shown here?
Same, we're looking at the extension of that same series. So ending in 3418.jpg was taken at 9:27:02 p.m. 3419.jpg was taken at 9:27:38 p.m. and then 3420.jpg was taken at 9:27:45 p.m.
And the next page, which is 55, can you describe what's shown here?
3421.jpg was taken at 9:27:54. 3421.jpg was taken at 9:27:59, and and then 3423.jpg was taken at 9:28:20 on the 25th.
And the next page, which is 56, does that just reiterate all of the dates and times of those photographs?
Yes.
And this next page is 57. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is image 3424.jpg taken at 9:28:45 p.m., but then was also subsequently marked for deletion at 9:29:12 p.m.
I can see why.
And when you say mark for deletion, what user input is required for that?
Oh, you'd have to have the phone unlocked at that point. You would definitely have to have full access to the device in order to mark anything for deletion.
How hard is it to mark something for deletion?
It's fairly easy.
And the next page, which is 58, can you describe what's shown here?
At 9:29 p.m., Jade calls Nigea's phone. Nigea answers. The call lasts for 6 minutes and 9 seconds at 9:29:27 p.m.
And the next page, which is 59, can you describe, is this just added kind of the time of that call?
Oh, yes.
And can you give the duration for that call?
The duration for the call that's listed above,
Mhm.
it was 6 minutes and 9 seconds.
And this next page, which is 60, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a snapshot of the call detail records that were for Blaise Taylor's device, and it indicates a 911 call on the date of the incident.
And so lines 428 and 429, that's a duplicate entry. Is that something that is fairly common with 911 with the carrier records?
Yes.
And the time being 033858, it's listed as a GMT time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe
Thanks, Oliver. We got the message.
to that in local time if the call is made at 9:38:58 p.m. Central Time?
Yes. So ultimately, electronic devices are stored and are created with the concept of UTC or GMT time. Because we can't have a Tennessee specific phone or a Italy specific phone, we have to have kind of a zero starting point that all devices can adjust to, or at least adjust from, to get to your local time zone. So ultimately, that's kind of the zero starting point for the time. And if you apply our time zone during that time, which was standard time, not daylight savings time, because we were in February, it's going to be -6 hours. So just Central Standard Time at that time. So if you subtract that 6 hours, it takes us right back to 9:38:58 when the 911 call was made.
And this next page, which is 61, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, we have a line item highlighted for an unlocked state starting at 9:29:06 and ending at 9:35:49 p.m. on the 25th of February.
And the next page, which is 62, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, so moments after the 911, I'm sorry, not the 911 call, but moments after the phone call to Nigea's phone from Jade's device, Nigea texts Jade 2 messages. First one at 9:30:17, what's going on? And then at 9:30:22 p.m., are you talking to me?
Which I'm going to go back 3 pages. And so that phone call began at 9:29 and 27 seconds, lasted for 6 minutes and 9 seconds. So it would have ended at 9:30.
Oh my God. Do you guys think that the state's going to say he was in her phone after the 911 call?
5:36.
That's correct.
And then going back to page 62, these 2 text messages are sent during that phone call. Is that correct?
Correct, not even a minute after it started.
And did you read the content of the message into the record?
I did.
And the next page, which is 63, can you describe what's shown here?
It's a continuation of that text string that Jade and Najee shared earlier, and then another depiction of the messages that I just read.
And the next page, which is 64, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes. So this is just what I explained before was the unlocked state. It ended at 9:35:49 p.m. It went into a locked state at that point until the following day at 6:44 a.m.
And obviously, you have some of your commentary at the top of this slide.
Yes.
The data is what is underneath the slide. Can you explain like what happens when your phone is in a locked state? What actions are still available?
So your phone can still receive text messages. It can receive phone calls. You will get notifications and alerts. If you had alarms set, those would still go off. If somebody else had control of the device, they could answer incoming calls. They could maybe even see incoming text messages, but they obviously would have to have the pen to open them up.
And I'm sorry, the next page, which is 65, can you describe what the lock state date, start date and end date that's highlighted?
Yes, as I just referred to, the lock state started at 9:35:49 p.m. and remained locked until 6:44 a.m. the following morning.
And the next page is 66. Can you describe what's shown here?
At 9:47:11, Isaiah calls Jade's device and it was answered, and it lasted about 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
And that was when the phone was in the lock state, correct?
That's correct. It was in a locked state at that time.
But you can do that from a locked state. You can answer calls.
Miller, we kind of went through the timeline of that 2/25 of 2023. Can you describe when you're analyzing the phone, are you the lead detective on the case and doing everything yourself?
Not at all.
And did you work with the lead detective assigned to this case?
I did.
And I guess, can you kind of describe how does that work with you locating information and y'all working together?
Yes, so there's a constant line of communication ultimately. Starting out when we receive paperwork, we're going to have some initial information about when the incident occurred, what kind of incident it was, because we don't just work on homicide phones, we work on sex abuse phones, we work on robbery phones, like all different types of devices. So every investigation is going to be a little bit different. So, but we're constantly in communication with that lead detective. They had boots on the ground during the initial portion of the investigation. They know it inside and out, and I'm kind of a third party coming in, again, assisting in the investigation with the digital evidence. So I have to rely on those lead detectives anytime I'm working on a phone or on a report for a device, because I need to know a lot more information. So there's constant lines of communication.
And did he ask you to look for certain pieces of information during certain time frames?
Yes,
And was November 6th one of those time frames?
that was.
And the next page, which is 68, can you describe what was shown here?
So this is a snapshot of the notes application, or a portion of the notes application that was in Jade's device.
And can you describe when the note was created?
It was created on 11/6/22 and at 4:11:27 p.m. And a note is one of those that you can constantly keep modifying, adding to, taking away from. So it has a last modified date as of the 8th of that same month.
And can you read the body of that note?
Yes. I think that we might as well cut out the communication or whatever between us, because we can't keep opening and closing this door when I've made the decision. You said how you felt and what you do or don't want, and I respect it and will not involve you at any point. My appointment is the 16th, So if your mind changes or anything, feel free to reach out at any time. But other than that, I feel like we will just be running in circles, continuing to communicate.
And can you explain, there's a summary section? Do you know how that's created?
It's created by the application and is actually just in the line item of all your notes. It'll actually give you just like a little snapshot of what's in that note.
And the next page, which is 69, can you describe what's shown here?
A series of texts between Nigea and Jade on 11/6/22, starting at 12:49:50 p.m.
And can you read out the time and the content of the text messages on this page?
Yes, at 12:49:50 p.m., Jade states, Blaise talking about the current situation in quotations. And then she follows up, again, Jade to Nigea at 12:50:06 p.m. I'm going to tell him today I'm not having the abortion so he can just get it out of his head. Nigea responds at 12:51:11 p.m. like he had the opportunity to talk yesterday and didn't. Nigea then follows up with, at 12:51:18 p.m., she laughed at Jade's, she responded to Jade's text by laughing at it or doing a ha-ha quotation above the text. And then she follows up with LMAO, get it out of his head because it's a wrap, at 12:51:30 p.m. Jade then responds at 12:51:38 p.m., literally, and was being awkward, trying to have other conversations to avoid. At 12:51:46, Jade responded to the message from Nigea, emphasizing her message about it's a wrap. Then Nigea texts Jade at 12:51:53 p.m. because it's happening. Nigea follows up with, do you think my story should have a song or no? Referring to a post or something along those lines, I'm guessing, at 12:52.
Okay, I don't need you to guess.
And then Jade responding, he's gonna be like, but why? It just makes no sense for us. Like, expletive, shut it down. At 12:52:12 p.m. And then she finishes with, yeah, give it a little song at 12:52:43 p.m.
And the next page, which is 70.
Same.
So it's 4 messages between them.
Correct. Do you want me to follow up with reading them all?
Why can't we see them?
At 12:52:49 p.m., Nigea says he most def is going to be on that. Jade responds at 1:10:44 p.m. It's all good though. It is what it is. Jade then follows up with, I told my dad yesterday. That was at 1:10:48 p.m. Nigea says, oh, expletive, how'd that go? At 1:11:05. Nigea then sends a photograph with no context. And then Jade responds, it went really good. He cried. I've never seen him cry other than my grandma's sister's funeral at 1:12:14 p.m. Nigea responded, cried, question marks, and then a series of emojis at 1:12:24. And then Nigea then followed up with stop it, Dennis, at 1:12:29 p.m. And then Jade finishes this page with, but he told me basically the same as my mom, that he would support me either way, at 1:12:43 p.m.
And the next page, which is 71, can you describe what's shown here?
At 1:45:12 p.m., Jade texts Nigea, I'm about to talk to this expletive. Nigea responds like WTF, At 1:45:32 p.m., Najee then says, "Let me know how it goes." At 1:45:36 p.m., again, Najee sends a photograph without any context. And then at the bottom, Jade finishes up with, "I think that we might as well cut the ties, communication, or whatever between us."
And
Because
is that a draft of basically that note that you've already testified to?
yes,
And that's Jade sending that to Najee, is that correct?
correct.
And there's a photograph in the message that Najee sends Jade at 2:29. This next page, which is 72, can you describe what this is?
That's the photograph that she submitted in that message.
And the next page, which is 73, can you describe what's shown here?
These are responses that Najee sent Jade of edited versions, I guess is the best way to describe it, as she read the message that Jade was considering sending to Blaise. She shared it with Najee, and Najee gave her thoughts on it.
What was the date? I'm going crazy waiting for that.
This page is at 5:11:59 p.m. Can you describe what that is?
Of what
Jade
date?
sent Najee a picture with no context.
Because that would wrap up the Indiana conversation last night.
Can you describe what that is?
It appears to be a Kroger website image of organic basil.
And is that the image that was in that previous message?
Yes.
And the next page, which is 75, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a message that Jade sent to Blaise Taylor's device with the final draft, if you will, of the message she had started in notes and then shared with Najee and edited a few times. This was the final draft that she texted to Blaise at 4:37 p.m. on 11/6/2022.
And can you read that to the record, please?
Yes.
Cool.
After multiple conversations, I think it may be best that we go ahead and cut the ties of communication between us. We can't keep opening and closing this door when I've made the decision I have. We will continue to run in circles of communication about the situation when we know we are not in agreement with the situation.
This was the proofread version? Girl.
You said how you felt and stated that moving forward, you want no parts, so I will let it be just that. I will not involve you at any point. I will love this child unconditionally with or without you. I informed you that my appointment is on the 16th, so if your mind changes between now and then, the choice is yours to show up or not. So with that being said, there's nothing left for me to say. Have a great rest of your day, Blaise.
And the next page, which is 76, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, it's another view of her sending that exact same text on the 6th of November.
And is that the thread between Jade Benning and Blaise Taylor?
That is the thread, yes.
And what is the next message that occurs after the November 6th, 2022?
Almost 2 months later, on 12/31/22 at 4:26:02 p.m., Jade texts Blaise's device stating, "I'll be off in about 30 or 45 minutes. I will call you when I leave."
And can you describe in Jade's iPhone, does it capture every single phone call that she makes?
My neck's hurting.
Not all of her phone calls. Well, it does capture all of them. Yes, inherently phones do capture all phone calls, but not. Well, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, it does capture phone calls.
Is it possible that that phone call occurred through a third-party app?
It is possible.
Because it appears she's responding to something, but nothing happened.
That is correct.
Did you look for evidence of what would have occurred between Jade Benning and Blaise Taylor prior to her sending this text message?
Yes,
And did you find anything related to that?
I did.
And what was that?
I found a message or a text string between Jade and Najee. Jade had texted Najee a photograph of a missed call from Blaise.
Oh, sorry, guys. Not used to the AirPods.
She had taken a screen capture of her locked phone that she had missed a call from Blaise. So it shows that on her screen, and she texts that to Nigea. Nigea responded as though you would think she would. She was surprised because it had been a serious period of time since they talked. And then Jade seemed excited about the fact that he was calling.
And can you describe what's shown here? That is 77.
Yeah, it's just further detail of the slide we were just looking at, the text.
And this is 78, which is kind of just talking about that time frame of November 4th, 2022 to February 25th, 2023. Did you specifically kind of look at any contact that they would have had during that time frame?
Yes.
And specifically, did you look at Jade's activity during that specific time frame?
Yes.
And do the next few slides kind of focus in on things related to her and her actual pregnancy?
Yes, it does.
And this next page, which is 79, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, these are a series of calendar entries that were on her device, and then just below that, a series of text confirmation that you would typically receive from like a doctor's office or something along those lines, confirming the dates and times of those appointments that were listed above, of some of the appointments that were listed above, I should say.
And the next page is 80, which is kind of a zoomed in image of a portion of the previous slide. Can you
Correct.
read into the record the dates of these appointments?
Yes, the titled doctor appointment at Vanderbilt Women's start date and time was 11/16/22 at 1:40 p.m. The following is a second OB appointment at 12/28/22 at 3:40 p.m.
That's funny, Steve.
OB appointment or an anatomy scan at 2/2/23 at 9:45 a.m. I had to look this up, a non-invasive prenatal test for the blood work on 2/6/23 at 9 a.m. The following is third OB with an Allison Mullally on 2/10/23 at 11:40 a.m. An ultrasound on 3/9/23 at 9:05 a.m. A glucose test on 3/9/23 at 11 a.m. And then a Little Sprouts spring and summer pop-up sale on 3/21/23 at 4:30 p.m.
And that first appointment was on November 16th of 2022, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And this next page is 81. Can you describe what's shown here?
It's a detailed portion of a video that we're about to show that was taken at 2:34 p.m. on 11/16/22.
And can you describe what is shown here on 82?
It's a video that appears to be inside the doctor's office, videotaping an ultrasound being displayed on a screen in a dark office.
I had that done
Is that one of the video files that
2 months ago of my aorta.
which is 83? Can you describe what's shown here?
It's the details for another video that we're about to display that was taken shortly after at 2:59:50.
Did you hear that?
And that is on November 16th of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Someone went, oh,
And that is a still image on page 84 of your report. Can you describe?
if not, then it was my dog.
It is showing Jade walking out of the appointment, seemingly pretty excited to the point of having to remove her mask to show her smile.
And is that video on the test?
Yes.
And the next page 85 is a duplicate of the previous page. Can you describe, these are all of the appointments that she has, correct?
As they relate to the pregnancy, it's not every appointment that she had in her calendar.
And that Little Sprouts event, was there additional information on her phone about that?
I don't recall if there was.
Is it possible there were messages that related specifically to that?
Yes, there were. I'm sorry. Yes.
Am I hearing
And
my
that was
dog?
scheduled to occur
Oh my God. Sorry.
on March 21st, is
Yeah.
that right?
Yes.
And this next page is 86. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, Jade had created 2 boards on her Pinterest account, one titled Baby Nursery Inspiration and the other titled Baby Shower Ideas. First one was created or started on 12/16/22 at 10:39 p.m. and the other was created or started on 1/16/23 at 8:48 p.m.
And this next image kind of takes us a little bit out of sequence, but can you describe what is shown here on page 87?
Yes, it's a series of texts between Jade and Blaise on 9/28/22
Get out of here.
at 9:45:35 a.m.
And this next page, 88, can you describe what's shown here?
It's the details for the very first text, just kind of giving a little bit more in-depth look at the starting of the conversation.
And this next page, which is 89, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, it's a continuation of the same conversation the same day, just a little bit later on at 6:52:01 p.m.
I'm never getting AirPods.
Again, Jade and Blaise.
And can you read into the record the content of that message at 6:52:01?
Yes, that very first message from Jade to Blaise. I want to come stay with you again tonight. Blaise responds at 10:59:38 p.m. Yes, that's fine. So sorry, I definitely thought I'd responded, just was getting ready for bed and was like, dang, she hasn't responded back. And it was me who didn't respond with an emoji.
So
Jade then
kind.
responds at 11:04:46. LOL, it's all good. I'm finishing up at the gym. I'll come there in a minute at 11:04:46. And then follows up about 6 minutes later with on my way. Blaise responds at 11:11:16 that his door is unlocked. And about a minute later, Jade responds, loving his last text.
And were you specifically asked to look to see if they had contact kind of right there at the end of September?
Yes, I was.
And the next page, which is 90, can you describe what's shown here?
This is just a little bit more detail about the very last text that was sent in that string, just giving a little bit more information on it from the beginning to the end of the conversation.
And the next page, which is 91, can you describe what's shown here?
There were 4 notes located in her phone that were of a pregnancy mindset. 4 notes were started, one titled Baby Names, one titled Baby List Needs, one titled Ultrasound Appointment, and another titled Baby Shower.
And the next page, which is 92, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a series of line items from her inbox or her email. These are all email lists that she had signed up for that are all either parenting related, baby related, pregnancy related, of that nature. So she had 5 of them that she had actually subscribed to.
And the next page, which is 93, can you describe what's shown here?
It's a series of videos that I located inside of her device.
Hi, David. Thank you. Same to you.
Videos of an Amazon checkout, or like an in cart before you check out. So in your basket for Amazon, 2 of those for Amazon, another one for Old Navy, and another for another child-related website, all indicating items that she had in her cart ready for purchase.
And are all 4 of those videos between 2/20/2023 and 2/22/2023?
That's correct. Yes, the detailed portion down there at the very bottom is in correlation with the still image directly above it. Again, these are all videos, so these are just a still shot of the video.
And this is 4 separate things that you kind of consolidated.
Correct.
Did you pull every single pregnancy-related item from Ms. Benning's?
No, not at all. This is just a sampling.
Why?
Of what I located.
Was it somewhat just constant?
Yes.
From the beginning of November until
Riley.
Yeah, it was very, very constant.
And the next page is 94. Can you describe what's shown here?
An image that made me think she was treating herself right and working with the pregnancy by creating mocktails and posting that to some friends on Snapchat.
And did you specifically look for any evidence of alcohol use, marijuana use, things of that nature?
Correct, yes.
And did you find this kind of looking for that type of thing?
Amongst other things, yes.
And this next image, which is 95, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, it's a photograph of Jade at a local gym or her gym, and she, I found it important to say that she noted that we made it to the gym today. So my inference is her referring to her and her unborn.
And what type of artifact?
This is a Snapchat artifact.
And what's the date?
He's very opinionated.
It was created on 1/11/23 at 1:03 p.m.
And the next page, which is 96, can you describe what's shown here?
It's a photograph that was taken on February 2nd, 2023 at 9:24 a.m. And again, it appears that she is in a doctor's office with a ultrasound image up on a screen in the room.
And can you describe what is an HEIC file?
It's a high efficiency image container, and it's just a really fancy term for that Apple uses for their images. It's
Yeah.
a very high quality image.
It's a real pain in the ass.
It's very normal to see that inside of an Apple extraction.
And the next image, which is page 97, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is another photograph. This one was just a few minutes after the one we previously looked at. This one's titled 3131.jpg. And it's a photograph inside of a doctor's office. Now, looking more like it might be Jade that's getting her ultrasound, because you can almost picture her laying down on her back, taking the picture from her side.
And
Do not think of her that way.
It's at 2:23 at 10:11:01 a.m.
And the next page, which is 98, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a snap video that was taken on 2/2/23 at 9:55 a.m.
And the next image, which is 98 and 99, can you describe what's shown here?
Similar to the last. So again,
Yeah.
a video that was taken just moments later.
Did you
Good for her.
every single image that has been taken from that February 2nd, 2023 appointment? Was it voluminous?
Lots of pictures. Lots of them.
Was she taking them on different platforms, her phone, and then also within Snapchat?
That's correct.
And this next image, which is page 100,
This is image titled 3163.jpg. It was taken on 2/2/23 at 10:12:28 a.m. And again, it's a picture of her holding up her recently received sonogram printout.
and the next page is 101. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a series of text messages that Jade submitted to Blaise Taylor. First one on January 26, 23 at 11:29:08 a.m.
My eyes are dry,
She
sorry.
texted a photograph and then followed up with just reminding you that
Oh,
the appointment is next Thursday at 9:45. It shouldn't be longer than an hour. The photograph that she shared is pictured just below the portion that says OB, a third OB anatomy scan. She followed up with another text not long after that on January 26, 23 at 12:44 p.m. Okay, hopefully you can make it. I'd love for you to be there when I find out the gender. You coming to importance is very important, and that got cut off. Not so much the body of the text as the fact that she was texting him about the appointments is what I was trying to portray in these messages. On 2/5/23 at 11:48 p.m., she texts Blaise, "Sweet dreams, though, about to try and go to sleep since I have to be up early for the appointment," followed up with an emoji. And then on 2/10/23 at 12:51:16 p.m., an emoji, and then a doctor's appointment went well or went good. She said everything was normal, just waiting for the test to come back, which will be next week probably.
And that one, I think you read out the message red time. Was the message sent at 12:46:15?
Sorry, I apologize. Read from our own column.
And the next image, which is page 102 of the report, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, it's a photograph from a series of photos that Jade took in her kitchen on February 6, 2023 at 4:39 p.m.
And were you asked to look for specific information related to the camera that is portrayed in this photograph?
Yes, when you're looking at the details for images, I mean that is one of the things that, depending on the application that you use, is identified in the details of that photograph. If you look down a little bit lower on the right side, a little bit lower than halfway, you can see that it was taken with an Apple iPhone 13 Pro Max, utilizing software version 16.1.1, which was the same as Jade's device.
Which I apologize to Tech Miller. I think my question was confusing. I was referring to the surveillance camera that was on the left side of the stove.
There's that too.
Were you also asked to look for any information related to that camera?
Yes.
And the next image, which is 103 of your report, can you describe what's shown here?
Another photograph taken in that same series.
And the next image, which is 104, can you describe what's shown here?
Another photograph taken not long after, titled 3236.jpg in the same series.
And did you include all of the photographs that Ms. Finney took of her and her sonogram pictures on that February 6, 2023 date?
No, there was quite a few of them.
And the next image, which is
Lazy.
5 of your report, can you describe what's shown here?
Yeah, it's a series of text messages between Jade and her mother.
And can you describe the one at 6:17:03? What, I guess, does that image indicate to you?
A series of photographs were sent in one singular message.
And does that time frame kind of match up to when she was taking those photographs in her kitchen?
It does.
And the next page is 106. Can you describe what's shown here?
Same. It's going to end up being a series of photographs sent in a handful of messages, all containing a series of photographs in each message.
And page 107, is that another image of the 9 images that she sent her mom that day?
Yes.
And the next page is 108. Can you describe what's shown here?
Jade texts her mother, took these today at 6:17:10 p.m. And her mother proceeded to start loving each individual picture.
And the next image is 109. Can you describe what's shown here?
Selfie taken on titled 3337.jpg on 2/15/23 at 1:33:20 p.m.
Detective Miller, did you capture every single pregnancy progress post that Ms. Finney took that would be similar to this one?
I did not. Again,
Why?
this is just a sampling.
Was that something that she was doing on a regular basis during those months?
Yes.
Good.
And
Prove it.
the next image is page 110. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a screen capture that was taken of Jade's device when it was in a locked state She had a tendency of doing that when she was going to be texting someone else a screenshot of somebody who just called or just texted or something along those lines. But I found this one interesting to note. This is her lock screen with her sonogram in the background, and a very staged photo that meant a whole lot to her.
What did
for
it
a number
say?
of different reasons. I felt that to be important to add.
And can you read the date and time of this message?
Yes, it was taken on 2/23 at 10:35 a.m.
I misspoke. This is not a message. This is
Yes.
a capture.
Yes.
What does it say? Also, I hit that fly. I legit hit it. I think he's wanting to give up.
Detective Miller, you said that you worked with Detective Reese. When you were asked to search for things, can you describe some of the things that you were searching for? We've seen a lot of kind of the pregnancy of Jade Benning. Were you specifically?
I know exactly what the defense is going to say. I know it.
About Miss Benning and
Rose.
Yes, so we, of course, this happened over a very extended period of time. This wasn't all in one day. This was over a period of weeks and months even, and over a number of different conversations. But there was many keywords that we entered into the software. There's an easy way to enter those in, and the software does a lot of the work for you and searches out and seeks out and lists all of the times that those terms are used within the device. We did that with multiple keywords based off of the nature of her passing. Once that was identified, harming yourself, harming other people trying to harm you, lots of different phrases, terms, and things of that nature.
And specifically, there was a text message in there that referenced abortion.
Correct.
Did you find any information that Miss Benning did not want her baby in those months of January, February?
I only saw indications that she wanted to keep the child and that she did not want to have an abortion. I saw that repeatedly. I saw nothing indicating that she wanted to have anything to do with abortion with this pregnancy.
And is it correct that you were specifically looking for anything that could possibly indicate that?
Yes.
And specifically, were you looking for references to cocaine?
Yes.
Did you find any references to cocaine?
Maybe not, but you're here. Thank you so much for the algo boost.
I saw 0 references to cocaine in her device.
And no references whatsoever. Like, I mean, when you're looking for references of her doing it, but did she have references to cocaine?
I did not see references at all on her device for anything related to cocaine or any slang term for cocaine that we could conjure up.
And did you look to see if there were other substances that she was using?
Yes.
And did you see activity of her using other substances prior to her learning that she was pregnant?
Yes.
Were there references to those substances? Is that going to be marijuana?
Yes.
Can you explain what a cart is?
It is short for cartridge. It's what you would put into a vaporizing device, and it would be these specifically are thought to be THC based.
And were there a couple of references to mushrooms?
Yes, there were.
Was there any evidence in conversations that you reviewed that indicated that Ms. Benning used any drugs after she found out she was pregnant?
Nothing indicating that she used them, no.
Were there references of text messages where she asked someone for drugs for other people?
There's a number of those, yes.
And did you kind of follow those text threads to the other messages around them to look to see if it
He
was-
just sighed heavily.
Yes, I did.
Was there evidence that it in fact was?
Yes, there were.
Did you search Ms. Benning's phone for information related to her relationship with Ms. Jade Jackson?
Yes.
And were you specifically looking to see see if there was any negativity between the two of them.
Yes,
Did you find anything like that?
I did not find one bit of it.
Did you find an enormous amount of communication between the two of them?
Yes, it was very clear that they talked on a very regular basis.
And is it fair to say that if you're looking for evidence of one thing, you kind of look at conversations with other people to see, it might not be in a text thread between Ms. Binney and Mr. Taylor, but she might be talking to Ms. Jackson about something that happened.
Oftentimes you'll find true feelings in another adjacent text, yeah.
Were you looking at all of those messages, especially focused in that time frame of February of 2023?
Yes, very much so.
But looking at it back to the date when she finds out she's pregnant, but specifically looking for everything that she's doing in that month of February.
Yes, very, very closely.
And did you find any evidence of any connection between Mr. Keontae Jones and Miss Penny? Did they even communicate?
There was no evidence of communication between those two. He was referenced a few times in a few different text messages, but she never communicated with him directly that I could find on her device.
If I can have just 1 second.
You know what? That line of questioning went really well. I guess I just wasn't expecting him to insert his opinions, but it makes sense as to why he did.
I want to switch gears a little bit, which if we can.
Oh, I thought it was done.
Did you receive any other devices in this case?
A number of different devices, yes.
And I want to reference you, was that the only device that you received from Ms. Binney where she was the owner?
Yes, for her, yes.
At some point, did you receive devices related to Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And can you describe what devices did you receive?
It was a series of devices over a period of time as well. Initially, we received, I'd have to refer to notes in order to list some of these out.
Is there an objection to him referring to his notes?
His notes about what? I say expecting someone to respond.
List the devices.
I wanted him to generally explain the
Okay.
devices that he.
You asked about the list.
I asked about it.
What is the list?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's just a snapshot of some of the devices that were turned in, that were owned by him or used by him, by Detective Reese.
I don't know what notes he has. Nothing's given to me. I don't have.
What is your question?
I just wanted to know what.
Told you guys.
What devices did you receive?
This judge comes back from lunch so angry. I would love to know what he spends his lunch doing that gets him so irritable and just sour. If you haven't noticed it, like, he's firm, but there's a difference between that and just being just frumpy and giving off this like, oh, these damn kids, like, get off my lawn kind of guys. And he is that. And then to add to that, he hates defense. He hates the defense attorneys so much.
Related to Blaise Taylor.
We received a Microsoft Surface that was owned by the Titans that was in his possession. We received a iPhone 15 Pro. We received a GPS tracker. We received 3 different iPads.
Was he tracking himself?
3 more laptops, another Microsoft Surface, and 2 thumb drives.
And the cell phones that you referenced, did you receive any of those close in time to February 25th of 2023?
No.
The Microsoft Surface, is that the one device that you received earlier on?
Yes, the one that was owned by the Titans, yes.
And you describe what, if any, information was on that device?
It was only work-related information that we could look at.
And
That's
can you
unfortunate.
describe what, if anything, did you do with or receive related to an Apple iCloud?
Yes, so Detective Reese, when he received his response from Apple, he submitted a search warrant to them. And in return, after a period of time, it takes them a while to consolidate the information that was requested. They submit that to him and within the time frame that he requested in the search warrant. So they follow all the rules of the search warrant. Apple is pretty strict on only giving you exactly what you want, and they really only give you exactly what you want. So we don't receive the search warrant that they submit to Apple. We receive the data that Apple provides to that detective. Again, we will plug that information into our software that processes it just like a cell phone. It ends up looking a lot like a cell phone when it's done processing, or at least the software makes it look a little bit like that. Primarily because most of the information that's backed up on most iClouds is backups of phones and iPads, which again is like an iPhone. So we received that and we processed that information and gave that to Detective Reese to start looking through.
And this
It's every day.
11 of your report,
It's every day,
this
Bubbles.
image is
After lunch.
12. Can you describe what's shown here?
This is another consolidated bit of information that I obtained from a number of different sources when it pertained to his iCloud return that Apple provided us. You can see that we have the name that was associated with the account was Blaise Taylor, with his address listed as 1903 Ashton Avenue. A handful of email addresses that were associated with his account, along with a series of devices that were associated with his account, along with phone numbers that were associated with his account, so on and so forth.
And you listed off an iPhone that you received. Did you receive an iPhone 7 or iPhone 12?
No, nor iPhone X or an Apple Watch or anything from that list.
So you did not receive the actual cell phone device or any of the devices connected to the Apple Watch?
So just his like SIM card or what?
Some of these iPads very well could have been those iPads that were listed in that line item, but no phones that were related to this iCloud.
Did you receive any devices that had activity related to this time frame of November 2022 to February of 2023?
No physical devices.
Okay. Is that a problem?
Which is 113. Can you describe what's shown here?
This is kind of a cover page, if you will, that Apple sends with their return data. Basically just saying who the account is associated with, name, phone number, address, email address, so on and so forth.
And does it list a time period?
That the time period, it says 1/1 of 23 to 7/4 of 23.
And is it correct that Apple sent data that they associated with that time period?
That's correct. Again, I didn't see the search warrant, but the assumption is that that's the search warrant that, or the time frame within the search warrant that Detective Reese submitted to Apple, which is why they would have listed that there.
And do those generally include language related to backups?
Yes.
And the next page is 114. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a series of entries into the Apple wallet, and it could have been on any number of devices that were backed up on his cloud. But ultimately, these were just ways to further identify the information found in this cloud as associated with Blaise Taylor. Similar to what I was doing with Jade's phone, I do the same thing with clouds. Again, trying my best to identify who the owner or user of that data was.
And did you ultimately give that data to Detective Reese?
Yes,
Was it somewhat voluminous?
very.
And
Over 5 million messages.
is Detective Reese a little bit more familiar with kind of the contents of that iCloud return?
Yes.
Did you assist him with any questions that he had and kind of looking at some of that data to connect it to Eddie's data?
Yes.
And
Sorry.
you said that you did not receive any of those cell phones.
None of those that were listed in it's his account information from Apple.
The next kind of topic I want to get to is the blink camera that I pointed out in one of the photographs. This is page 115. Did you look to see if Ms. Benning's iPhone had any evidence of footage from that blink camera?
Yes.
And the next image is page 116 of the report. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, when the term blink was just entered into the search feature of the software, you can see that there's some recorded dates and times for activity with the device. Interestingly, a note to note, I should say, is that the device was showing offline starting on 2/22/23 at 8:37 a.m. And continued to show offline as the app reached out to the camera trying to access it during that attempted communication via the internet with the device. It continuously showed offline.
So she did it herself?
What was the next date after the 2/22/23? There was anything in Ms. Benning's iPhone related to that camera?
The next date is 2/26/23 at 7:08 p.m. And that's indicating that motion was detected with that camera.
And the next page, which is 117, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, it's further detail into the motion that was detected on 2/26/23 at 7:11:31 p.m.
And the next page is 118.
I have a question. I'm sorry, guys. If you could, in the chat, let me know if you are familiar with iPods, or that's what these are called, right? AirPods. Let me know if you're familiar with them, and I'm going to ask you a question in the chat. Thanks.
Can you describe what's shown here?
This is a still shot of the view of that camera inside of the kitchen, kind of looking over the stove there. It was created on 2/22/23 at 2:48:40 p.m.
And this image is on her phone, correct?
It is. It's stored within the database of the Blink app. It's a cached image, so it's most likely an image that would appear representing the view of the camera, not necessarily the current view of the camera.
Did you look for any and all footage related to this camera?
Yes.
And are these the only things that existed as an artifact on her phone?
There was a snapshot of the application being open, of the Blink application being open at one point when we downloaded her phone. That snapshot still existed there, but that's also very expected as well. But between these and that's all we could find in relation to Blink.
Which the next page was us getting to the snapshot for an actual image on the phone that
Yes.
wasn't that
Correct.
type of snapshot.
Correct. I'm sorry. Yes.
This was the only thing that was there.
Yes.
And the next page is 119. Can you describe what you're here?
This is the snapshot I was just referring to. So just that image that Apple stores for applications that are currently open, kind of just that snapshot that I was referring to earlier.
And can you read the created date and time here?
2/26/23 at 9:37:01 p.m.
Okay. And do you know anything about kind of when this image was captured as compared to when that KTX file was made?
When this image, this is the KTX image,
Right.
correct?
The KTX image, can you describe how reliable is that created date and time and access date and time?
So that's actually going to be a very reliable image or date and time for that image, for that application state.
And can you explain the next page, which is 120?
So this is going to be the phone, the native phone application on the phone for an Apple device. specifically highlighted on the recent phone calls portion. Again, it's a KTX, so it's a snapshot of that phone application being open.
And so if someone had Ms. Benny's phone and they had the passcode and they swiped away a page, is that what would have caused that KTX file to be deleted?
The KTX file, that part gets deleted later on when it's actually live is when the KTX file is created, when it's actually open on the phone. But when it's swiped away, it isn't automatically immediately deleted. It's just stored away for a period.
But these images are just those pages.
Yes.
Being open.
Correct. These were just applications that were actively open on the device at the time of extraction.
I can have just one moment.
And that camera that I want, being $200 less expensive. If I were a millionaire, actually, just like if I had $400 to throw away.
Are going to agree to put this copy of the exhibit into evidence. So if we can have it as well as the disc, I want the record to be accurate. Thank you.
Leave the package. I think that one's edited.
Thank you, Detective Miller. I don't have any more questions at this time. As you might end up being recalled.
What did he say? Can we have a moment before then? Okay. All right. Like how long are we talking, counselors? Do not ask for a break. You guys have gotten so many breaks today. Rose with Thorns, are you listening? I have major news that I want you to hear. I know that Steve will know what I'm talking about, but I don't know if Bubbles will. It's regarding the trial I covered right before my surgery, my local trial with the cop. He just looks so sad. This guy looks like epically bummed out. I have a guy friend that told me all I need to focus on right now with my YouTube channel is to hit 10,000 subscribers. Like that should be my only freaking focus in the world, is just getting to 10,000. He's like, I can guarantee you getting to 10,000 quick if you do this in a bikini. And I was like, I don't know. Also, I feel like I would personally be setting women back like 50 years. What are they talking about? I know he's right. David said he's probably right. I absolutely know he's right. Well, it's not against the terms of service for YouTube, but it's especially seated, it's not the cutest position to watch someone in a bikini. Unless they're like Tom Brady fit. I, sir, am not. He yelled at him. Oh my God, this kid is such, I hate to say this, a dweeb. He's a dweeb.
Good afternoon, Detective Miller.
Good afternoon.
It's fair to say, and I think probably won't be a shock to this jury, that there's an absolutely tremendous amount of information on a cellular phone, right?
Yes.
And you described a little bit of this during your testimony, but the way you conduct a review of a cell phone is you're not just kind of scrolling through information, right?
To an extent, that's what you're doing, but there is somewhat of a method to the madness.
So you reference search terms, right?
That's one of the things we use, yes.
Okay. So you sit down with somebody and come up with a set of terms to help you kind of focus in on places to look on a phone?
It's one way we do it, yes, sir.
And in this case, was Detective Reese the person you sat down with?
Yes, one of the people, yes.
Who are the other people you work with?
General Norman.
Okay. So you and Mr. Norman and Detective Reese at various points in time worked together to come up with terms?
Correct.
In addition to search terms, what are the other ways that you'll look through a phone?
So, having looked through a number of devices, I know where a lot of information resides inside of certain databases. So there's a number of repositories that I go directly to right off the bat that I find different things. Again, it's hard to say exactly in this order. It's hard to say it's the same for every single crime because not all of them are going to be the same. So all investigations are different. So I'd have to say that the ways that I search through phones and analyze the evidence that we have extracted is going to be different every single time as well.
So one way might be, a date like February 25th, 2023. That's an important date, right?
Yes.
And you can create a timeline of everything that happened on that date.
That is one way you can do it, yes.
And that'll show you locations, right?
Mm-hmm.
It'll show you all the communications, right?
Yes.
It'll show you some of this very, very technical, like every time the phone is locked and unlocked kind of data.
Yes.
Probably stuff none of us even know is going on with our phone.
Most things we don't know that's going on our phone is most of the information that's being displayed there, yeah.
Sure, but that's a pretty directed, I know a date and I've got to look at that date kind of investigation.
That is correct.
Generally, you're not going to open up messages and look through thousands and thousands or even hundreds of thousands of messages.
Well, I mean, there's times for things of that nature, but I mean, obviously we know that looking through hundreds of thousands of messages is not a viable option. It's not as easy as it sounds.
So just for example, and we'll maybe talk more about this later, but when you were searching for evidence of drug use,
yes.
Did you just open up Jade's messages and start scrolling through messages until you found evidence of drug use?
Well, first steps were key terms in that sense, yes.
Okay, so you did search terms, right?
Correct.
And what popped up that might have led you to look around those messages?
Absolutely. Or identified individuals that we would have looked more at, or conversation threads. Yeah, sure.
And in order to
Is it not playing any? Okay. That's what I thought.
so in order to define those key terms, you had to know something about the case, right?
Of course.
Was there at any point, did you kind of on your own direct the way the search went in this case?
Of the device?
Yeah.
course, I was analyzing the digital evidence.
So as you find
I
something.
thought that was
you might
frozen.
look a little
He
bit
was so
further
still.
and bring that information back.
It might lead me to a different artifact that I find important or not important, and I share it with the lead detective. Yes.
During that process, were there conversations where the team says, we just don't want to look at this stuff at all, we'd rather focus here? This is big picture.
I don't know that there was at any point anybody saying that we aren't concerned with anything that occurred in this window.
Okay. Let's talk for a second about I want to go through a couple of the things that you, that have been in your, I guess it's not really a report in this presentation that is
Yes,
kind of prepared. The timeline that you did for February 25th, 2023, that was an important date, right?
Yes.
And so did you, during the course of your investigation, review kind of every single thing that happened on February 25th, 2023?
Most things.
Most things?
Yes.
Were there some things that you specifically did not look at?
Yes, as it relates to some of the processes that applications are completing underneath the hood that have zero to do with the input or use of the device that the owner or user of the device would have had anything to do with.
So really the really technical kind of nitty gritty stuff, you didn't worry too much about.
When you get to a granular point, it's so minute that it really doesn't have any bearing on you as the user.
But in terms of communications, you looked at all of those communications.
For that day,
Yes.
I would say yes. I've looked at all of this stuff a lot. Yes.
Okay. And I apologize, we're going to just have to flip right to some of these in this presentation. You might be best not to get these out of order. If I could publish this so you can go ahead and register. Thank you. At 6:43, there's a text message from, actually I think it's a text message, received from, the name is Porter Jarris. Is that right?
That's how it's stored in her device. Yes.
That's how it's stored in her phone. I think you refer to him as Mr. Porter or Jarris Porter.
I said Porter Jarris or Jarris Porter, one of the two.
I noticed that you put those text messages in there several times throughout this timeline. During that evening.
As texts appear, I was placing them in there. Yes.
Was that a name that you had noted at other times during your review of Ms. Weber's phone?
I didn't analyze Ms. Weber's phone.
I'm sorry, Ms. Penning's phone.
Okay. Can you repeat the question?
Was that a name that you had noted at other times in analyzing Ms. Penning's phone?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance.
Go ahead, did you search that name?
I did search that name. Yeah, on that date, yes.
Just on that date?
I'm sure I looked for it and saw it in other times throughout this extraction.
Did you note a significant number of communications between Ms. Penning and Jarris or Jarris Porter?
I don't recall ever identifying a number of messages between them.
Well, I wanted to ask about some of these messages that we have. It was slightly less than 20 minutes after she receives a text from Mr. Taylor, she talks to Mr. Jarris, right?
Well, she received a text from him.
Receives a text. And are there additional communications that you noted throughout the evening from Mr. Jarris?
I believe there's a few more, yes.
So at 6:55, she responds back to him?
Yes.
At 7:07, there's an additional text message.
Yes.
Were there any additional messages that you noted or were able to identify from Mr. Jarris after Ms. Benning was in the hospital?
Yes, he sent a handful of messages, yes.
And when were those?
I don't recall the exact date.
Remember they were immediately after she was in the hospital or a day later?
Like I said, I don't recall the exact date or time.
And do you think you did review all of their text messages during the course of your investigation?
I reviewed a number of things. I can't swear to saying I've looked at every single text message between the two of them.
Okay. This text, or this Snapchat message, I know you indicated Snapchat is a little harder to track down. Based on your review, do you believe the time and date on this is accurate for the Snapchat message?
I do believe that.
And were you able to identify who the sender of this Snapchat message was based on your review?
No.
And this message indicating, I'm already fucked up, there was no follow-up to this message?
Not that I could find, no.
And that was sent at 2/25/2023 at approximately 7:01 p.m.
Yes.
And there's no other context for that message.
That I could find, no.
Just hitting a couple things I noted. You testified about this location information that you believed was a Walmart.
Yes.
And that's because it says Walmart on that map.
And I'm familiar with that exact address and location.
Like you've been there or you had to Google it or something?
Like I was a patrol officer in that zone.
Okay, so you have personal familiarity, you've been there.
Yes.
This location information, does it provide or is stored how long Ms. Benning's phone was at that location?
This is a parked car location, so it's not a time frame. It's just stating that the car was parked at that location.
Okay, so it just is like marking that the car was there. So there's no indication of whether it was there for 30 seconds or there for 20 minutes, anything like that?
Not based on this artifact alone, no.
And you didn't find in the phone any sort of receipts or messages relating to going to Walmart?
Nope.
We don't have any information from this phone as to why she would have gone to Walmart?
Not from this device, no.
And from this device, we don't even know if she actually went into Walmart, do we?
That is correct. Do not.
Now, I presume since you looked through all of her cell phone information for 225, that you also reviewed the text messages discussing assisting a friend purchasing drugs on that day, didn't you?
Earlier in the day, yes.
Yes. And Who were those messages with?
I don't recall offhand exactly who they were between.
If I were to pass you a set of messages, would it help to refresh your recollection?
It very well could.
Oh my gosh, it's already 5:17.
Judge, the state is objecting to the relevance of any of the messages prior to 11:3.
Do I need to rewind for myself, or was it just?
You asked her about to look at text messages on what day?
My question right now is just about 225. I may have additional questions, but right now I'm just asking.
That's all I'm digging. Does this have anything to do with 225?
Yes, it's at the very end.
It starts on 4/6.
I'm just having them look at it. For
Shut up, April.
So if you take a look at the very last page, I think it's the last or second last page.
Yes.
Do you recognize those messages?
I do.
And what are those messages?
Text messages between Jade and a contact that she has stored in her phone titled Danny, and in parentheses, weed.
And those are messages that you reviewed in the course of your investigation of this phone?
I reviewed a number of these messages, yes.
These specific messages between her and Danny Weed?
Yes.
And there's other messages as well outside of this?
Yes.
What are the nature of the messages? Well, let's just talk about the 225 messages right now. What were the nature of the messages on 225?
Attempting to obtain some items for a friend.
Why are you holding back?
Specifically on 225.
Afraid you're gonna get demonetized off of
Hey,
YouTube?
my
Like,
coworker wants to get a half from you.
Okay. And so that's the day of this incident, right?
Yes.
There's no specific follow-up in those messages, right?
Other than Danny texting back saying, I'll get back with you when I get back, or I got you when I get back.
I got you, right?
Yeah.
So that was, I mean, that's all the way up to the day that she was meeting with Mr. Taylor, right?
Correct.
And there were, as you noted, a significant number of those kind of communications, right?
There was a few with large gaps in between them as well.
Okay. What's a few?
A few
consumerism?
conversations.
Yeah.
I don't want to put a number on it. I can't say for sure, but I do know that in this text string, they would have 3 or 4 messages and then go 2 or 3 weeks, sometimes a month, sometimes 2 months, and then 2 or 3 messages. It was a sporadic text string.
But she was at least somewhat consistently obtaining or helping friends obtain drugs. Is that fair?
Depends on your definition of consistently, but
More
Does
than
it?
once or twice during the
Does
time
it?
frame that you reviewed the phone.
yes,
Is that fair?
yes,
Maybe more than 5 times?
maybe.
Maybe more than 10?
I can't say.
That's funny, Bubbles.
And in that message on 2/25/2023, they don't actually state the drugs that they're buying, do they?
None of that one, no.
Let's talk for a second about
That was weird.
I want to ask you a few questions about the photographs that were taken in
Look at this
Blaise
photograph.
and Jade, Mr. Taylor, Miss Benning, in their apartment between 9/24 and 9/28. Okay? So this is essentially the list of those photographs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's just kind of a close-up of that metadata, just to orient ourselves.
Yes.
Just laying the foundation.
Sorry, I don't have the great digital versions of these, but all of these photos
Wow.
were taken in about 4 minutes. Is that right?
In a short period of time, yes.
Does it? So if we go back to this. If the first photograph was taken at 9:24 and the last photograph was taken at 9:28, it's at about 4 minutes.
It's about that, yes.
So that's the first two. And these were all, none of these were deleted, right? These were all still on the phone?
That correct.
Just make sure, yeah. These were still on the phone.
Yes.
These were still on the phone.
Yes.
These are still on the phone.
Yes.
This is the only one that you've indicated was found in deleted photos. Is that right?
From that series.
And the information here is that it's deleted about just under 30 seconds after it was taken. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you in your investigation able to find any information as to why it was deleted?
No.
Text messages, no notes, no nothing indicating why it was deleted.
Suggesting that I would find a text within 30 seconds that she texted somebody else that she took a picture, deleted a picture she just took?
Yeah.
No.
So nothing on here is suggested why it was deleted, right? It was just deleted.
That is correct.
Things happen, right? People delete pictures.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't. I got it. Just
You don't know.
There wasn't some suggestion.
Come on, Jim. You're wasting our time. Angry judge. The angriest of angry judges.
I want to ask you a couple questions about the link. I want to ask you a couple questions about
Sorry.
the link information that you were able to find. Okay? The first thing while I'm sort of pulling these up is this was a new concept to me before this case. I'm sure you are much more familiar with it, and I know you kind of explained it, but it was a little quick. A KTX file is a special kind of file is it just an Apple phone or any phone?
Well, a KTX file is specifically in an Apple phone as far as I am aware. It could be in other devices. It is a file type. It could be in a number of different devices out there in the world. I can't speak to that, but I know that it's a unique file type that is identifiable with snapshots found within iPhones.
And it's not a screenshot, right? That's a different thing.
That is completely different, yes.
Is it the kind of thing, and tell me if I'm explaining this wrong, where you like swipe up your phone and you see a bunch of windows hovering there? Those little windows are the KTX files?
That is correct.
Okay. So those are the temporary files, kind of what we're talking about.
Yes.
In order to create a KTX file, does someone have to be using the phone?
I can't speak to that specifically.
Do you know if a KTX file can be created when it is in locked status?
I can't, like I said, I can't speak to that.
Well, help me understand, from your knowledge, how is a KTX file created?
It is created when when Apple decides a snapshot needs to be created of that application. We could work under the assumption, again, I can't speak to all of the in and outs of what Apple does in their software, how, when, and why they do it. Okay, they're a chef and they don't want to share their recipes to all of their their specialties, right? So they don't share all their information with us. So I can't speak to exactly when it was created or when it's removed, but I know that it is created and it identifies an application that is open in the background of your device.
Based on your, I appreciate that. Based on your understanding though, is it likely created when someone is using the phone in that manner? They're swiping up or doing something else that requires the creation of that temporary file.
Likely, but I can't say that it is. So, I mean, I can't say that for sure.
So let's say, for instance, on this 2/26/2023 at 9:37 p.m. KTX file, which appears to show the Blink application, right?
Yes.
And is it accurate that when you have an artifact on the phone where the created date, the access date, and the modified date are all identical, that's a good indicator that that artifact, that picture, KTX file, whatever it is probably accurate as to that timestamp?
It's indicative of software creating it.
Okay, so probably was created at that time.
Probably.
Is it reasonable in your experience and your expertise for us to say that that KTX file then was created by somebody doing something on the phone at 9:37 p.m.?
On the 26th?
On the 26th, yes.
Yes.
But she died on the 25th. Oh, are we talking about
Now,
his
we have
phone?
another KTX file. I did these probably backwards, but this is 9:27 and 39 seconds p.m. on 2/26.
Yes.
And the creation date, the access date, the modified date, they're all identical, right?
That's correct.
And this is another KTX file of kind of the call log, right?
The recents in the telephone app, yes.
So again, since that's a KTX file, that's like maybe from swiping up, looking at the phone, probably how that's created. Is that fair?
Yes.
So this is a good indicator of somebody accessing the phone somehow at that time.
Yes.
And just for reference, that's page 120. The one I looked at before is page 119. This artifact from February 22nd, 2023, this is page 118, the exhibit. This is not a KTX file, right?
No.
This is an actual picture. I wasn't totally clear. This is something that Blink itself saves?
It's something that was stored inside of that application's database.
Inside of Blink itself?
Inside that database, yes.
From roughly 3 days before the 225 incident.
Correct. Approximately the time that it went offline.
Okay. This page 116 is a listing of the Blink sort of activity. Is that a fair way to describe it?
That's a good way to describe it, yes.
Okay. So we have on 222 a number of entries where it says it's offline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then for some reason, there's nothing between 222 and 226.
That's correct.
Do you have any idea why, or any indication based on the information you were able to obtain as to why there is no information between 222 and 226?
Most likely notifications were turned off or something along those lines with the application.
So these, the number, MIDI is offline, those are likely notifications.
That's so similar to the social media apps that I was referring to before. Many software companies require a subscription. This data is not stored on the device itself. It's stored on servers. I believe,
Pulling a
can't
Nancy
swear
Guthrie.
to it, but I believe Blink is in that category that you can't store information or data on the Blink cameras themselves. So you would actually have to be connected to the internet to reach out and find those things and or serve a search warrant to Blink's company.
Then
and
you
obtain
should
any kind
have
of information or data
done that. Like what?
account. So I believe this is the device reaching out and attempting to see if there was any motion or activity or anything like that. But when it
That's
tried,
what it is,
showed
Bubbles.
that it was offline.
So
This is bullshit.
do notifications on a phone, are you able to see those in any sort of specific way?
Yes.
Do you know
I need to sit up.
Blink's notifications, do they come up like this? Do they look like this?
I can't speak to that specifically.
So that's kind of your best assessment, is that
We're
this is
guessing.
probably a notification?
This is probably something the software noted. I can't say specifically that it was a notification that the device received a blurb that popped up on a window specific to Blink saying that your device is offline. I can't say that specifically based off of this screenshot.
So you don't know why there's that gap in there. You don't know for sure that it's because notifications were turned off.
That's why I said it could be that.
Okay.
It could be a number of different things.
Do you have any idea why there is not an indication that the device is online again before we have a 226 indication that motion is detected?
Again, no, I can't speak.
Because of
But like we have on here, it's all of a sudden motion is detected, and we have several entries like that on 226.
the crazy lady,
But
the
no-
Carmen
no
San
reference.
Diego and co.
Not based on the data found in the phone.
They were like, why is this not sitting in the right area? It's supposed to be in the kitchen. Why is it overlooking the parking lot in the window? This makes no sense. I'm so glad that we trespassed into this crime scene.
Sorry, just a moment.
Who else do they have? Where did Josh go? Your Honor, what's going on?
The picture, instead of me flipping over through all these pages, the picture you indicated that you found of Miss Benning having a mocktail,
Yes.
was that something you just happened to stumble upon, or did you find that during a specific search?
I did not search the term mocktail, so
Were you doing any kind of specific search for Miss Benning with alcoholic beverages or anything that looked like alcohol?
we did have alcohol or some variants of alcohol, I think, in our search terms, yes.
Did you note or did you find the video that she sent to someone named Dez of her in a club holding a beverage?
I can't recall that specifically, no.
You don't recall that video?
No.
Would have been around November 20th?
I can't say if I don't recall it.
Just wanted to orient.
Okay.
My God, why are you so spicy? This guy's kind of a douche. Apparently, YouTube loves that word because a bunch of people showed up. Hey guys, this is the trial of Blaise Taylor from Nashville, Tennessee.
No, Your Honor, but the state may need to recall Detective Miller.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Day 3.
Yes, sir.
And we are waiting to see if and who the state is going to call someone, so I shouldn't have said if. Who the state's going to call next.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, rather than getting into the next witness, which may be the medical examiner, we're going to recess for the day instead of the testimony from that witness. Remember what I've said about not discussing the case, forming any opinion about it, looking things up, viewing media, anything like that. Leave your notes up here. That room will be locked. Tomorrow, if you report like you did this morning downstairs, 8:45, 8:50, we'll get you here. When you're all here as a group, bring you up and resume the trial. You can step down the hallway with the court.
Okay, so if we see Josh ever again, we are going to ask him.
And how many other witnesses does the state have? Dr. Carney?
Yes, I think we have, I think technically we have 10, but I'm going to have to call all of them. But maximum, I feel like 10.
What?
And is one of those witnesses going to be Apple Denny?
Yes,
When would that happen?
I do not know that specifically right now, Your Honor.
Tomorrow?
It could be, if it's not tomorrow, it would be the next day.
You know who that is.
All right, we'll be in recess until 9 a.m.
So Apple is Blaise's ex-girlfriend who has allegedly accused her ex-boyfriend of causing harm to her in the past. I'm not going to say the word. I'm not going to get in the troubles with the YouTubes. It seems like a lot of people are showing up, but there is still room in that courthouse. Oh, look at my hair. Sorry about that. I am guessing this, not with the scarf, but standing next to the lady with the brown hair. I think the blonde girl with like the lilac shirt on, I think that might be her mom, like her birth mom. I saw that that's her dad, and they were sitting next to each other during this last witness, and on the other side of that was of him, on the other side was his new wife, so the one that Jade was exceptionally close with. I'm just trying to orient myself with who these people are, because normally we aren't shown any of these things. Yep, there we go. Okay, so normally when the jury leaves, he automatically turns off the sound and the picture. So thank you, cameraman, even though I know you can't hear me. So Wow. Okay. Yeah, they're calling in his ex, April. She was Miss Arkansas 2026, or was it 2025? Miss Arkansas 2020 at Apple. Okay, so no, it was, here she is. Let's see this. Hello. Okay. What the? How do I start it? There we go. Girl, you haven't gotten it yet. But get it.
Earrings are from Dillard's. The necklace is from Jones and Son, and the hair is from my parents. Oh, and the shoes are my tried and true trusty Jessica Simpson.
And Jessica Simpson shoes just hurt me. That is not a tried and trusted shoemaker for myself. I can't believe, I know I'm jumping everywhere, but like for real, I cannot believe that the state has 10 more witnesses. 10. That's wild. That is wild. You agree? Yes? She agrees. Man, makes you wonder in those sort of situations, like if that was his first time or how many were there before then. Because it usually people don't report out of fear of stigma. And then when one person comes forward, sometimes you'll see a sea of women say me too. Kind of like the Deshaun Watson situation. Gotta love Cleveland sports. Anyways, they were a very good-looking couple. But yeah, she was Miss Arkansas 2023 to 2024. So obviously a very beautiful, intelligent, well-spoken woman. We love to see it. And that would have been, oh my God, that was the girl. She dated him when this was happening. I don't know. I'm going to have to look into this. Because that optics wise for the pageant, that doesn't look good. But you never know. Okay, guys. Tomorrow I will be back here at 9 9:30. I can't remember if he said 9:30 or 9:45. Well, he said 8, but I am an hour different than them. So, okay. Yeah, I use AirPods only when I have to. And it's because my friend has a knockoff shop. Hopefully no no one's listening that's going to get me in trouble. And so I've bought a few like faux AirPod sets, which I'm sure is just like Chinese spyware. But with that being said, I seem to lose one and not the other. So I currently, so funny you mentioned that. I know I was kind of talking about AirPods earlier, but my husband, I asked him yesterday while I was in the shower, I said, can you take these and try to see which goes with which, if any of these work? Thank you very much, Scott, for getting that to me. You don't have to be rude. So wild. I'm not giving this company my friggin' phone number and passwords. Okay. And last thing, I forgot to mention this earlier. It's such a little thing, but if you feel the pull to give in to consumerism for Prime Day week, I got the greatest little thing for $7. It is a little vacuum that I can put over my keyboard or crumbs on my bed. Isn't that so cool? And I use it for so many things. I really didn't think I would. But I do. And that's that. If you need to buy something, if you absolutely have to have it, it's only like $7. Okay, guys. I'm going to go to bed. I have a headache. It's kind of made me loopy today. I hope you have a great night. I will schedule this stream here in the next couple of hours, so keep a lookout. And thank you, mods, for your assistance today. And everyone else, thank you for jumping in and watching with me and chatting with me and all the things. Please make sure to like this stream by double tapping on your phone or hitting the thumbs up button on your computer. And if you are watching on the replay crew, please make sure to hype up this video. That helps push out the algorithm and get this in front of new people and lots of eyes. And that's what we need to get to 10,000. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yes, the crumb vacuum is amazing. Like, so silly, but it's so great. I use it for so many more things than I'd ever realized. I found it from a lottery scratching video. That's how I found it. Isn't that so smart? Like, to scratch your lottery tickets and just use that little thing instead of having all that like residue that comes off. Okay. I will send out the notification, the event for tomorrow shortly. Make sure you are signed up for notifications on YouTube by selecting that little bell and picking all notifications, not personalized. That way you don't miss anything. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. See you in a couple hours tomorrow.